Have you ever made pasta and then you make like a quarter cup too much, so now you're full and you have a quarter cup of pasta, but you don't want to eat it because you're full, but you also don't want to like save it because it's just a quarter cup of pasta. That's not even enough for like a snack. So you just have this quarter cup of pasta staring at you menacingly as you then proceed to rush onto the stream you're already late for with your quarter cup of pasta, judging you. Have you ever done this before? Or is that just me? I think that might just be me. I'm not gonna lie. Hi. How goes it? Hi. Woo! Gotta clear my throat. I'm not very smart. I didn't plan for this. How's it going? Snack it in 3 hours? No, that was my plan. However, I put it under, like, so I have a monitor in front of me. I put it like under my monitor. If I put it on my key, on my bed, if I put it over here, I'll forget about it. And then I can have free pasta that I didn't realize I had in like 2 hours. But hello. Hi, how's it going? I need to post this on the Discord. That's what I was forgetting. Remember the 18th of January, 18. What was that? I don't remember what we talked about. Was it River? Wait, it was the Raisin Massacre? What it was? What were we talking about last week? The Battle of Frenchtown in 1812. Right. So this was January 18th, 1812, the Battle of Frenchtown. The Battle of Frenchtown before. You know you'll be banned if you don't comprehend the Raisin River War. Raisin Basin War. Live now. I like to make just little esoteric messages when I do a live now message. Not for any particular reason, but entirely because it amuses me. Like, I understand. Me saying that gives no indication that today's stream is about CAIN, but also I think it's funny. Never forget the Battle of Frenchtown. Meowdy, y'all. Hey. Okay. Hello, everyone. I am a bird. Oh, I don't have music on. My apologies. This. How y'all doing? Hey, Trey. Welcome to the stream. Welcome for your first time here. Hi, Joy, also known as Orca. Hey, Kali, Patch, Trekkie, Quarry, T, DP, Pero, B, Can. I think I got everyone who has spoken in chat. Red Glove, hey. But hello. Yes, so we have two main things that I want to do today, in addition to the normal Q&A that we do every single week, which is I want to finish the Shadows homebrew that we were starting up last week. And I would like to run through the Harpocrates dossier. That is a pretty popular and I dare say famous piece of CAIN homebrew. Came out a couple months ago. Tom Bloom has given it the official thumbs up as far as I'm aware. Hey, I forgot. You're here now. Awesome. I have the CAIN instinct body slams younger sibling. No! You have to hit them with a rock. Hey, Arrow Brights, or how I learned to stop worrying and get into girl frame. Oh. Well, you already passed me then. Just pretend I'm here, I'm listening through New Pipe and chatting through YouTube app. You know what, Patch? I'll pretend you're here all the same. You have a very important question. How's the pasta? Okay, so the pasta was kind of hard. Not hard, but it was like gummy texture where it still has some toughness to it. And because, as I mentioned in chat, I accidentally poured out the pasta water too quickly. I was boiling it, and then I didn't test it because I wanted to I'd be like, oh, it's been a couple minutes, it's been boiling, it's probably fine. And then I poured it, and then it was not good. So then I put it back on the stove with some more water, which meant I had to wait for the new water to boil. And then I tested it, and it seemed fine. And then after testing it, it still proceeded to not be the best. And then also, because I was rushing, I put some butter and some Parmesan cheese on it, and I didn't get to mix it properly because I used a bowl that was too small, but I wasn't gonna make another dish by moving the bowl because I was using the dish that you had last night. My breakfast was mid, but that just shows how great today's stream is gonna be, because you start at the bottom, now we hear. Hi Arrow, you're a lifesaver, not feeling nice today until now. Aw, that's so cute of you. Thank you. I haven't read Glory Unto Them yet, but it's on my list. Yes, that was another one where everyone in the comments were just like, it's peak, and I was like, well, that could be on my list. Hello, Ormy. Hi, Andre. Also, heya, Maddie. Heya, Hydra. Underdone pasta, unpock. I know. Okay. Reddit AMA. I am the world's leading Battle of Frenchtown historian. Ask me anything. This is factual and accurate. Source, I made it up. Okay, this is going to be, I'm going to add in a Q&A, which if you don't know, oh, no, my prompt is too long. Okay, so in YouTube streams, I have a Q&A section, which is you can ask me about D&D, you can ask me about Lancer, you can ask me about TTRPGs, you can ask me about YouTube, VTubing, my personal life, relationship advice, you can ask me what my thoughts on the trolley problem are, you can ask me literally anything, but if you ask me a question, like in the Q&A section, I will not get to it for a while. It will take me a while. I will be busy with other things. So you might have to wait like 4 hours, but I will get to it as best I can. Arrow late for their own stream is streaming again? Yeah, so it's a shame that we no longer have CAIN as a member of the community. They were a member, they were someone that chatted often, but I am going to have to execute them for insubordination. Isn't that the thing with Girl Mech that it's toxic Yuri? Okay, so no. Girl Frame is a powered by the apocalypse system where you play as either, I believe, a handler or a pilot, where it all revolves around a very toxic dynamic between handler and pilot, which is related to, but not the same as, like a dom-sub relationship, as far as I'm aware, where you, as the pilot, are in a vulnerable position under the handler, and you are mistreated and dehumanized under the handler. And your whole goal is to basically reclaim your personhood in a world that is trying to strip that from you. It has successfully stripped that from you. So Girlframe as a system is more than just like, NSFW, but that is a part of it. And the reason I say this is because I literally had like an exchange with the dev. Like after my video, the dev was like, hey, do you want a review copy? And I was like, sure. So we chatted a little bit about it in email. And what I'm going to be doing over the new year is reading a smutty TTRPG so I can give a review of it in a maid dress. And I said, if we hit 15,000 by the end of the year, I was going to talk about the NSFW stuff. Yeah. Sure said that, didn't I? Hey, Arafik. Hey, Joy. I will die on my feet, but leave CAIN out of this. He did nothing wrong. Okay, that's fair. N is the problem. Let's dismiss this one. Are you going to review Marching Ever Onward? My friend wants to play a character that imagos into an auditor. Okay, so if we're talking CAIN Homebrew, the only one that I know of off the top of my head is Harpocrates Dossier, because I think literally everyone I know that has any relation to CAIN has brought it up. The player, who is now also an admin for me, who I introduced to this game and hyperfixated on it, sent me the Harpocrates dossier, like, hey, have you checked this out? You should look into this. And I'm like, yes, I know about the Harpocrates. Tom Bloom has given it the thumbs up. I know 11 Dragon Kid has made a video on it. I believe Zactac has talked about it, at the very least, like in a larger video, if not by itself. So Harpocrates dossier is the thing to do when you have CAIN Homebrew. So I want to start with that. Speaking of Homebrew sins, the engine is my favorite. Oh my gosh, that sounds so cool. They should make a smutty RPG for ace people. Okay, Maddie, you realize that ace people can just play smutty RPGs. You realize that the smutty RPG, that you can just make it so that you're ace. I don't understand the question. So Girlframe sounds like Sucker Punch? I'm unfamiliar. The machine rocks? No, the machine is a grinding wheel that will tear you down as you are a cog within it. So should I be looking into the engine now? Okay, so I have a question for y'all. Also, hey Zap. Do we begin with the shadows from last week? And we try and run through that. For those of you who don't know, last week on stream, we were talking and I got the idea of making a like Persona style shadow, like a Persona 4 style shadow in CAIN. And now I am like halfway through a document where we are making rules for a homebrew mini boss that can show up on hunts. So this is not a separate sin. This is like a drifter plus. This is a sin, a minor sin that manifests off of the exorcists, is based off the exorcists, gains powers and trauma questions off the exorcists, can be defeated. And if you defeat it, or if you spare it, then it gives you like positive bonuses. But it's a separate palace. It is a separate sin in addition to whatever you're fighting. Or we can talk Harpocrates dossier, which has sins and agendas and blasphemies and a dating sim and secrets. So much of the CAIN homebrew is really well done. I don't know. I mean, I imagine that there's a bunch of sucky homebrew out there, but what I think is probably the case is that because CAIN is so, like, despite being really niche, CAIN has a very strong community off the back of Tom Bloom being established, and particularly Lancer's popularity. So a bunch of people who played Lancer and were in the Lancer sphere saw Tom Bloom made his own thing, checked out CAIN. A bunch of them, I'm sure, dropped it. But given that it's like the polar opposite of Lancer in a lot of ways, both like narrative versus mechanics, and then like tone and survivability, granularity, all of these come together where you have a sizable portion of community that just kind of came over. And not only are they experienced in Lancer homebrew, they're centralized off the get-go. And when you have a centralized community, it's kind of hard to have bad homebrew get popular, because a bunch of people who know what good homebrew looks like will shut it down in the very early stages. My guess is very politely. My guess is they will give you advice and just kind of not support it if it's not very good. But when you have, I don't know, say 100 people, all of whom have spent 10 years actively making like D&D and Lancer and Blades in the Dark homebrew, and they start a new system, they're going to make good homebrew. Source 12 years of hobby homebrew TTRPG experience. Is there another Zap here? I just saw you and said hi. Yeah, Zap. I try to say hello to everyone I see in chat. And then, of course, I don't say this enough, but hello to all of my lurkers. Hello to everyone who is watching the VOD. I appreciate you. Because I feel as though, I mean, it's stupid and it's silly, and I know I'm the weird one for this, but I feel like it's polite. I feel like it's just a polite thing to do, to just say hello to someone who gives me the time of day to chat. That's why I try to go out of my way to respond to comments on my videos. So they're experiencing creating homebrew. Yeah, so they're experiencing creating homebrew, and also they have a centralized enough community where any homebrew that gets brought up is brought to like the tribunal, right? I was looking at the Harpocrates. I very much avoided it. I know very little about it. Like, I know about I read the Spider and the Butcher and Chastity and Sobriety. So like I read the Sins and the Virtues like months ago. Unfamiliar with basically anything else. You pinged the wrong B name? Oh no. Yeah, it's common courtesy. Bonjour. Bonsoir. Oh my gosh, I got a plan. So who here has seen my character? who here saw the video from the other day where it is my character who's like, allons-y, allons-y, my mon amigos, watashi wa mucho excitedo. Like, who saw that? I got a chance to play that character yesterday, and my admin literally said, like, you were aura farming the entire session. let me get one thing straight for you. Don't worry about that. We're not there yet. Don't get too hasty. The polyglot derogatory, my beloved. Okay, so when I'm playing in CAIN, I went out there and I spoke French. I spoke a lot of French because I have a background in French. Spanish, Japanese, Portuguese, specifically Brazilian. I spoke some Russian, some German. What else was there? Some Italian. And basically, a lot of these was just I knew small phrases, and I would incorporate phrases. So just I would say like allons-y, ma chienne. Like, let's go, my dog. Which is just, I know that, right? Because I have a background in French. But like with Brazilian and Portuguese, I was just like, what's a language that I can pull on that I haven't been drawing off before? Brazilian Portuguese. So I just looked it up in a translator, and I just like was mixing and matching phrases. I need you to understand. No worries. These streams are hop in, hop out. It's just a active conversation. It's just chatting. So if you need to hop out, no worries there. I mean, what does a sorcerer do but aura farm? Exactly. So I need you to understand something. My character, named Teddy, he is named after Roosevelt. And I played him like he's a big game hunter. I gave him a very slight southern accent. I had him go around communicating. And at one point, and my roommate was nearby when I was doing this, so they laughed. So I'm talking to my handler, and my admin made it very clear, like, yeah, she's not very assertive. You would know that she would have like a 0 in authority, for instance. So she's someone who very much gets overwhelmed by larger personalities, and my character was a very large personality. So I'm talking to my handler, and then we're going off to fight the hound, and I'm like, let's go wrangle this perro. And then she's like, yes, the perro. And I'm like, no, the perro. You have to roll the R. And she's like, perro. And I'm like, no, perro. Come on. You don't want to be disrespectful of people's languages. And I just, with no self-awareness to my character, I just went around like acting as if I was this bastion of culture while actively just picking and choosing cherry-picked phrases from different languages that had no overlap. And at one point, I said something in French that an NPC said, oh, you speak Spanish. And then my character just did not pick up on the fact that they were thought to be speaking Spanish, because they're like, yeah, it's all Spanish to me. And at one point, what was it? I said something in Italian, and an NPC I was interrogating was like tied to the Italian mob. And so he's like, what, you speak Italian? And I'm like, je ne parle pas italien. And then he's just like, oh, okay. Wait, that was French! And I just had no consistency in what languages I would do. Perro grande. Average French interaction. Oh no, this guy is the worst. No, literally, I wanted my guy to just be the absolute worst individual. However, at the same time, he was someone who I was Cat 4. This was a one-shot, or I guess a two-shot, because technically we didn't finish the hunt. But it was meant to be like a one-shot, two-shot. I'm Cat 4, and that meant I had 20 script. And you want to know what I spent my script on? I spent my script on visitation rights, which cost 12. This means that I can leave CAIN for like once a week, or I can leave CAIN to go visit people outside of CAIN intermittently. And the other 8 script I spent I spent it on an overcoat. I spent it on a suit. And I spent it on comfy shoes. I spent, what was that, 40% of my advancement script on cosmetics on a one-shot character who I'm not going to play after the next time we finish the hunt, which is going to be like in 2 weeks. I made the decision to just spend 8 entire script on an overcoat, a suit, and comfortable shoes for no reason other than I thought it would fit. No. Oh, a Haitian Creole. Okay. That could be good. The synergy in my build was incredible, by the way. Okay, so what I did, Celerity Dust was my admin, was the one running for me. What I did is, with visitation rights, that gives you +1 injury. So with CAIN, you can hit 3 injuries, and then anytime you take damage after that 3rd injury, you're just dead. Visitation rights gives me +1. So I was at 4 injuries. And then what it is, because I used to be the beast, I am now a sorcerer, but I formerly was the beast agenda. I took the ability Bear's Teeth. This is when I have at least 2 injuries. When I have at least 2 injuries, all of my mundane weapons are much stronger and can overcome supernatural defenses. So what I did is I made a build where, and then I also took one where I'm taking you with me, or like if I go down, you're coming down too. Another one of the beast agendas, where every time I took an injury, I recover a psyche burst. So my whole build was, I'm going to get injured a lot. I'm going to take damage a lot. I'm going to get up in your face, be the most annoying thing possible. You're going to smack me, and I'm going to get stronger as a result of you smacking me. Up to and including the fact that my character had an eye patch. Do you know why they had an eye patch? You want to know why when you looked at them, you would only see one eyeball? There was no reason. They didn't have like a Sharingan eye. They didn't have a fused shut eye. They weren't a smother user who lost their eye. They literally wear an eye patch because they think it's cool. Not just that, sunglasses. They cover that eye patch with a pair of sunglasses. But you know what? That's not enough. That's not enough. Want to know why? Because second pair of sunglasses on top of the first pair of sunglasses, so that they can dramatically take off their one pair of sunglasses and underneath is a second, smaller pair of sunglasses on top of their eye patch. They smoke a cigarette at all times and will actively take a cigarette from their pocket, light it on the one that is currently in their mouth, and then take the one that they just lit and flick it on the ground and stamp it under their boot. For emphasis. There was a time where I'm interrogating someone and I describe how, so we're talking about them for a while, like my cigarette's almost out, and then I'm talking to them and I just say offhandedly, despite the fact that I never got a new cigarette, my cigarette is back to a full length. This isn't due to time shenanigans. This isn't due to I used a psyche burst. It's literally just I thought it would be funny. So I'm just you didn't see me get another cigarette, but for whatever reason, my cigarette went back to a full length and I'm still smoking it despite it having been a full hour. Should have charged me my kit for each pair. I hate you. I hate you so much. What blasphemy did I have? I want you to guess. This character, who I will say, as a big game hunter, is a tracker. Their background is as a beast, but currently they're a sorcerer. So they're a tracker who's all about, I want to, I built them to be I'm going to find this sin. And probably important to note, in addition to the aura farming, their main weapon is plastic explosives. So their whole thing is that they'll set up just bundles of C4 in locations and then detonate them, and I roll interfacing in combat to set up the fact that like that is how well I set it up beforehand. Super got it. They're a whisper user. Because what I realized is I want to hear you do a TTRPG campaign with people. You sound like a time. I don't know if you'd want that. Whisper user. Yes, the main weapon is plastique. So, wanna know why? Because as a whisper user, I had the ability precognition. This means whenever I do something, I can say, I saw a vision about this. I flash back to the past. And before, when I was here before, I set up this plastic explosive. And then now we flash forward to the present where I hit the detonator. Callie gets it. Literally, I'm fighting a sin in its palace. And what I did is I basically said like whenever I'm fighting it, I would spend precognition to say, actually, I was here before. I set up a plastic explosive and I detonate it. I could have pulled off the Invisigal move. I did pull off the Invisigal move. Basically, whisper users are capable of so much nonsense. Also, guess what? I took, and this is why I'm a sorcerer. This is why I'm a sorcerer. I took cantrip. This allows me to choose one blasphemy, and I can use it twice per hunt without spending a psyche burst, but it can only be a maximum of cat 0. Are you aware of the fact that precognition has no mention of cat in its entire ability? Meaning that I can use cantrip on precognition raw to its full ability. So I took cantrip. So the Invisigal move is, I would say, Invisigal move is dispatch spoilers. So if you don't want to know dispatch spoilers, do not listen to this. In dispatch, it is revealed that precog doesn't scale. Oh, that's genius. Exactly. In dispatch, Invisigal is a character who has invisibility, but she works with an organized crime group at some point in the game where she places a bomb on a hero's back. And for the entire game, you don't know who placed it, but it's revealed like on episode like 6 or 7 of the game that she, back in episode 1, is the one who planted that bomb because she was invisible. So what they're saying is to do the Invisigal move is to, with my precognition and with my plastic explosives, I could place a bomb on someone. I just realized, okay, so spoilers are done. Why does CAIN have no invisibility? Is this one I'm missing? Am I just missing this? Yeah, Invisigal freaking killed someone. I have no idea what that means, but it sounds busted. Okay, so what I'm getting at, what I'm getting at is that in CAIN, with precognition, or sorry, with blasphemies. I guess show of hands right now. If you're in chat right now, or if you're watching the VOD, you feel free to comment, but I won't be able to respond to you immediately. Who here doesn't know the mechanics of CAIN? So I'm going to talk about Homebrew today. Do I need to like give a primer on CAIN first? Do you want me to run through like what the basics of how to play is? Invisible exos never got found, captured. That would make sense. Hope is technically invisible. I would say invisible in the same way that like a Nosferatu obfuscate is kind of invisible. So Edit can basically do Vampire the Masquerade obfuscate. Oh, that is fair. That is fair, actually. You haven't read all of them, but it seems like a weird oversight. I wouldn't say it's a weird oversight. It's in the same way that like you can't fly, right? There's no flying one. Primer could be good if still reading a rulebook. Okay, so in CAIN, you work for the titular CAIN, right? It is an organization that you work for. Think the SCP Foundation. Think the Public Security Force from Chainsaw Man. My player, Celerity Dust, fellow content creator, has brought up that apparently CAIN is just JJK with Catholicism. So if you see JJK, that also works. Vector can't fly. Vector can throw itself really far. So much in the same way that like the Hulk from Marvel can't fly, but can jump so far it's as if it's flying. Vector users can fling themselves so far it's as if they're flying. So in CAIN, you work for CAIN, and you are an exorcist. Exorcist. Which I often call just an XO because, I don't know about you, exorcist is really hard for me to say. So I just say XO. I don't know much past gleaning from a few of your shorts videos. I'm fine just vibing. So you play as an exorcist, and you have this thing called grace in your ability. So in CAIN, you work for this organization, CAIN. You are an exorcist or an XO, and all XOs have something called grace. This allows them to manifest psychic powers called blasphemies. That's not how you spell blasphemies. Don't worry about it. With blasphemies, you can do stuff like do temperature control. You can go into your mind palace and literally work in like an extra dimensional space. You can bind a manifested sin under your control and use it as a weapon. You can interface with objects. You can mess with gravity, time, all this crazy stuff. But in order to use a blasphemy, you need to spend something called a psyche burst. A psyche burst, you have 3 of them, sometimes more, but usually you only have 3, which is just, that is your mana. That is your spell slots. That is how many times you can spend a blasphemy. And your blasphemies generally will take a psyche burst. What I was talking about before with cantrip is that my precognition, whenever I said, actually, I already planned for this, and I can do a flashback scene where actually, really secretly, I was here before because I saw a vision of the future and I placed plastic explosives on the ground where the sound was going to be, I have to spend a psyche burst for that. So I go from 3 down to 2. And then I go from 2 down to 1. And then I go from 1 down to 0. And now suddenly I can't do blasphemies unless I gain sin, but that's something else. What cantrip does is I can choose one of my blasphemies, like precognition, and I can use it without spending a psyche burst, which, if you only have 3, is a very good thing to be able to do. However, the downside of cantrip, and why it's a cantrip, is because it can only be at category 0. In CAIN, they rank all exorcists, blasphemies, sins, anything supernatural by category, like a hurricane. You start at category 0, which is about what a mundane person can do. You go up to category 1, which is about what the, like category 1 speed is Usain Bolt. Category 1 strength would be like the strongest man in the world. Category 1 intelligence would be Einstein. Like category 1 is the limits of natural human potential, right? And then it goes all the way up to category 7. You as a player character, this is your level, effectively. You gaining cat every time you go on missions. So after you complete one mission, you go from cat 1 to cat 2. After you go on your second mission, you go from cat 2 to cat 3. But then it is harder to advance in higher cats. So then from cat 3 to cat 4, you need to go on 4 missions. And then from cat 4 to cat 5, I believe it's 8 missions. And by the way, this is total. So after you go on 5 missions as your exorcist, you will be max level because you're not supposed to go above cat 5. By the way, why are the HR violations still there? Because we don't forget. Just because it's a new week, it's a new day, we're not going to forget what happened. We're not going to forget what Invisigal and Blonde Blazer and Robert and even Malevola were all up to. We're not going to just let that go by. Have they been like reprimanded by management yet? I don't think so. We have to keep that there to remind them. Hero can't stay for more than 5 minutes just checking in. Hey, Acanthus, thank you so much. You can possess people, you can possess people. So with cat and category and all of this, that is why the ability to spend abilities without Psychic Burst is so useful. However, I also have the ability. I built my character around injuries. As an exorcist, you are more hardy than an average person. You have 6 stress. Stress is your health. Stress can be anything from physical damage to mental exhaustion to morale, right? When you hit 6 max stress, when you take all of your stress and damage, you gain 1 injury. You get -1 max stress. And then you reset stress. So, if I take 3 damage, I'm at 3 stress. I take another 3 damage, I'm at 0 stress. Now, I take an injury. I now only have 5 maximum stress. And now I'm back at 0 stress. So then if I take another 5 stress, I would take a second injury. I would now be at 4 maximum stress. And then I'm back at 0 stress. And if I take another 4 damage, I'd be at 3 injuries and 3 max stress. But you can only ever have 3 injuries. And if you take any more stress than that, it's just insta-dead. You're gone. So it's a little bit like the structure system from Lancer. Not quite, but it's definitely related. I took abilities that gave me +1 injury. So I have 4 max injuries. I also took an ability that every time I take an injury, I get 1 Psyche Burst. And I also took an ability that if I have at least 2 injuries, all of my mundane weapons and capabilities are considered cat 1/2. So my cat, I'm category 4. That would mean my abilities, my strength, my speed, my weapons all count at cat 2. Which, reminder, the smartest person in the world is cat 1. The fastest person in the world is cat 1. The strongest person in the world is cat 1. So I am suddenly, because I'm injured, I am going far beyond whatever a normal human can do. And also, all sins, all psychic entities, it is hard to fight them. Whenever you roll a pool. Whenever you roll a pool of d6s. On any of them, a 4+ is a success, and generally, at least 1 success is enough to get whatever it is done. I want to open up this door, and I have a 2 in force. I will roll 2d6. If I roll a 1 and a 5, I get 1 success. I open the door. That kind of deal. However, if a roll is hard, it is only on a 6+. Fighting sins is always hard if it is mundane. So the thing about that ability that I picked up that allows me to fight sins without being hard if I have at least 2 injuries, now I can punch a sin in the face on a 4+ instead of a 6+. Which, I will let you know, I rolled. Fighting the Hound, I rolled probably 15 dice. And do you want to know how many times I got a 4+ on like 15 dice? You'd think it would be like 7 or 8 because 50-50. But also that's not how probability works. Like there's going to be gradients all back and forth. No, I rolled a 4+ across like 15 dice on this Hound. I want to say twice. If you really want to min-max, you could take that 1 demon ability that gives you free scrape in exchange for an injury. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, that would have been so smart. I got like two 4+. And it was rough because I was aura farming. I was making plans. The whole thing with this is in fighting. So this was a 1-on-1 game. I do a lot of those. I might actually be one of the most prominent like 1-on-1 TTRPG tubers because I know a lot of people play traditional groups and like Matt Colville kind of pushed the way for West March's style. I think I'm the one that talks the most about like 1-on-1 games. Wait, I thought you could only roll a max of 6 dice in a pool. No, so you can, unless it's so you can only spend 6 dice in a pool unless you're using Divine Agony. I'm talking about across like 5 rounds of combat. Like across like 3 or 4 rounds, I rolled 3 dice here, 2 dice here, 5 dice here, 3 dice here. So I rolled multiple different die pools. And across all of them, I ended up with like 2 successes. Shady Dealer, you get an injury, but also has an ability to spend script for people. Yeah. The funny math rocks do as they will. I had a buddy whose dice will always default to whatever's funniest. That is what you want. You want whatever's funniest. And I'm not going to lie, like, I wasn't salty about it. I was a bit frustrated, obviously, because the Hound, I think, because it's a cat 2, and we had 1 pressure, so I believe it was the talisman, or its health bar, required 11 slashes. And I think I got 3, but then it healed 1 because of Fattening of Rage. So I dealt 2 damage to it across like 4 rounds of combat. I think had I gotten like an actual 50-50, I think it would currently be at like 6 slashes or 7 slashes, right? Which wouldn't have killed it, but it certainly would have been a lot more. You caught a stream, math stuff? Yes. Hey, Avoid. Lots of one-on-one games because you can only ever worry about one person's scheduling. Exactly. And it's so much more convenient. If you want to make your health pool worse, you can also take the tension passive and the loner ability dust to dust to have a 25% chance of taking major stress. So that's the thing, right? I actually going into this character, I was like, okay, I want to play a tracker who uses explosives. And I'm working with Castle Team. Because it's a one-on-one game, I'm working with NPCs that are not exos. I'm working, because I told Cell this in chat. I told them, you're not a boy? Did I call you boy? I thought I just said hi. Oh, I said hi Void. I didn't say boy, I said Void. Anyway, welcome girl. Hiya. Sorry about the confusion. I'm being nice to my admin and only taking 1 of them. So I was like, I want to be a tracker who uses explosives. The explosives is what got me Whisper, because I wanted precog. And then because of Whisper, I took Sorcerer, so I could get Cantrip. I didn't feel like my character fully needed, like, was always a Sorcerer, so I was like, okay, what can I do? What if I take, like, 1 Beast, and then I go from Beast to Sorcerer? And then I was like, is there an intermediate point? Can I grab like a 3rd agenda? And I'm like, nah, I'll just stick with 2. Void! Kratos. Precog with explosives remind me a lot of Garden of Sinners. I'm unfamiliar. Just like, hey Void girl, how you doing? Oh yeah, how did my first time go? How was CAIN to play? So my first game of CAIN, because I've run CAIN before, right, for the same player. In playing, I played a character that was not very social. And we started with an interrogation. So the first thing I did was basically give the reins of the interrogation to one of the castle members, one of the untouchables underneath me, because I was like their CO. So I said, you handle it. And I did some intimidation and some aura farming on this guy that we were intimidating. But ultimately, I didn't push the conversation because that wasn't what my character was for. Then we went into this park, this zoo, where a hound was on the loose. And I, using Shiver, and also just like reasoning, I went into the most populated or the most like densely packed part of the zoo. I said, I feel a shiver for the palace. And immediately I was like right next to the palace because I set myself in a central location and used like a sonar ping of where this might be. So I found the palace very quickly. And then in fighting the hound, it was a whole lot of poor die rolls. I did get to use Nail of Abel, which is fun. Friend played a tall, strong lady with beast spared teeth and bind blasphemy against the main sin of Weeping Mountain. They decided to pick up 3 force midway. Her punches did more than her sin. Also, she was the only one that hurt the sin the entire combat. Oh my gosh. Shiver, the Disco Elysium. It's basically Disco Elysium. It is what it is, Void Girl. Good cop, bad cop? I would say less good cop, bad cop, and more aura cop, competent cop. Like, what I did is that he's like, I'm not gonna tell you anything, you feds. I don't speak to your ilk. And I walked up, and I can't say that he spit at me, but it like just went on the table. I go up to him, I grab the back of his head, I twist it so that he's looking up, and I just take my cigarette and I just rest it, I just hold it above his head so that the ash falls down onto his cheek. And I just say, you might want to get a napkin. He seemed to have made a bit of a mess. And then I like tap out some ash on his cheek and then I pull it back. And then I basically just convinced him very quickly that we're not actually cops. I don't have a badge, but I do have a gun. That's a lie. Cops can't have aura. No, that's the thing. That's why I'm not a cop. I'm not a fed. I have aura. That's what separates me from them. NPC ally negotiating, PC JoJo posing. But okay, no, that's what it was. This entire game was me JoJo I was a JoJo's character and I didn't even realize it. Wait, I was literally just a JoJo's character. I looked weird. I acted funny. I had this BS power that didn't make any sense and that somehow I knew the future. And I used English. Go ahead, Mr. Joestar. It always comes back to JoJo. I was kind of playing Joseph Joestar like, your next line is, wait, Whisper is just Hermit Purple. You're so right. Time to print out my character sheet. I'm building my character for a late game CAIN campaign, which I recently described as aspires to be Makima from Chainsaw Man. You were Joseph. I was Joseph, and I was surrounded by Jotaros. Where they were just all like, the mission. We will take this out. Actually, no, I did have one sweetie. I had one sweetie in the party who was very excited to be there and who nearly died, and who my character is not consoling of. Whisper plus bind stand user. Okay, so people keep telling me to check out Overarms. Who here has played Overarms, the TTRPG? Apparently, this is just JoJo's. This is just, you just get a stand. We love a sweetie who's excited to be there. Yeah, so it was a sweetie who's excited to be there, and my character, Makima, huh? Well, let me tell you about the Harpocrates. Oh, I have wonderful news for you, Army. The shadow is literally just a stand. Huh? It's a literal stand. That it's what is it called? Autonomous? Not autonomous. The ones that can talk to you, because some stands like have their own personality independent of you. You've heard of such things, never played it. Gonna make my next character one of those. Yeah, and a sweetie who's excited to be there. Although, like, the sweetie who's excited to be there, remember how my character is a beast and then became a sorcerer? Something that we figured out during the game, like literally my admin was asking me questions about this as we were playing the game, is like, okay, you have visitation rights. Who are you visiting? And I was just like, well, I think that my character, they used to be beasts. That's because they grew up in a tough environment, and they believed that like might makes right. They are someone who even now thinks if you can't stand up after being knocked down, I'm not going to waste my time picking you up. If you can't take care of yourself, I'm not going to take care of you. And they really don't respect anyone who can't take care of himself. And this originates because they come from like a transitory home, right? They come from these boarding homes where they don't live there for a long time, and there's this revolving door of people where a lot of struggling young kids are not well acclimated, and they had to like grow up fast. They learned to take a punch, and they learned to deal a punch even faster. And so they have this feeling, and they return to that home after they left. And my admin was talking with me, and then we decided that one of the people there, they were like, who missed you when you were gone? Who are you surprised to see when you came back? And it was this kid I like bullied back when I was a kid. And we decided that he's this little kid called Mouse, where I bullied him because he was just like this pathetic little loser and didn't deserve to be helped or protected. But in the time since I got taken by CAIN, he stepped up. He, in seeing me and how I acted, learned it's a tough world that you have to be tough for, but he didn't let that color his like kindness. So Mouse ended up being the exact sort of person you want in that sort of circumstance. Someone who is strong enough to protect you, someone that is kind enough to do so, and someone that is smart enough to keep their head down, right? And so I was super surprised to see this kid who like I completely wrote off. I completely had no respect for, get to the point where he has my respect. And that is what shifted my mentality from being a beast to being a sorcerer, right? Because I was like, this is not the right way. I'm not thinking about this the right way. I can be a good person. I can be someone that people like without losing respect for myself, like Mouse. And so I became a sorcerer. I basically took the rage inside of me and swapped it over to this need to be expressive and fill up my space, right? Oh, Mouse, who did you not expect to miss you when you came back? Exactly. And Mouse like was mourning me. Mouse was really sad because they thought I died because I got grabbed by CAIN. And so it's this like sad little thing where what I did in my character, all of their script, they spent on visitation rights. That was the first thing they did. The first thing they did when they got money was save it up for visitation rights because they wanted to go back. She knows she's not powerful enough to fully do the Makima thing. She does actually fight and refuses to ever take any sin. Yeah. Probably, I would have said hardline. Mouse was Optimus Prime, be strong enough to be kind. Exactly. You have the same drive to express power, but the way you express it changes. Exactly. 100%. So we have this situation where my character began as, well, effectively a bully. Someone who was in a rough life and effectively let life beat them up and thought that they were strong as a result. Learning from someone that that's not what it has to be. However, my character now still holds this, if you can't pick yourself up, I'm not going to waste my time picking you up. Before, they'd put you down permanently. It used to be, if you had like a broken ankle on a hunt with them, they would just put a bullet between your eyes because they don't want you to slow them down. My heart absolutely melted at this during session. Aww. Yeah, so I'm pointing all this out. So my character that I was playing began as a beast who was effectively a bully and who didn't allow anyone to do good things because they were hurt by the world. Because despite that, they still cared for the people at this transitory home that they came from, spent all of their money to get visitation rights, saw this little scrawny kid named Mouse that they wrote off as one of their victims, as one of the bully kids, they wrote off Mouse, this scrawny little kid who could never hold their own and wouldn't survive a week after my character was gone. Mouse stepped up. Mouse did exactly what Teddy, my character, was doing, and did it better. So that changed my character from a beast to a sorcerer. And now, my character is aura farming. Now, my character is using loan words without knowing what they mean. And I demonstrate all this. I'm harping on this, partially just because I like yapping about my own character, but also, I made a joke character. I made a character whose entire premise was I want someone who wears an eye patch and a set of sunglasses and a set of sunglasses on top of the sunglasses on top of the eye patch, who always smokes a cigarette and who speaks in funny loan words without knowing what they mean. And then I gave them this like backstory where you can play a joke character where they still have depth. You can play a character who's primarily oriented around comedy while still having them have emotional beats outside of comedy. You can have a character who, I went for the beast mechanically. I went for the beast and the injuries because I thought that'd be an interesting mechanical thing. I took visitation rights for a mechanical thing that fed into the narrative of I come from the struggling circumstance that I want to go back to, that I want to help them out, that I learned from, and that changed who I am and how I adapt to problems. So just keep in mind, you don't have to go in with a set idea and have everything line up with that. A lot of the times it's more fun and a lot more interesting if you allow different aspects of your character to influence each other. Tell them about the Whisper Shadow and excellent development. Okay, so when we're in the fight, Cell, my admin, asks me, what does your shadow look like? Because the shadow is your shadow, literally. It's a psychic manifestation of your shadow. Just wait for Mouse to start aura farming. Listen, if Mouse starts aura farming, Cell, what if Mouse joins CAIN and like is a little aura farm? Cell, what if you get a new Valentine? A cat, one mouse. Because the game that Cell is running for me, because they're my player, is set in the same universe at a different site. Mouse would be a torch, not gonna lie. Maybe. It would be very funny if this was a tertiary connection that you had. But anyway, so my shadow. My admin asked me, like, what does your shadow look like? Because it's a manifestation of my shadow. I think for a moment and I say, I think my shadow is never the person it was last time. It always rotates, but sometimes it repeats. It's people I've written off. My shadow is all the folks who I assume are not strong enough to be worth my time, and the people who I would not help because they're weak. Remember the beast and this whole mentality that Teddy has. So Cell, my admin, describes how it looks like, remember that happy corporal, that happy captain that I was describing earlier? One of the NPCs who was like really happy to be there and like really excited in the background during the interrogation. Like, my shadow looks like him. And the admin looks at me and is just like, has it ever described someone in the same room as you? And I'm like, absolutely it has, if I've written them off. And then my admin's just like, because yeah, absolutely. The captain that I'm working with is someone who I don't think that my character cares about. I don't think that my character sees value, and I don't think that my character sees as someone that will affect change on the world and be able to roll the punches. And therefore, in this circumstance, is someone who is not worth their time. And literally, at one point, they rolled a 1 on the risk die. And I thought they were about to be apoplexied. I thought they were about to be severe attack. However, in response to that, I asked my admin, I'm like, okay, do the thing first, but I'm letting you know I'm prepared to spend a precog to say that wherever this character is being launched into by the Hound, there's conveniently a thing of C4 there. I was willing to, if the Hound pounced on my captain, who is a part of my crew and is helping me out and who I've had good rapport with, I was totally willing to just explode him in order to hit the sin. But also, you used to see Mouse, but since you've seen them after being abducted by CAIN, you haven't seen Mouse as your shadow since. Exactly. Yeah, so with Mouse, I haven't seen Mouse as my shadow anymore, because Mouse is no longer someone I've written off. Mouse is now someone who I see as someone that can take care of himself and therefore is worthy of my time and my respect. Comedy doesn't always have to be a masking behavior. I mean, it could be, but I personally am not a fan of, like, Blip Blorp the Blorbo, who their entire character trait is that they make really funny jokes and zingers and japes. And and all they do from like snout to tail is make comedic moments, because that's not a character, that's just an avenue of comedy. That is a mouthpiece for humor, which that can work. I personally am not a fan. Yes, everyone I abandoned. Yeah. The shadow is everyone that I've abandoned, everyone that I've left behind, everyone that I've written off. And Teddy is not introspective enough to care. My character is not self-reflective enough to pick up on that, and that the fact that it is haunting him. He is just like, it's whatever. Be back soon. Enjoy. Your character, Lorelei Graves, fully buys into the wipe away the stain because she's seen what happens when you let the stain fester. Yeah. You got to get it real quick. You got to scrub that carpet real quick. So Marvel humor, so not quite. Marvel humor, I just think, is overdone. I think Marvel characters are not like Blip Blop the Borblo, who only exist to make jokes. Even like a Tony Stark, right? Who is one of the biggest offenders in the MCU, and even just in most Marvel properties, of never taking anything seriously, constantly making jokes. He still has like emotional depth to him. He still has relationships. He still has fears, anxieties, goals separate from comedy, and he uses comedy as a masking tool. Now, how funny that is, how effective it is, how tiring it gets after 7 movies of the exact same style of humor in only ever increasing intensity, that's separate. But I'm talking characters who they have no personality outside of, I'm here to make jokes. They have no depth or drive or goal other than, I'm here to do whatever is funniest in the moment. Don't play Rosencrantz Guildenstern. You don't have to play Hamlet, but don't play Rosencrantz Guildenstern, right? That's a character type I've had a problem reminding myself not to write. I mean, that's the thing. You can write them. You can involve them in a story. And a lot of the times, as a tertiary character, they're quite funny. Think Avatar The Last Airbender, the Cabbage Merchant. The Cabbage Merchant does not exist outside of humor. The Cabbage Merchant exists to have his cabbage cart destroyed. And he goes, my cabbages! And that's all he does. And he's a beloved NPC. He's a beloved side character purely by factor of he's funny. Now, if you had a dedicated Cabbage Merchant episode, I think people would probably get really annoyed at him. Because if the entire episode is him going, my cabbages, for like 20 minutes, that gets really boring really quickly. But when you only ever have like 30 seconds of my cabbages at a time, twice a season, it stays funny. My characters tend to slide into sometimes sadly, like my Eberron character, who's a mobster assassin. The Sharn Syndicate ended up as the guy who punches people in the cock. I mean, that's the thing. And what I'm getting at is, I'm not saying don't play joke characters. I'm just saying my personal preference is I want there to be something underneath the humor. Because I am someone who... I'm not incapable of taking things seriously. However, I am someone that in every aspect of my life, I will make jokes. I have made jokes when I'm having a panic attack. I have made jokes when I have been severely depressed. I have made jokes when I'm having a great time. I've made jokes when I'm nervous. I make jokes as not just a coping mechanism, but also just because that is part of my vocabulary. I am someone who cannot shut up, right? And you know this. You've been watching me not shut up for an hour. But I am more than just humor. And the thing that I see a lot of is people want a character who is more going on under the hood. But what they do is they do one of two things. When you have someone that wants a comedic joke character, they will often do one of two things. They will either say, this is 100% who they are. Literally all I thought of is, how can I make the name Blipblorp make sense in lore? And that is why I want to play this character. I want it to be funny, haha. Versus, I'm a character who I use humor to mask my pain. There's a clear divide between what I show to the world, what's actually going on underneath the surface. What? No, I'm not going to show you what's going on underneath the surface. All you get is my funny haha jokes. I want to play Tony Stark. All I'm going to do is make insults at you that I say and then I laugh afterwards to make you think that I'm joking. That's also not great. So the closest to a joke character was an edgy rogue who was revealed to be faking it because that's what all the stories say. He was a country bumpkin. And what I'm getting at is I feel like the two types of quote unquote joke characters that I see is someone that has no substance and someone who refuses to allow you to engage in the substance. So you hit a situation where they're either completely Blip the Glorbo or they are Tony Stark, but literally only the surface level insulting sarcasm. And neither of those are particularly interesting characters to me, personally. But you can do that if you want. I just think that it's a thing to be aware of. He wasn't a joke character really, but I'm just not great at playing a guy in a fantasy setting, so I often just joke in character because that's really easy. Arrow sighs, arrow moans, arrow stremshes, arrow yawns, and arrow ara-aras. Okay. I have ara-ara'd before. I've ara-ara'd before. When was the last time I ara-ara'd? Because I don't think it's been anytime recently. Being humorous and making jokes is not making a joke character, as Arrow is communicating. Exactly. Like, making jokes is not a joke character. A character who is only jokes, or who only allows you to see their jokes, is a joke character. You want to watch the streams in a bit due to uni? No worries. Okay. Do I make a poll or do I just I'm just gonna raw dog it? Do we want to work on shadows as a community, or do we want to do the dossier? We're gonna do both. Which are we doing? Are we doing homebrew that we are making together as a community, or are we doing the dossier that I'm gonna be doing like a fresh reaction to? Enough ara-aras, time for some oya-oyas. I don't know what that means. Like 5 seconds. No, so when I say it in a sentence, that's not what it is. If I say in a sentence, like, dang, crazy, I don't know. If I say like, it's crazy how people are ooh-wooing all the time, it doesn't mean that I just ooh-wooed. That just means that I'm talking about ooh-wooing. Hey, Tiamat. Go for shadows first. Dossier, the true self. Dossier. Okay, it seems pretty overwhelmingly dossier first. Which is good, because this is what I have open right now. Okay. Harpocrates dossier. I'm going to... real quick. Harpocrates dossier. We're looking into CAIN homebrew support devs here. And I can... So this is a homebrew expansion for CAIN. The only reason that I'm actually doing this like on stream right now is because it is name your own price. So if you want to support the devs, you can. If you want it for free, you can get it for free legally. They're allowing you to do that. I have a policy where I don't review paid material like just fully online because I feel as though outside of like just breaching a paywall, I want to support the devs. So this is something where if you want to check this out, it's free online. I posted the itch link. That was a cute sound. What was a cute sound? The whiteboard reminds me a lot of Pirate Software. So I mean, I got it from Pirate Software. That's probably why you think of it. Because like I used to watch Pirate Software up until, you know, like we're not going to get into it here because we don't really talk about drama here. But it is something where it's just like, yeah, I was one of those people who, when I saw his shorts popping up, I was like, hey, this is pretty cool. And then I proceeded to not keep up with him. Does this one have sins? It does. So the Harpocrates, It has blasphemies. Wow, it has like 10 blasphemies. Level 4 clearance file. Don't know what that is. Agendas. I knew about the agendas. It has 2 sins. It has items, 2 virtues, and I assume lore? Or is this the dating sim? Okay. Oh my gosh. This is rough. The nepotism of 87. Oh yeah, did you see the new VTuber Kairu Crocodile? Yeah, so I saw her existing and I got like pushed her recommended like debut video or her like teaser or whatever, and I didn't care. And then I heard a buzz around it, and then I was like, oh, I understand why people are talking about this now. To put it very simply, for those of you who are like new to the VTuber community, past lives is something that's very common in the VTubing space, where I might stop being Arrow Rights one day and start a new channel somewhere else, whether with an agency or otherwise, that is a new character with a new IP, a new brand, a new channel. And it is expected that even if you are an Arrow Rights viewer, even if you're an Arrow Kisser, and you watch me under this new identity, you will not call me Arrow, you will not talk about me being Arrow, and you will not go around revealing that information for the simple fact that it's not polite, right? A lot of people kind of struggle with the idea of, but if I'm watching Arrow and then I want to watch, if I watch Arrow Rights and then now I want to watch this new VTuber Arrow Lefts, who is totally a different person, wink, wink, like, it's just, the simple answer is just like, it's preference. Some people are chiller about it than others. There is a very popular VTuber who was the subject of a massive controversy at the top of 2024. And she came back triumphant. Doki Bird. She has had a couple things going around her. She had this massive controversy surrounding her right around her debut. And basically everyone knows who she was before. Everyone knows her PL. It is still considered impolite to talk about that. Even though everyone knows, even though it's an open secret, that just means you don't need to talk about it. Same thing with like Kairu is, it's not a matter of, oh, I know. Oh, I'm in the know. Like everyone knows. Her voice is very recognizable. So just keep that in mind. Just make sure to respect that. Yeah, it's like a wrestler changing personas. Similarly, it's like an actor playing a different role. Like if you see Leonardo DiCaprio in 2 different movies, you might recognize him as like, oh, that's Leonardo DiCaprio. But you're not going to go around talking about like, why was Jack from Titanic in The Great Gatsby? That doesn't make any sense. Like what? It's just different sections. Enough about Arrow Rights. Let's talk about Arrow Lefts. I really like this Arrow Lifts person. Gee, I wonder who they really are. Yeah, currently people are treating Croc's idea as a joke, which Croc is someone who was involved in like the whole V Shoujo thing. I made a video talking about this very briefly because I don't really talk drama too much. Basically, V Shoujo, as a VTubing talent agency, was a company that would take you as an established brand, as an established channel, add you under their umbrella, and effectively just assist you with like sponsors and networking. But fundamentally, they were closer to like a talent agency than a talent firm more than a management agency. And then they exploded because they were like stealing charity money. Oh my gosh, my model was freaking out. Oh my gosh, what is going on here? So I got possessed for a second. Don't worry about it. Please hold. The spirit of Gunrun wants revenge on me for spreading information. Yeah, my model is freaking out. I don't know what this is. Allegedly? Oh no, at this point it's not allegedly. At this point, like, the company doesn't exist. As far as I'm aware, you do not need to, like, say hypothetically, allegedly, or anything. Like, the company has dissolved. They cannot sue you. Gunrun has no money. So before, I was very particular about, like, oh, it's all alleged, like, we're not sure really what happened. No, at this point it's like they have no money and VShojo has dissolved. I'm new to VTubers, so I got the impression there was some sort of discretion going on, but wasn't sure of the nature. Thanks for explaining the kayfabe. Yeah, and it's something where I think a lot of VTubing fans assume malice, when in reality it's just not being familiar with the culture, right? I'm someone who I'm not super into wrestling. I never really was, but I know a little bit about it. And I would look at someone who has a persona change, and I'm just like, that's weird. Why is this person doing this other thing? And I'd probably need to explain to me why they swapped. Okay, my model is just fully busted. I don't know what the frick is going on. Heck. Darn. Drat. I like to look at past lives myself. I just took 1d3 send. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. As far as I'm concerned, and this is entirely for me, right? I feel like there's not much harm in knowing. For instance, like, there are a lot of very famous VTubers out there who you can very easily find who their other channels are, what their past lives are. Why is this not working? My model is just fully broken. What? Like, for instance, most of the HoloLive or Nijisanji or main corporate VTubers, you can very easily find where their other channels are. But that's not something that is relevant to what they're doing now. So it doesn't matter. It's something where, why would you care about that unless you want to just kind of flout the fact that you're on the in, right? Are we back? I think we might be back. I think we're so back. Okay. So yeah, it's something where I think a lot of VTuber fans assume malice, when in reality, it's just ignorance. And I think that with someone like Croc, who had in her past life a huge audience of non-VTubing fans, because as far as I'm aware, she was a VTuber beforehand, but that was not what she got popular for. It's gonna have a bunch of weirdos. Gotta go for now. Keep the streamer distracted. No worries. Arrow's jaunt confirmed. Listen, I lose myself sometimes. Usually programs a hard reset. I mean, yeah, I reset my app. I both the apps I'm using right now. The soda can is the VTuber. Okay, but I could totally make the soda can my Fugi, and that would be super cute. But yeah, so like kayfabe is a big thing in VTubing, where I have talked about this before. No. So it should be fine now. I did it before. I just reset my apps and it was freaking me out momentarily. I lose myself in the moment, exactly. But kayfabe is one of those things where I treat kayfabe differently than I think a lot of VTubers do. Kayfabe is, to me, something that involves a separation of the self from how you present. Whereas I think a lot of VTubers see kayfabe as a role that you play as if you're an actor. For instance, I am a pink-haired anime girl. I am a mafia boss. I am an alien from another world. I am a black witch that knows destruction magic. Like, they see the lore and assume that playing into that is kayfabe. Whereas for me, my relationship with kayfabe is the separation of myself from the brand. I have things that I believe that I will not say on this channel because I recognize that it's not my place to talk about that. Even though I might believe it, even though I think I'm right, even though it's whatever, there's stuff that I personally support or am against or feel or believe that is not really the place for my channel. And I would say that's kayfabe. Similarly, if I am, I don't know, if I stop arrow rights and I go make arrow lefts, in Arrow Left's part of kayfabe, independent of like the lore or the role or whatever, I would not be Arrow Rights at that point. I am not Arrow Rights. I would not have a catalog of TTRPG content to draw back on. I might reference that in the past I have made TTRPG content, but part of the kayfabe is, no, I'm a new channel. No, I don't have an existing body of work. That is a separate part of the self that is not part of this channel. What's a fugi? A fugi is the little things that you see sometimes at the bottom of clips, where if I'm on stream with someone and they join a Discord call, they'll have a little icon that will show up and will just like flash up whenever they're speaking to indicate who's talking. Fugis are actually super pog, I will say. Someone's a Black Witch. Love that Lancer frame. Did it mute for anyone else? I hope not. You have no idea what kayfabe means? Yeah, so the VTuber specific kayfabe view is heavily influenced by idol culture, and that's the thing, right? There's in VTubing, it began as idol culture. It began as J idol culture because it was a Japanese medium and it was a Japanese genre, and everyone was inspired by Japanese VTubers who were idols. So then HoloLive EN comes up. You suddenly have this huge push for everyone to follow idol culture. And then as indies grew, and then as like phase grew, and then like a bunch of V-shoujo grew, the idol culture slowly but certainly got dismantled, even though it's still fairly prominent in like Holo EN sphere. And even then, Holo EN has been much less idol. Yes, they still have like music that they do. Yes, they still have brand deals that they do. Yes, they have a reputation that they want to uphold, but they're much less idol, from what I'm aware, than they were previously. And then you had kind of the Niji Sanji situation, end of 2023, top of 2024. You had V-shoujo collapsing. There's been this distrust in agencies. There's been dozens of agencies which rose and fell, and a lot of them had predatory practices, which means that idols, which are based off of this perfect view of the talent, which needs to be cultivated by an agency, has been damaged even further. But at the same time, because of Holo EN's success, I feel like there's this weird, like, double think going on, where everyone is simultaneously saying VTubing is not idol culture anymore, and also we need to return back to the roots of VTubing as idol culture. Because now that VTubing has gotten more mainstream, there's a lot of people who have never watched an idol show. I have never watched idols, whether like K-pop, J-pop, anything. There are a lot of people who don't even watch anime that much, which, to be fair, I don't really watch anime that much. Like, I, for instance, don't really know where I stand in the VTubing community, because I am larger than most VTubers. Like, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say I am in the top 5% of all VTubers, or at least in EN sphere. That being said, I'm not really like a VTuber. I'm a TTRPG tuber who is a VTuber. And it's a little bit of intersectionality. But in the community, I feel, I'm not going to lie, I feel kind of ostracized from both. I haven't really connected with anyone in either community outside of a couple indies who, like me, happen to be VTubers. Like Rory is someone who is an archaeologist, history gamer, 4X gamer, who happens to be a VTuber. Neko is super into like indie games, not retro, but like sci-fi, and he happens to be a VTuber. Neither of them really lean into VTubing stuff. Kayfabe is like dedicating to the role beyond the media displayed. Arrow will act as Arrow on camera, but also if they meet a fan in public, they act as Arrow. Basically. And with VTubing, it is different, at least for me, because Arrow is me. I am Arrow. I am thou, thou art I. Arrow is my persona, right? Like, I'm a persona user. But at the same time, like, I'm not Arrow. I am Arrow. But I am certainly more talkative on stream. I am more focused and curated towards inspiration and creativity. I am less critical of people, mostly. And I tend to be, I like to think, kinder. Because my goal is that I want to be a positive change on the world, which means that as flawed and messy and awful as everyone is off stream, as terrible of a person as I am, probably, I try my best to curate that, to be as authentic as possible while still being a good entertainer. With wrestling, and this is fallen in like the past 15 years, I want to say, maybe 20. With wrestling, it used to straight up be like you'd get fired if you broke character in public. You were expected, if you were a heel, to act like a villain, even in public. If you were a face, you were expected to act like a hero in public. It doesn't matter if you're friends with a guy. If you're a heel and he's a villain, you guys gotta like get into a fight in the middle of the street if fans see you. It doesn't matter if you're just a really nice guy. If you're a heel, you have to ignore people that come up and ask you for autographs because you have to sell the fact that, yeah, you're too good for them. Everyone hates you. Like, because you're a villain kind of deal. With VTubing, it's not that severe. It's not that severe. I didn't eat your puppies. So you're like I'm like Chopper from One Piece. I unfortunately don't know One Piece. Persona. Burn my dread. I was listening to that earlier today. Fun fact, nobody knows who came up with the term kayfabe or its etymology. There's a theory that it means something like keep it fake. Actually, I have heard kayfabe was related to like one of the WWE producers' names. I think it was like, there was literally a guy named Kayfabe, I believe. And he was like a producer at WWE, and it was effectively a code word that they would use to each other, where it would be like, kayfabe, because they would see a fan that was approaching them, and it's like, I'm John Cena and I'm talking to The Undertaker, for instance, for whatever reason. And then we have to act like we're about to get into a fight because kayfabe. So Fugi is a PNG tuber for other channels. Basically, a Fugi is just a little image that they choose. It's so nice. I have a Fugi that I set up for me. Any Discord channel I join, if they have on their stream a Fugi setup, my Fugi will show up. And it's just a little chibi image of me. I can actually open it up right now. It's a little chibi image of me. Where did I put it? What the hecky heck? Please hold. So this is what my Fugi looks like when I am not speaking. I mean, I could have just added a Fugi to myself. That probably would have been faster. And then this is what my Fugi looks like when I am speaking. So it's just when I'm speaking, you'll see a little heart pop up. And then when I stop speaking, the heart will go away. And it's just a very easy way of, if I'm in a collab with someone, you can see who is speaking. There's also a pouty arrow Fugi with extra thick thighs. Oh my gosh. I remember there was an actor that was an ex-convict and he played villain characters and he forces one thing in his contract. And yes, it was... I know exactly who you mean. It's the guy who played like Machete Kills. He's like a ex-convict who had this like late in life conversion to Christianity, and so in an effort to atone, he wanted to teach kids that crime doesn't pay. So if he ever plays a villain, he has to die. Danny Trejo, yes. Currently trying to do Delicate Flower mission on Hollow Knight while listening to Live. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna play more Hollow Knight on Saturday, and I'm so worried. Yes, Arrow the Fugi Gremlin. Yes, I have one where I have another one. I have one where this is my normal, right? So this is just what it looks like whenever I'm not talking. However, once I start talking, guns are out. This is my other Fugi that I use. I just like the idea that I have a little arrow kisser on my head, and then we just whip out the guns. Adorable, I want to pinch the cheeks. Oh. Kayfabe, nobody can prove a single certain origin for the word, but likely started... Yeah, so DP brings up a good point, where Carney language was very present. It was very, very... Because wrestling started as a carny thing in carnivals. So carnivals would have wrestling contests between people. Then that evolved into the local scene. And then with the television, I think in the 70s, I want to say, maybe it was 50s. Was it 50s? I have it in my head that the timeline was like the 70s. Basically, back in the day, in the US at least, it started with carnivals where they were legitimate contests of like just strength between really strong dudes who were like sumo wrestlers. Basically, it was or actual wrestling. The goal was to show off two really strong dudes grappling each other, potentially like sweaty and mixed with oil, and a lot of guys certainly discovered something about themselves watching that, I'm sure. However, then it shifted into local circuits, and this is where you started getting stories. This is where you started getting roles. This is where you started getting kayfabe. That's so gay, yeah. Sweaty and oily, Carny language, IRL thieves camp. I would say IRL thieves camp would be probably closer to like alley slang. All right? Because obviously different regions have different local slang, but there are multiple cants which are specifically designed for lower class individuals to communicate with each other, usually about the government and or authority and or enforcement officers, without them picking up on it. So there was one where it's such a shame where Kilia Kuriyami, I think Kuriyami from AN, who unfortunately graduated like a year ago. It was really sad. She made a stream one time that I remember seeing clips of where she talks about, I think it was like British backtalk. I don't remember what the name was. And the idea is you take, it was like Pig Latin. Pig Latin's another good example. I think the idea, gosh, I can't remember. If Carney rules is not thieves' cant, then it is druidic. I could accept that Carney language is druidic. Wrestling is just a soap operas for super macho obsessed men. I can't remember the name of this, so I'm not going to talk about it. But basically, it was you would break up the syllables of a word into like, if you have like, I don't know, parliament. You might have it be like barley ment. So like parley augmenta, which is like kind of recognizable, but if you don't know what someone is saying and they say it quickly, you wouldn't be able to pick up on it. That's the sort of thing that they would do. There's actually like a full-on cant system device that I can't remember the name of. Wrestling is a romance novel for men obsessed with muscular, sweaty men putting their hands on each other. I started watching a channel. Frick, what is the name? Let me just look them up. Retired wrestler. What's his name? Maven Huffman. This is a guy who he is a former wrestler who retired, and he basically just makes a video he makes videos talking about like his time wrestling and like what stuff was like behind the scenes and what different things are, and he'll talk about different like codes, signals, and one of them, I think it was the Izzy or the Iggy. I think it was the Iggy. And the Iggy was just you'll know it when you see it. And so there was many different times where he talks about, like, he shows clips of like a match he was in, and he's just like, and do you see that right there? And it'll be this guy is like that, and then this guy is like, don't ask me what's happening here. I don't know how to draw it, but like they'll be wrestling, and then one guy will have the other one in like a leg lock around his neck, and then the guy on the ground will, like, for whatever reason, like poke him twice in the thigh, And then suddenly it does a full like 360 reversal where the guy on the ground is now pinning the guy who was holding him. And that's because wrestling is physical acting. Wrestling is basically a performance art where anytime someone does a move, both people go into it. Not just in terms of like, I throw a punch and you wince because you have to make it look like I punched you. If I pick you up and I suplex you, you have to jump off the ground to make it not only like work faster and easier, but also to make it look cooler. Because if I am standing here and we're kissing, and then I grab you and I suplex you, that will look like I just fell over. And yeah, you'll take some damage because that's what a suplex does. The idea is that I just fall on my back effectively and throw you first, and I cushion myself with you. But if we want it to look impressive, you want to jump, so you go flying as I fall backwards, right? Because then suddenly you get airtime, you flail in midair, and then you catch yourself barely on the ground, and then you roll around and you snarl at me, and then suddenly it's more exciting for an audience. Whereas if I was literally just trying to suplex you, you would want to stay on the ground as much as possible. There's a quote from a wrestling podcast: wrestling is so gay that being gay in wrestling is more gay than not being gay. Listen, straight men are some of the gayest men you will ever meet. And I say this with love. Like, consistently, it is the straightest men in my life who have been the most gay. And if you're confident in who you are and what you're interested in, you will do wild stuff. We're kissing and then I suplex you. I mean, how many of you would want that? Just be honest. Are we caning? We were caning. Now we're talking wrestling. But Arrow, I need to know. What does that even mean? So what does that even mean is it's the example of if you are a straight guy, for instance, in the locker room, you probably don't have any issue seeing other guys naked. I'll say stripped. If you are a gay man in the locker room, you might get embarrassed. The idea being is that if you are exposed to something that you are not attracted to, you're probably not going to have a very strong reaction to it. Therefore, you can do stuff like have a actual literal like measuring contest in the locker room. Whereas if you are attracted to men, you might feel embarrassed by that. You might feel uncomfortable with that. You might feel attracted to that, or maybe you feel like this is not something that interests you in this context. Like you don't want that to be what you do in the locker room. You want to just get in, get out, and then have your attraction elsewhere. And that's the kind of mentality is that a lot of people have, which is the idea that straight men are so willing to do stuff that if they were gay, they probably wouldn't be willing to do because there would be that like mental block. In the same way that I think a lot of people have this view, and I think it's a bit hyperbolic, but this view of women who, if you have a straight woman, she'll feel totally comfortable like changing in front of her female friends or like kissing a friend at a party or whatever. Whereas if you're a lesbian or you're just attracted to women at all, like you're sapphic, you might get embarrassed at someone who you potentially are attracted to seeing you naked. But if you have no attraction there, there's no embarrassment. And that's the crux of it, right? It is the idea of you can be so straight, you just don't even consider that it would be embarrassing for someone because you're not attracted to them. They're not attracted to you. You're just naked. But if there is attraction there, then suddenly it's awkward. Me minus the kissing part. I'm just curious what getting suplex. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Maddie. I am the sort of person who I'm like, yeah, I want someone to suplex me. I just want to know what it's like. My buddy who has like experience as a boxer, I want him to liver shot me because I've never been liver shot before. And if you don't know, in fighting, if someone punches you in your liver or in your kidney, you are going to hit the floor because it is like nothing you have ever felt before if you have never had it before. I don't. No, I know I don't. However, it's something where, like, it would be so funny. It would be really funny. If you've never been kissed, so you like that first part? Okay. Listen, I've talked about this before. I'm going to clown on you, Alza. I want my community to not be the most pathetic community out of those of content creators I associate with. And comments like that really lower the bar. I'm sorry. No, I'm joking. Just for the novelty value? Yeah. Let's not get it twisted. I understand that getting liver shot is going to suck. I understand it will not be pleasant. However, the goal is not to have it be pleasant. The goal is to be able to say that I did it because it's funny. Kidney punch were unpleasant enough before they actually even got hit. It's that same part of the brain that wants you to jump out of a moving car. No. Jumping out of a moving car is like, I want to do that because it would be cool, right? That's a different but related part of the brain. I want to jump out of a moving vehicle because it would be cool, not because it'd be funny. I want to get liver shot because it would be funny, right? Get hit in the temple is also really bad. Don't seek that out. Okay, being hit in the temple can like actually unironically end your life. Like, head injuries are very dangerous. That's not something that I'm going to mess with. Dang, yeah, if you don't want pathetic viewers, I'm actively harmful. No, it's okay. Listen, for all I know, there can be like 2 years from now, there's gonna be like AeroCon. And then you're gonna find love and you're gonna meet up with another arrow kisser. And then they're gonna like riz you up and like cabedon you. And then they're gonna kiss you. And then you're gonna be like, Kya! And then boom. You know, if someone marries another arrow kisser, do you think I'd be invited to the wedding? Like, how integral to a relationship does a content creator need to be for them to be invited to the wedding? Suplexes are fun though, both to do and get done to you. Pathetic viewer solidarity. A line to kidney punch arrow to arrow. No! If anything, a line for arrow to suplex you. Okay, that's actually like, I don't think I could. I'm not gonna lie. I work out regularly. I do my weights every day. I don't think I could suplex someone, at least not without significant training. Starts writing Arrow fanfiction. Arrow, you'd be asked to officiate if somehow against all odds 2 arrow kissers wed. Arrow kisser plus arrow kisser arrow rainer? I don't get that one. Also, kissing is a very textural experience and you gotta be on the same wavelength. I mean, yeah, but that's also like just a compatibility thing. Arrow could suplex a 4'11" wife. Well, so my understanding, suplexing is easier when the other person is taller than you. But if they're taller, they're probably going to be heavier. So in order to suplex effectively, ideally, you want someone that's a couple inches taller than you, but weighs less than you, because then you can lift them up effectively, suplex them, their head hits the ground before you do. If my wedding isn't officiated by Arrow, what's the point? Okay, to be fair, like I've been to like, I was like at a drag show one time in uni. And one of the things at the drag show was that multiple couples were getting married. Because one of the like producers of the show was like, yeah, I just got my like online certificate for marriage. So if you want to get married, we have a thing available. So then they like had 2 couples that were getting married at this drag show. And they're like, does anyone else want to get married? And so like 2 people looked at each other like, us. So then we had a 3rd marriage come up and they had to on the spot tell like the certifier, just like, hey, here's what our names are. Like here's what we want to get married. No, so they were like, this was a drag show, and separate from the drag, there was people who were just like getting married. Now I'm thinking of that one time RT Game was playing Pokemon and one of his viewers gave bits to propose to his girlfriend, which is like, it's so cute. It's also kind of cringe, but also in a fun way. You had to refresh because you realized you were very far behind. Oh no. Finishing the Arrow fanfic. You're 280. You're a bit heavier. 2.8 meters. 2.8 meters. What? What's the non-binary version of the best man / woman? Best bud. Hey, I like best buddy. I like best buddy. Arrow suplex dash will be at DashCon. Is DashCon the Tumblr one with the ball pit? Is that what that is? I don't remember these things. Most cringe is fun cringe. Just be yourself. Exactly. We were talking CAIN, weren't we? Best human. So in the same way of like, oh, who's a good boy? Who's a good girl? Who's a good person? Do we have like best man, best woman, best human? DashCon was the Tumblr one. Got it. Vegas wedding at the uni drag show. CAIN was the plan. Didn't the con get an ironic sequel? I would not be surprised by that. We're so back. Exactly. Okay. Best puppy? No. I'm sorry. You have to pay me if you want me to say that. Oh, right. CAIN. Exactly. We got so distracted. As within, so without. That's cute. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of cute. CAIN is an organization built on secrets. Like any bureaucracy, each branch conducts their duties in two ways. The ones that are sanctioned by authority, and ones that get the job done. Every division has its best chum. I like best chum. Every division has its own shadow missions kept quietly from their sister branches through the live transparency. This is not corruption, it is innovation, containment, and survival. But now, things are changing. The Harpocrates dossier is one of the many secrets temerity has buried, and now, for the first time, it is being unearthed. Since 1827, this division has run an unsanctioned internal... I'm only reading this, I might as well zoom over. Has an unsanctioned internal program designed to catalog, test, and occasionally weaponize unstable innovations across the psychic research field. These subjects include unorthodox agendas, hidden virtue assets. Oh, they're hidden virtue assets. Unprecedented sin manifestations, and forbidden blasphemies deemed too dangerous for general training and usage. Research in and of itself is not the reason why temerity kept the project secret, rather the collecting of assets and subjects that made the Harpocrates program so taboo. Test subjects would consist of captured operatives who had been disappeared from in the field. Salvaged from the minds of execution targets declared dead but quietly relocated. Extracted from adolescence before transfer, marked when they bloomed into something unnatural and not yet recorded. In every case, deaths were faked, paperwork was forged, and oversights were rerouted. The release of the dossier was not authorized by any central authority, and not even temerity administration is able to trace back to the source of the leak. But in hindsight, its reveal was a simple truth of necessity. The rate of sin manifestations across the world has increased exponentially, overwhelming even the most seasoned exorcist squads. Traditional doctrines, rigid and slow to adapt, have proven insufficient against phenomena evolving faster than we can categorize them. No formal inquiry has been made into the implications of the contents, and no other branch or division has offered to open their own black book in response. By disclosing what was once hidden, the Harpocrates dossier intends not only to equip frontline agents with every tool and weapon available, but to acknowledge a truth no longer deniable. When one secret falls, the rest come tumbling after. When the whole world falls silent, who will usher in a new era? I like it. I like the idea that CAIN is actively like going against itself, and the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, but at the same time, it's not out of malice. It's out of like efficiency. Tom bloomed. Oh my gosh. I love the idea that all homebrew is just temerity studied like 50 years ago that was redacted. Listen, let me fill out a FOIA request. I'm sure that will work in this government black site. It reminds me of a bit of Manhattan Project mixed with the old Soviet super soldier program where they're trying to make superhuman apes. Oh my gosh. Yes. It's not out of malice, but out of cold need. I mean, that's the thing, right? It was out of malice. Not because they were doing it to be evil, but because they were doing it because authority said don't do it. This is a situation where I'm not going to pretend like temerity had some great idea that they were being held back from kind of deal. I feel as though temerity was going against CAIN by doing this unsanctioned, and it's definitely an ends justify the means situation. I don't think that means that it's not with malice. I don't think that you can just say, oh yeah, well, it worked out in the end, so it's fine. I feel like they were actively disappearing people, categorizing sins, like holding back virtue assets without sharing it with the rest of CAIN. And it's the sort of deal where, truthfully, that is like bad stuff. And I understand authority was getting in the way, but it's something where they didn't need to hide all of that. They could have just done it. CAIN is already a Black Ops. You're gonna go enjoy joy. Enter password. Do we have a password? No. Okay, attack reveals intent, defense reveals priority. That's actually a pretty good quote. The untempered blasphemies. The following document is classified adjunct to Castle's primary doctrine on sanctioned blasphemies and agendas. Unlike the 12 tempered blasphemies codified within Castle's operational framework, blasphemies cataloged here forth remain untempered. Their properties and long-term effects are not fully understood, and their utility considered highly experimental. You've been granted access because Castle has deemed your admin profile relevant to the continued study, or if necessary, the redaction of these blasphemies. You are advised to proceed with extreme caution. Every attempt at classification here is provisional. Our information on the following blasphemies within the dossier are incomplete by nature. You will help complete it. Ensure that your exorcists do what their kind does best. Wipe the stain. Fact: 76% of exorcists with an untempered blasphemy fail out of Castle training and are sent back to Temerity for reconditioning. Huh. Okay. So my question with this is, I feel as though Flux would be considered an untempered blasphemy, because Flux is literally called out as being a recent one, which I suppose it could be that there were 11 and Flux used to be untempered and that is now considered tempered. But it is something that I find interesting where it's effectively the same principle. I imagine all the branches of CAIN have their own secret nonsense, like Authority probably has red right hand of virtue level extras to only answer. I mean, yeah, that's my assumption. And I do like the fact that the core premise of this is Temerity hid this. Temerity was hiding this. And now Temerity has revealed it, probably out of necessity more than anything. And as a result, others will reveal as well. Temerity is not the only one with black books. Okay, so patterns of manifestation. So this is just normal blasphemy stuff. Moral OCD, compulsive desire for truth, loved one with degenerative disease. Oh, this is what is likely to bring them on. Understood. I thought that was like a description of it. So blasphemies. We're gonna start with blasphemies. Hysteria. Release the madness that lurks in everything. Take off the mask. Responsibility over exorcists with hysteria blasphemy may be transferred to Temerity subdivision in the event of mania manifesting and spreading to other exorcists at any point. Retransfer to Castle is not required. Delirium. When you use a hysteria power, you may instead affect up to cat amount of additional targets within half cat range of the target. When you do, gain the hook, and then with the hook, it's going. Apostasy. You can gain this hook with your passive or from your powers. Some of your powers may interact with this hook. When this hook fills up, gain the agenda item, do something risky regardless of the consequences. If you did not fulfill this agenda at the end of the session, take 1 sin. At the end of the mission, roll 1d6. On a 4+, you may remove this. Oh. If you fill it again after it's been filled and not removed, you gain the following affliction: psychosis. +1 die on rolls that are risky. When the admin rolls a 2 or lower on the risk die against your actions, it's always much worse than expected and may trigger severe attacks. Ooh. Huh. So apostasy and psychosis are partial good, partial bad, right? Most blasphemies in the core rulebook are good up until the point where they're bad. This is good up until the point where it's good and bad. Yeah, the blasphemy art is fantastic. I do like the art in this book thus far. If you told me this was Tom Bloom, I would just believe you, right? This is so good. Flux was untempered, but then the spindle was a thing and they couldn't black book it anymore. Yeah. Which I actually do have an idea for a hunt where it's the spindles breaching containment and you need to go into a CAIN black site to fight and non-lethally subdue the spindle. Flux was untempered, but then they found the big F-off skull that controls time and are like, you'll need to see this. See, I wasn't sure if it was with the spindle is what made it tempered. Although, is it a skull? I know Flux has like skull iconography, but when I think spindle, I think more like a Sarlacc pit, right? I think more like spindly limbs reaching out from a central pit. What sin even is the spindle? So the spindle is a sin. That's all I know about it. Because in the Flux blasphemy, I can literally open it right here. In the Flux blasphemy, which strictly speaking, this is a paid product, so I'm not going to show off too much of it because I want to avoid breaching that. However, with Flux, fact, this power is relatively new and as it stands is barely understood. Fortunately, temporal events are tightly regulated by temerity through a captive sin called the spindle. As far as I'm aware, that is the only information we have on spindle. I don't know any other reference to it. We have no idea what it looks like. Yeah, so I think of it as like this big Sarlacc pit in the ground that has as spindles reaching out from it and time manipulation. Especially considering that temerity keeps secrets even from the rest of CAIN, so who knows what they're doing. I always imagine spindle as some sort of animated loom with limbs. That'd be cool. Spindle, so a time weaver. Yeah. A certain homebrew describes it as an auditor type sin, but we have no clue what it looks like. Bro, I don't even know. Okay, Harlequin. You put a convincing performance or rhetoric and distort your target's sense of reality, select yourself or another living being or an object. So living being, I assume, doesn't count sin. I assume that means human or exorcist. To be your red herring. Select any number of the following effects. They can only pay attention to the red herring. The target drops what they're holding. The target lets their guard down. The target moves closer to the red herring. For every selection more than an amount equal to half cat, gain the apostasy hook once. Okay, so if you're cat 1, does that end up being that you get 1 option? Is my assumption? Spindle makes me think of a big spider spreading webs and threads through time. Oh, that's super cool. Auditor types are a homebrew sin that tries to go back in time and erase the trauma that created them. I kind of dig that, actually. Infect. Instill a lingering psychic virus into an object or living being that can detonate at any moment. When the target is within cat +2 of you, you know where they are and can see what is in its vicinity. If the target touches or is touched by another target, you can spend the infection to them by psychic burst. To detonate the virus, Killer Queen, Daisan no Bakudan, Bite the Dust no. To detonate the virus, select one of your powers with the curse tag and... Oh! So it's not just an explosion of blast, it is straight up it lets you cast through them in an AoE. This may easily affect the parameters of rolls such as difficulty and risk. Upon using delirium on this power, grants and instantly fills the apostasy. Oh my gosh. Okay. Fugue. Reach into their psyche and rip off their inhibition. You take off the mask. Persona 5. That target's current primary emotion causes them to go into a frenzy. They can only choose to harm the closest target to them. They lose the ability to focus on specific on specific complicated tasks. They become painfully hot to the touch. This cannot harm them. They cannot be incapacitated. They begin to dance feverishly. It may affect the parameters of rolls, such as difficulty and risk. Seethe, it does not cost a psychic burst, so that's where the little X, the little like cross in the symbols. It's like, for instance, these little like stars, this would be filled in if that it doesn't cost a psychic burst. Fun fact. I didn't realize that until I had it explained to me in the rules. My personal theory is that the spindle isn't really a sin per se, but CAIN temerity just calls it that because it's the closest comparison they have. don't know. I like the idea of it being like a type 3 bound sin by a high up exo in temerity. That or maybe a lord. Lord is some time shenanigans. Yeah, that would make sense. So it does not cause a psychic burst. Your target exorcist lets their roiling emotions flow through them. Who has wronged you? What do you hate the most? What do you deserve those denied to you? Those are 3 sin questions. That is a hound, a centipede, and a idol question. If that exorcist directly acts upon one of the answers, they may gain 1 psychic burst after doing so, up to once per answer? Per answer? After gaining psychic burst this way, roll psyche. On a failure, the target gains apostasy. You may not use delirium. So it doesn't cost a psychic burst. Then you have 3 trauma questions. If that exorcist directly acts upon the answers, gain 1 psychic burst. Then you roll psyche if you fail apostasy. Oh, once per rest. Once per rest. Got it. I was just like, that seems stupid good. Like, that seems broken. However, it is once per rest. And then outburst. Pick a target in cat size or less. Roll psyche if the target is unwilling, only spending psychic burst on a success. The target bursts into a cry of emotions. They cannot move faster than a slow crawl from their current location. Find it difficult to take deliberate action without struggle. They also become loud and obvious to anything else that can naturally detect them. Graceless beings will not hear or see a sin under this effect. A sin that takes a total of 3 or more slashes to their execution will end early. And then +1 when you take advantage. So it's like a Tasha's Hideous Laughter, effectively. Also, Seethe is the name of a centipede affliction. That is fair. Yeah. Those are Hound, Centipede, and Toad. Oh, Hound, Centipede, Toad. I thought it was Hound, Centipede, Idol. That makes sense. Guilt. You are used to failure. It is your greatest shame. It is your sharpest blade. Mood. The guilt blasphemy manifests in only 0.0% of exorcists who fail their initial training, making the blasphemy rare and special. This statistic is not made known to guilt users for risk of nullifying, dampening, or restricting their power. Right, because you don't tell them that they're super special, because then they might feel happy about it. If you're a pessimist, your max pathos increased by half your cat +1. Okay, that's really funny. You also gain pathos when an allied exorcist within cat fails roll after you set them up, or teamwork. If an ally in the same scene takes an injury, you may no longer activate Divine Agony, but instead use Pathos for effects on the contrition table. Oh. OMG me! Okay, remember when I said not to be pathetic? Yeah, why do you think you're incapable of being loved? Contrition. I mean, this is probably a good selection, because one, it's one from different sins. And also they're all active. Who has wronged you? That person right there. I'm gonna go kill him. What do you hate the most about humanity? I can say, like, I hate how loud and annoying humans are. So I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna like punch this human in the face. What do you deserve those denied to you? I'm gonna steal this thing. All of those are active, which I think is good, because it would have been very easy to choose questions that were not active. Spend the indicated pathos to activate any of the following effects. Gain +1d. Negate the effects of all afflictions. Ooh. Regain 1. Take 1d3 +1. Inflict slashes on an execution talisman. You end up covered in blood. No one can tell what blood is yours and what isn't. Wait, I love that. That's so cool. Interestingly, though, you can no longer activate Divine Agony, and instead can use Pathos for contrition. You get Pathos pretty regularly. And there's nothing to say, like, Divine Agonies, you can only do it once per session. Pathos, it is nothing to say with you can only do it once per session. So guilt seems really strong, because if every time you fail a roll, you get a Pathos. If every time someone else fails a roll after you set them up, you get a Pathos. If every time you take an injury, you get Pathos. If every time someone else gets an injury, you get Pathos. You will probably be getting like 4 or 5 Pathos in a given conflict scene, depending on how long it goes and depending on how the dice go. Guilt of stuff related to Ogre then? Maybe. Arrow, didn't you just say mood about relating to failure? Yes, but when I do it, it's fun and quirky. When you do it, it comes off as desperate. No, I'm being silly. I'm being silly. Please leave Alza alone. If I take the guilt blasphemy in the machine agenda, will I be the guilty gear? No, you'll be Bridget. Anyway, Martyr. Once a scene, you can redirect a threat or complication occurring in cat range that targets another exorcist, bystanders, more than one target, to yourself. Oddly phrased. To yourself instead, suffering all effects the intended target would have suffered. Then answer the following questions. Do you deserve this? Are you atoning for a previous mistake? Do you care about the people you are protecting? For every yes, reduce the stress by 1. You may not trigger this against severe attacks. If you make a roll with no successes in the same scene, regain use of this power. Okay. So I'm going to be a jerk for a second. I'm going to say this can be abused because if you make a roll with no successes in the same scene, there's nothing to stop me from saying, hey, admin, I would like to, with my very physically oriented character, I want to roll interfacing, which I have 0 dice in. I'm going to roll 2d6 and take the lower one. Oh no, I failed to like look through this leaflet of information for information on the sin. I failed a roll. I get martyr back, right? There's nothing to stop me from doing that outside of the admin stepping in and saying, don't do this, which I am of the opinion that is the admin's job. I'm of the opinion it is up to the player to not be a jerk and exploit that. And then it's up to the admin to enforce that if the player isn't doing that. However, to be a jerk for a second, that is a oversight in the rule, right? It should probably be phrased, you make a roll with no successes. You make a roll with no successes on a risky roll in the same scene, would be what I would probably say. Some of us are sopping wet and pathetic. Listen, if me calling you pathetic gets you sopping wet, I'm not going to judge you, but also TMI. They are in fact not a girl failure. They're a goofy goober. Bridget would be a palace blasphemy, so she got a town inside her. You just follow it, don't you? Yeah. Martyr being abusable is fine because it's on the player to not abuse it. And that's what I'm saying, right? Is I am of the opinion, in my personal philosophy and design, it is on the play group to not abuse it. That being said, I also recognize that as a player, I have had I am someone who very much, I play the game to play the game. If a mechanic is so easily abusable that, or not, this isn't like easily abusable, but you know what I mean? Like if I find an exploit, I am generally not the sort of person to do it, but there, like even me, who is someone that's very narrative oriented, very, very like, I want the story to be the story. I want the characters to be the characters. I'm not doing this to win. I'm doing this to have a fun time. It's really difficult for me to separate the part of me that wants to win from the part of me that wants to tell a good story. So, for instance, yesterday when I was playing my character and I rolled like 2 successes across 15 dice over the course of a couple rounds, that was really frustrating because I'm not winning, right? That's not something where like the narrative was fine, but because the goal is I want to beat this hound, I'm in an adversary relationship with this hound, I feel frustrated by not winning. In the same token, it's very easy to get into the mindset of, I want to win, therefore I am the best person to have as the martyr, so I'm going to, quote unquote, spend my turn, waste my turn, doing a nonsense roll that gets me back this power. And that's raw, that works, which is something that, again, that's entirely on the player, and then the admin can be the one to say like, hey, that's not really the intended design of the ability. But I know a lot of people who are much less scrupulous about that. I know a lot of players who don't care nearly as much, and they're entirely like, oh, I can exploit this? Of course I'm going to exploit this. Did the new HB come out? No, so this is the original 1.0 Harpocrates dossier. I just never read it, so this is my first time looking at it. So Era's attempting to cultivate a blasphemy cooler than I am. Yes, 100%. I want an audience that is cooler than me. I want an audience that is more creative than me. I want an audience that has like more success and happiness and joy and fulfillment and contentment than me. I want my audience to be a place where if you enter my audience and you join the community, you will be blown away at all of these amazing people. I want to be the least interesting person in my community, truthfully, because I'm not that interesting. I talk nonsense and I have my opinions and I have the dogged confidence to throw my opinion at the wall, but I'm not that interesting. So I want to form a space that is filled with awesome people. And that's what you are. You're an awesome person. The reason that you're here is because you want to be inspired, or you want to talk TTRPGs, or maybe you just like VTubers, or whatever it is. But you are here, and the fact that you're chatting in chat, or you're part of the Discord community, or even if you're a lurker, or if you're a VOD watcher, and you're just watching, listening, you're cool. Simple as. I never hear so much lie in my life. You're awesome. What are you on about? Are you saying that you want to be your favorite TTRPG writer's favorite TTRPG writer? Basically, yeah. I want to be like, I would love to be someone who people are like, oh my gosh, I love your stuff. Like, you're so amazing, blah, blah, blah. I think it would be much more valuable for me is to get to a point where I have a community of people where, like, CAIN made someone's favorite TTRPG. EJ is someone's favorite musician. Coid wrote a book that someone else read and loved. And like Zazzy is out here like pursuing their passions, like doing art commissions or whatever. Like, I want people in my community to be awesome. And you already are halfway there. You already, by virtue of just being in this space where you're talking TTRPGs and you're talking creativity, and maybe you're on the Discord and you're seeing conversation there. Maybe you're just reading comments and you're not even participating in the discussion, but you still see them. You are someone that is in this space of people who want to do awesome stuff. And I want to be the person who pushes you from saying, I wish I could, to I am doing. It's not going to be good. It's going to suck. Your first book is going to be trash. Your first movie is going to flop. Your first art commission, you're going to have some payment issue, or they're going to be a jerk to you on the back end, or they're not going to have whatever like ideal you wanted set up. But those are growing pains that you need support through, and I want to give you that support. I want to meet cool people and hang out with them and talk TTRPGs, and this community is delivered. Awesome. Have we got to the dating sim yet? No, so we are on page 7. Or I suppose technically we're on page, I think, like 14. Currently destroying my hands by writing out my character sheet. She's a Cat 5 exorcist with a max level virtue bond. So much handwriting. Oh my gosh. I'm here for senseless violence. Incredible. I'm slowly but surely making my RPG. Not sure what project I will finish, when will be done. I mean, like, for instance, I had a TTRPG that I've been working on, and I thought it was going to be done first week of December. No. I've been super busy, and it's been really stressful for me. And my goal is, the goal I'm tepidly putting for myself is Christmas 25th. Really drop the TTRPG, drop a video talking about it. Simple as. And honestly, like, I have a 40-minute video that I've been editing that just is me talking about the lore of that TTRPG and the different species that you can like interact with and interface with. But I don't know if that's like, I don't know. I've expressed that I'm not sure if it's interesting. But no one loves Celador. Sad. I had to make a TTRPG for a college class. It went horribly. It was so hard. Yeah, it is really hard. I need to dig out my notes for Zach's. I've been feeling an urge to work on my sci-fi or your sci-fantasy. Nice. Blame. When something goes wrong due to someone's risky actions, you may supernaturally change the order of events so you are somehow at fault. No one except you remembers the original course of events. When you do so, explain how the consequences are your fault and gain 1 pathos for each of the questions you can answer yes to. Are the consequences severe and difficult to deal with? Does the reason why it's your fault make sense? Do your allies think you are prone to mistakes? Could you have prevented things from going wrong in the first place? You may choose to gain +1d to your next action to try and rectify your mistake. Oh my gosh. This is such a toxic blasphemy. I kind of love it. You temporarily increase the weight of an object as if it were +1 cat larger in size. You may spend 1 pathos when you use this to increase it by +1 cat up to a maximum of 3 times. Is that you can spend up to 3 pathos to make it +4 cat? Or is that you can spend up to 2 pathos to make it +3 cat total? Up to a max of 3 times. You may spend 1 pathos when you use this power to increase by +1 cat up to a max of 3 times. My assumption is it's always +1 cat, and you can spend up to 3 pathos for an additional +3. You may only target objects equal to your cat size or lower. Roll Psyche for creative uses of this power. Gain +1d when you or your next ally Next uses this. The power ends early on all targets if you have 0 pathos at the end of the scene. This power easily affects the parameters for rolls. Got it. That's so me. Alza, please. No. Collapse. You cause everything to fall apart in a cat area around you. Actually, let's do this because my chair is slightly in the way. You cause everything to fall apart in a cat area around you. Select one of the following. Fall. Objects of your choice fall apart into their smaller pieces and cannot be put back together. Supernatural or otherwise. Cease. Inertia slows to a stop. Cars stop in motion. Birds drop to the ground. Object moving through the air stop abruptly. Still. Living beings of your choice find it hard to find motivation, often lose their trains of thought. They become lethargic and fatigued. Gain +1D. If you have 0 pathos, it ends. Fizzle. Power does not consume a psychic burst. You cause any action you see to fail, rolling psyche if targeting a supernatural effect or action and spending 1 pathos on a success. You may not trigger this power against a severe attack. This could cause a Sin's attack to miss, a gun to misfire, or a person's speech to falter in front of a large crowd. It can range anywhere from mundane tasks to complicated actions. I can only use this if you have at least 3 pathos. I like it. I have this stick on it though. Oh no, I have this thorn caught on it where I like the core of it, but I almost wish that all of the blasphemy powers were like blame or martyr, right? I almost wish that the way the blasphemy is set up is that it's the whole benefit of it is contrition, right? It's all about contrition. But because of that, all of the blasphemies are like blame, where you make something fail and it's your fault, you get more pathos. You make something worse with your blasphemy. Your active powers make things worse for you at the benefit of giving you pathos, which helps you with contrition, right? Also, spend... Oh! These have costs. I didn't realize that. I was about to say 1 pathos for 1 psychic burst is kind of silly, but 3 for 1, that makes more sense now. That makes more sense now. It would make me feel so bad to play a narrative side. I think it would be really fun, actually, to play this, particularly for someone who like is an absolute failure of a character. Suddenly I'm vibrating a character that uses blame whenever they're feeling guilty without knowing they've done it. Suddenly the world is blaming them for something she knows she didn't do. I suddenly understand why CAIN wouldn't want to play that. That's just how the cookie crumbles, but each failed or abandoned project gave us lessons. Exactly. And with, what was it? Hysteria? I really like Infect. I like Infect as a... Killer Queen has already touched this door handle, which then goes on to you, and then you enter a room, and then you touch someone else, and then boom, you can send out a curse. And all of the others except Seethe are curses. But... I don't know. I almost wish Hysteria was more narrow, right? It deals with like making you super like crying and having a fit with an outburst. It can make you like have a fugue state where you're just completely mentally lethargic. I almost like, and again, it's something where I like the core and I like 60% of it, but I feel as though Hysteria should almost only be mania, right? I feel like Hysteria should only be uppers. And then there could be a different blasphemy where it's downers. So you have, and I understand that, yes, like outburst is technically a loud emotion. It is a outburst of overpouring emotion, but I almost think like an infectious sort of happiness. Abilities that related to you can make it so that mundane humans physically cannot be in a bad mood around you as a blasphemy. So imagine you're like fighting toad spawn and then you use an ability that affects like cat area. All mundane humans instantly cannot be in a bad mood. So you're literally killing their friends left and right, and they're smiling and they're laughing and they're happy. And they're having this like cognitive dissonance of like, why am I happy despite the fact I'm in a terrifying circumstance? Or you could use that to like calm down bystanders that are being attacked by infested in a centipede. So I feel like I like it. And this might just be me being critical for the sake of being critical, but I do almost wish that it was like both of these were a bit more narrow. Because I like the core conceits, and I think that they're a bit too broad. But at the same token, I also am of the opinion ardence being temperature control and weather control is fine. I think of fire when I think of it, but it also is like cold control. So I think extremes of emotion make sense for hysteria. But personally, I would have preferred like a mania. Revulsion. An aura of disgust surrounds you. Push away everyone and everything. Okay. We can get one just like me for real in chat. Only one of you, though. Not too many of you. Users of this blasphemy have a low survival rate, usually dying due to risk or dangers associated with being alone in the field. Body retrieval rate of revulsion users is extremely low. Average Nurgle cultist. When within personal range of you, all other exorcists may not set up or teamwork to assist you. You are immune to effects that would force you to physically or psychically or physically connect with another being. So like marriage from the idol. Supernatural beings in power equal or lower to you, your cat -2, will try to avoid your presence. So you have like repel. So drifters will avoid you, for instance, assuming you're like cat 2+. I don't love that. You're immune to effects that would psychically or physically connect you with another being. So you can't have like Jaunt connect to you. You can't do the charity mind control. You can't have marriage of flesh. This putrid strikes me more as just a straight negative. Like, yes, you do have the repel, but I do believe putrid is more negative than it's good. And it's thematic, certainly, but they don't know I use revulsion. Desecrate. You ruin the sanctity of a space for living beings, making it feel agonizingly unclean. Oh, Asmongold. Select a cat +1 area within range. Living beings of your choice no longer feel comfortable in that space, hesitant to touch anything, including the floor or walls. This may hinder the movement of a sin or prevent even humans from wanting to enter. Living beings. Living beings. And then it mentions this may hinder the movements of a sin. I'm assuming sins are not living beings, right? I'm assuming that sins are not counted under living beings, but it does say it may hinder the movements of a sin. Make a field base? I mean, it would affect your fellow XOs, right? Stench. Imbue a cat-sized or smaller object with an intolerable field of antipathy for just a moment, affecting even other objects in motion. You can do this as a part of another action. This affects everyone except yourself and other revulsion users. Oh, so you have a team full of revulsion users who are all the only ones that can tolerate each other. Roll Psyche to resolve the effect of this, only expending a psychic burst on a success. This can do any of the following. Cause a weapon to drive something away from the battle in a route. Make everyone run away from or leave an object. Suddenly cause a vehicle to stop. Prevent bullets from being loaded into a gun. Okay, so it's metaphysical stop. It is you're trying to do something and I stop it. Interesting. No, not psychic bat attack. We're not calling them the Stinker Squad. I like the swarm of cockroaches. Asmongold's chat. The Asmongold Squad. The Asmongold Diggers. Assault the senses of a target within range on both a physical and mental level. 5 senses. Choose 2. Until the end of the scene, the target cannot rely on the selected senses overwhelmed by an influx of adverse sensations. Distorts their senses, but does not remove them entirely. Okay. Spew. You curdle the mental state of a being who can perceive you, force a target within range to forcibly eject things from within them that they cannot stomach, either physically or mentally. They are said aloud in a forced and frantic way, as if vomiting, if it is a mental attribute. So the contents of their stomach, a guilty memory or secret, worst fear, and or what they would find most disgusting. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I was not with it for putrid or revulsion. Spew by itself kind of like wins me over on this, because the idea of using this on a being to force them to spew forward a guilty memory that they vomit out from their psyche is a crazy, crazy thing for me. Isolate. Temporarily transfer your psychic antipathy to another target for the duration of the effect. Nullify the effects of the putrid passive. All other living beings perceive the target as disgusting. This may cause cultists to waver in their faith, myrmidons to attack the wrong target, or humans start ostracizing another. Wanna know what goes so crazy? It's a curse. Isolate. Infect. You touch someone and you give them isolate. You send them back towards wherever they're from. Like, you send a cultist back. And then you detonate it. And suddenly all of them are isolated. And now the entire cult is in disarray. Yeah, it lasts until rest. So what you do until your next rest, the entire cult is isolated from itself. All of the toad spawns stop working together. Theoretically, you could have infested start tearing each other apart. I'm not a fan of putrid, or I'm not a fan of revulsion just from like would I want to play it? Putrid, I think, needs a rework, personally. I think it needs to have some positive bonus to it other than supernatural beings in power or lower to cat -2 will try to avoid your presence. Because, for instance, if I am cat 4 and I'm fighting a cat 4 hound, all myrmidons are going to be cat 4. So they're not affected by that. Therefore, I'm just being unable to be set up or have teamwork. And in addition to that, I am unable to be psychically or physically connected with another being, which would force you, to fix that would force you. So I think that I can still have a jaunt user come in my brain. Weird phrasing. A jaunt user like telepathically connect with me, or like a charity user bond with me. That being said, a revulsion user who's bonding with charity because they're so desperate for a connection. A revulsion user who formerly manifested an idol. They had their idol slain, and now they had this aura of wanting people to love them, and now that was taken from them. Now they're a putrid user. Now they're a revulsion user. So now they're a revulsion user who has a bond that was formerly an idol, and no one likes them. Wild stuff. Power word. Vomit. Valence. Valence test log. Gold to lead. Aim to AB 8 AM. Sin host. Control the bonds between everything and everyone. Passive, when you use a power with the transmute tag, you may take 2 stress to increase the cat. If you do, gain the hubris hook. No, my hubris! Your passive grants you this hook upon activating it. When this hook fills up, you gain the hubris affliction. Whenever you use one of your transmute or valence powers, the admin may make it select another valid target within range of you. Select a different transmute or valence power you possess on your intended target. You still choose the effects of the newly selected power, but may not dismiss it early. Reduce its cap by 2. And then remove the affliction. So I assume this is just, you're an alchemist, right? Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. Putrid would outright negate marriage or maybe some afflictions, which strike me as a little busted. That's my issue. Putrid, I think, only negates marriage. Like, can anyone here name off the top of their head another ability from a sin that involves fusing you with another being outside of marriage? Full middle Malcolmist. Full middle Malcolmist. Bond any surface to another on a molecular and psychic level. It's like 2 targets. Oh, I suppose fuse. If you're fighting a fuse user. Which can be either objects or creatures, but must be touching. Roll psyche when one or more is unwilling. Fuse the contact between the 2 surfaces, between the 2 targets. While fused, nothing can remove them until the end of the scene. This does not render either immune or harm, indestructible or immune from harm, and then gain advantage. Alchemy. Change the composition of anything you touch. Touch an object that is equal to your cat size or smaller. You may choose to either change one material of that object, copper, water, metal, and change it into one of the following. At the same temperature. Oh, interesting. So, I mean, obviously the same temperature is like, if I change it to water, it will be ice if it is frozen, right? However, what about like salinity? Like we can get really granular here if we want. What if we're talking about like impurities in the metal? So if it's a very impure thing of iron, can I change that to very pure gold? Combine this with law? Oh my gosh, that's so dumb. You're so right for that. So gold, iron, water, glass, oxygen, mercury, salt, aluminum. This effect only lasts until the end of the scene. Gain +1 advantage. You may choose a material not on the list approved by your admin by activating the hubris passive. Based on the rarity or danger, it may immediately slash by 1, 2, or 3. Got it. So I can change something into uranium. That'll just probably immediately fill my hubris. I can change something into neon, but that would give me a little bit of hubris. Turning the oxygen into salt is kind of like saying air is forbidden. I was thinking turning all of like the nitrogen in the air into oxygen, because oxygen at high doses is poisonous. Can someone post a link of the books that Air is reviewing? It is currently on the pinned comment on chat. The pinned comment on chat is the link to this itch.io page. Temper. After alter the strength and rigidity of emotions and objects. You can choose a target of cat amount of people within range. You can make them brittle. Their current emotion becomes less intense, more prone to change, and impacting the decisions of the creature less. An object becomes actually literally brittle. Harden, it becomes more intense, hard to get rid of, dense or durable. The power may easily affect the parameters of a roll. Got it. Fission. Oh no. You reach deep into the building blocks of the universe and cause them to collide, creating a localized devastating point. Power word. Nuclear fission. Select any point within cat distance that you can attempt to make it explode in an area up to cat +1 at a minimum. Oh no. Select any point within cat distance. So cat distance might be a room, might be a city block, might be a building. It explodes in an area up to cat +1. That is more than cat distance. You will always be in the range of the explosion. Roll Psyche to successfully contain the blast to any area smaller than cat 3, spending a Psyche burst regardless of success or failure. Deal number of slashes equal to cat +1. If you or another exorcist are caught in this blast, which you always will be because the explosion is larger than the range, they take slashes as dealt as a stress. It's powerful, bright, and loud. It evaporates most structures and mundane humans and is instantly fatal. So Dr. Manhattan, basically, dissolve. Disintegrate the bonds between anyone and anything temporarily. Select 2 targets that have knowledge with each other. One of the targets must be within cat range of you, while the other must be within cat +2. Other exorcists, binders, humans, sins, traces are all valid targets, including dead ones. Until you rest, the 2 targets forget everything they know and remember about each other as if they had never met. This temporarily pauses hooks afflicted by sins or traces until they are encountered again, resets lingering psychic phenomena, and makes the target's faces and voices unfamiliar to one another. This will not affect the manifestation or trauma question of a sin. Okay, my first question was going to be, if I dissolve the connection between a sin and its host. Does that instantly banish the sin? After you rest, both targets' memories return to normal and all effects of this power end. You are a valid target for this power. If you choose yourself as a target, you may not end this effect early. Understood. I can do the code Gios thing where I use my Gios on myself by looking in my reflection so that I can avoid having my mind read. Just drop a nuke on the sin and roll up a new character. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo-doo. The palace is not, as far as I'm aware, vulnerable to damage. Yes. However, much like how with the video, the voiceover I did, where it was calculating as much damage as you could possibly do with circle casting a delayed fireball. At a certain point, the damage stops being mathematical. The transmutation power raises some serious questions. A lot of them do, but it's psychic nonsense. Cascade the enemies of the god? Like, so CAIN wants to wipe the stain away, the sins of humanity. I guess just cascade the enemies of God. We're doing that paladin build. I just got in touch with the dev and they wanted to mention that the current version is unfinished and 2.0 is on its way. Understood. What I could do is we've been talking about this for like an hour. I could wrap up after this blasphemy. Also, please review the Easter eggs. They are their favorite part. Do we know what is unfinished? Because I could skip that. Like if the blasphemies are unfinished and they want to do a redux, I could skip the rest of the blasphemies. But if it's something where like the sins are the things that they want to do a whole overhaul of, then I could continue with the blasphemies. It becomes a question of whether something that's a mental construct can be damaged. I think the palace is immune to damage because it is not deconstructed at an atomic level. It is deconstructed at a psychic level. Or it is not constructed at a physical level. It is... Yeah, this says the explosion is powerful, bright, and loud. It evaporates most structures, most, not all, and mundane objects. The palace is not a mundane object. Just roll 4 6s, exactly. I mean, even if there is a redux, it might be fun to think about the idea and the concept they have laid out rather than to crunch. I mean, and that's really what this is, right? I'm not... And I hope that if you're watching, Zvelet, if you're watching Zvelet, dev of Harpocrates dossier, I am not saying this to be mean to you. I'm not saying any of these like criticisms or anything because I think this is bad. I think this is all great. And the reason that I am comfortable pointing out criticisms that I have with this is because it is so high quality. I feel as though it would be disrespectful not to. I want to make that very clear. The art in this is fantastic. The layout of this is fantastic. The ideas behind this is fantastic. The vibe and the actual setup to it is fantastic. Again, like if you told me like Tom Bloom made this, I would have believed you. So I want to make it very clear, and I didn't say this explicitly earlier, but this is what I was going for, so I'll say explicitly now. The reason that I am going in and saying like, I'm not a huge fan of Putrid, and I think Putrid needs a redux, is not because I think that Revulsion sucks. It's because I think the idea behind Revulsion is really good, and the quality of the blasphemies up until now has been really good. Therefore, I feel comfortable saying, hey, I think Putrid needs a redux because Spew is so amazing. I can see the quality of Isolate and Spew, and I think that Putrid can be moved to that. It looks like a full CAIN book. And that's something that anytime I review anything, I always want to make that very clear. If I'm reviewing something, 9 times out of 10, it's because it's so good that I feel comfortable critiquing it. Unfinished as there's typos, unbalanced content, and cut content. And I mean, that's... If it didn't have typos, cut content, and unbalanced, I would be concerned. But it's okay to see, no need to skip anything. Got it. Roar. Manipulate the vibrations between the air as a conductor, commands an orchestra. It's sonic powers. I love like sonar-based attacks. The Lord Sin looking up at the sky, seeing a single valence exorcist with a fission dropping in. Me on my way to consume every living thing in this area because I, as a Cat 1 toad... Wait, why is the sun rising? It's the middle of the night. Please make it to witness. Oh no. Katy Perry. She's gonna roar. Get Agent X to stop making noise past curfew. I woke up with my ears bleeding today despite being stationed over 5,000 feet away from them. It's ridiculous. Earplugs and sleeping kit are available for one script from our previous division. Our provisions office. That's crazy. Also, 5,000 feet is not that long. Like, not that far. I ain't gonna lie. Like, 5,000 feet away from me for noise is not that crazy. It will be much better in a week. Well, I look forward to seeing it in a week. Then I'll probably do a part 2. It's almost a mile. Is it? All right. A mile is 5,280, right? Feet in a mile? 5,280, yeah. Never mind, I take it back. Sensitive. You can hear the minute details of everything you focus on up to Cat -1 distance from you, ranging from the pace of a heartbeat to the weight of a footsteps. Some of your powers grant you the tinnitus hook. Oh no. When this hook fills up, gain the tinnitus affliction. You become deaf. You cannot use any of your war powers, and taking actions without teamwork or setup is always hard. Remove this affliction at the end of the scene. I was going to ask how long it lasts. Yeah, so I wasn't going, like, my plan was to just run through the Harpocrates dossier today. But there's enough content, and if it's being reduxed, I might as well just look into it next week as well. Also, like, if the dev wants to tell me anything in particular, I have a business email. They're more than welcome to reach out, and I love supporting indie TTRPG creators. So, since apparently we have, like, a tertiary connection already, my email is open for that. Is that why you kept calling Sonar Sonic during dispatch? No, I kept calling Sonar Sonic because I had Sonar for like one episode and then he was gone. Me, Cat 1 Toad. Well, that hurt and I don't know what that was, but oh, surely I want to wait, why is there another sun? Cause phase. Cause yourself and objects you are holding to vibrate at a frequency that matches that of the world itself. While in this state, you and your objects you're carrying may pass through solid objects that will... Oh my gosh, it's Speed Force. This is just the Flash. And you appear blurry for the duration. You may touch an additional number of humans or exorcists equal to Psyche -1. So Psyche is just half cat. So to grant them the same effect while touching them, while cease... Okay. So, you can touch them and make them effectively intangible for the duration of you touching them. I assume that means if I have Psyche of 2 and I have like 1 that I can touch one person, walk them through a wall, come back through the wall, grab a second different person that I'm no longer touching the first person and bring them through the wall. If you or another creature is interrupted during this power, you are immediately shunted out of the nearest open area and take 1 stress. It may easily affect parameters. Got it. Tune. Forcibly alter the vibrations of everything around you to a cat area centered on yourself. While in this zone, you can increase or decrease the way objects or sounds interact with the world. Choose any of the following effects to occur during the scene. Complete silence or increase... Wait, what? I did not process that whatsoever. While in this zone, you can increase or decrease the way objects or sounds interact with the world. Complete silence or increase the volume, machinery, or other effects. Cause object moving due to vibrations or aftershocks to halt. Capture sounds or reverberations in place, replaying them on loop. Huh. And then gain +1, and if you triggered it 3 or more times during the scene, gain a hook. If you triggered the effects... Oh, if you triggered the effects of this power. Got it. So if I benefit from it 3 times, I gain tinnitus. I was like, if I use this power 3 times in a scene, that doesn't make much sense, but... So if I cause an area to go blisteringly loud, and I use that in order to sneak through the area, I'll get tinnitus, which is just how tinnitus works. Concuss. Create an amplified sound that causes a concussive blast. I love concussive blast from sound. Sorry. I get really excited whenever I have like noise marines from 40k are so cool to me. Like the idea of just like attacking you with a preamp that's like bass boosted is so cool. Now, what if you're playing an EXO that was already deaf, like one that was born deaf, or even one that was deafened by an idol? I assume, wanna know what suck? As written, Roar, you can't use your powers if you're deaf. And if you fight an idol can deafen you permanently. And now I would say, because the rules say once you are deafened, you will have time to adjust to it after the mission and you're no longer affected, I feel like that kind of means that you wouldn't be able to use Roar anymore. 3 or more implies ongoing effects do not stop when you gain tinnitus. So if you trigger the effects of this power 3 or more times during the scene, gain the tinnitus hook. When you gain a hook fills up 1/3 of the way. Every time you gain the tinnitus hook, you'll gain 1 hook, and then a second hook, and the third one fills it, and then you get the tinnitus hook. You are now deaf, right? That's how hooks work. They're always 3, and when they fill up, the thing happens. And then my assumption with Tune is that it's, if I, for a full scene, increase the volume of something in this room so I can sneak past quietly, and then I need to sneak back so I can grab something, and then I sneak back again, I would trigger the effects of this 3 times because I rolled covert 3 times with a +1 bonus. And then, as a result, I would gain tinnitus. This silence offends Slanesh. Exactly. Okay, centered around yourself or in a line equal to the distance. Oh no, I just realized. The shadow document? The CAIN thing that we were working on last time as a homebrew, which is in Comic Sans because people asked me to write this in Comic Sans and I said sure. This is based off of agendas and off of blasphemies. They added like 15 blasphemies and like 15 agendas. If I want to be inclusive of the HD, I would need to go through and add like 15 more of each. There's 12? Yeah, in the core book, there's 12. Comic Sans most dangerous of blasphemies? Exactly. I deal damage to you simply by my writing. This blast shatters glass and fragile materials. Would you say it shatters brittle materials? Also, I must say, temper, I really like. I like the idea that it both physically and mentally affects something. The idea of making your emotions brittle, making your emotions harden, making something physically brittle, making something physically harden. That's just a nice flexibility. Which is kind of weird for tempering, because tempering is famously not flexible. However, you know what I mean. Is mildly harmful to structures of buildings, deafens any creature it hits for a few seconds, rolls Psyche for its effect, only spending Psyche burst on success. Blast is particularly harmful to structures, destroying the integrity of buildings and objects. It's particularly debilitating who become deaf until the end of the scene. It's particularly harmful to one creature caught in the blast and becomes concussed, unable to take their next reaction. It may also instantly kill a mundane human or mundane creature. Got it. Resonate. Temporarily improve your hearing capabilities and increase the range of your passive to Cat +1, as opposed to Cat -1, which is a very big increase. You may also select certain phrases, sounds, or keywords that, when made or spoken within the range, you gain the ability to automatically focus on. You also naturally echolocate, allowing you to perceive shapes, forms, or dimensions within that range while using this passive. I assume that means while using this ability, not this passive. You may gain +1 when you take advantage. It may affect risk parameters. If you are the target of a particularly powerful sound-based attack, take tinnitus and end power early. Do it, we can handle it. I don't know if we can. Cue the Sisyphus music. No, the indomitable human spirit is not looking to be dominated right now. Heck yeah, Comic Sans is a mimetic hazard. You know it. Ring. Within the range, you can manipulate the way you and your allies' voices travel through the rest of the scene. At will, any vocalizations made by yourself or your allies may only be heard by creatures of your choice. You may also allow anyone to hear vocalizations they would not normally be able to hear through through distance or physical objects as long as they're within range. It does not work on deafened individuals or those in hermetically sealed locations. You only need to know what a recipient sounds like in order to ring them. Oh, ring like a phone. Got it. And then you can gain tinnitus hook by increasing range +2 and gain advantage when you use it. Witness. Okay, this is one people are excited for. Bear witness to everything, even the things not meant to be seen. Oh no. Please, you can show me. You don't have to take this on alone. Whatever you saw, you can show me. I don't want you to get hurt. I won't get hurt, I promise. Okay. Signal lost. Your Xanthus. Your memories cannot be erased or manipulated by effects or powers outside of your own, like, for instance, Hope with the veil. You accurately recall everything you have seen or heard over the last number of months equal to your cat. Oh. Yellow is most likely the first color that the human eye perceives after birth? Is that true? Because I know red with the longest wavelength is the most... is the one that you can recognize first and farthest away. And yellow is one of the more recognizable colors, which is why school buses are yellow. And then orange is the color that happens least in nature, which is why construction materials or construction signs, as well as construction vests and like traffic cones are all orange, is because they're not natural. The first color a human sees in their life is black, the lack of color. Well, I mean, that's like, is colorless a color? Like, we can get a, oh, it's a failed mission transcript. I thought green was the color that's, no, so red is because of the wavelength of light. Red is the easiest color to see and the one you can see furthest away. If I hold up a red flag, a yellow flag, a green flag, and a blue flag, and I'm like, I don't know, 2 kilometers away with your naked eye, you will see the red flag easiest. You might be able to still see the other ones, but the red flag will pop out most. And then orange is the color that happens least in nature, which is why construction uses it so much. And if with red, stop signs, stop lights, brake lights, they're all red because it's very important that it's very easy to see them, which is why universally stop signs, stop lights and brake lights are all red. Fun fact, according to blind people who have had their eyesight artificially granted, colorless is not black. Huh. It's not that orange occurs the least, it's that it stands out strongly. Are you sure? What would happen least then? What would occur least then? Better question, what is the last color a human sees? Now that's food for thought. Truly a CAIN-worthy question. What's the last... I mean, it's the idea of like the meme of near-death patients reportedly see this image before they die. Is this God? And then it shows like a Shiba Inu, right? Actively monitored due to the inability to effectively decommission witness users through anesthetics. Seer actively monitors all witness users. You are being watched. You are being watched. Can see anything. You are being watched. You. Oh, you are being watched. You are being watched. You can see everything. You are being watched. Understood. I'm sure this one won't have horrifying implications. True sight. Oh, it's that thing from D&D. Cursed fun fact, orange is just a brighter shade of brown. And brown is dark yellow. Yeah. This is one of my favorites. Purple occurs. Yeah. Yeah. And that's why purple was so valuable for the longest time, because you could only get it by mixing dyes. And then the reason Roman emperors and then later the Byzantines had purple in their regalia is because the different dye guilds would not mix dyes. So only someone powerful and rich enough to afford that could mix the dyes. For the rest of the scene, you see things for what they truly are. This may even allow you to see the faint outline of a whisper's shadow. See, like, the opening or entrance to a palace and hidden compartments or entrances. Additionally, when you become aware that someone has told a lie, you may ask one of the following questions which the person must answer truthfully. Why did you lie? Who do you trust? What will it take for you to tell the truth? Gain +1 when you use it. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a sucker for when you have an ability that says like, yeah, no one can see this. And then you have someone that says, I can see it. Right? Or when it's, I don't know. When you have a piece of lore or mythology or an ability where it's, this is immune to all of X. And then you have one ability that says, well, actually, we subvert X. So, and I think that power creep sucks with that. I think that power creep kind of ruins that. My thought process is returning from exiling in like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic the Gathering is when in a card game, exiling used to be it is removed from the game and there's no way to get it back. And then in like Yu-Gi-Oh! I think it's banishment. And then back in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like old school Yu-Gi-Oh! There was like one card, which was any creatures that are banished can come back to the field. But it was like a single card and it was only for creatures. But now banishment, exiling out of the game is all just basically a second deck in Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is a third deck after the graveyard and a fourth deck after the fusion deck and a fifth deck after the like the synchro deck. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Which is banished. I'm colorblind. I just like being a bother to my normal color seeing friends. This is like such a niche reference, but if anyone's ever watched Kakai Sensen, Blood Blockade Battlefront, Leonardo's all-seeing eye ability, there was an actual play I need to catch up on where it was 2 Whisper users and the Exorcist shadows could see each other. What interests me about this blasphemy the most is how do you make actionable abilities with this sort of archetype, like abilities that can use for outputs instead of inputs? Well, let's see. Oh, it was removed from play before being renamed Banish. Got it. Scathe. Condense your vast and precise... Is this going to be a Cyclops laser beam? Precise perception of the psychic sea into a boiling hot pulse of energy centered on a target's mind. A creature... Okay, so it's a brain blast. A creature must be able to perceive you in some way for you to target them. This is instantly fatal to humans, evaporating their brains upon triggering this power and leaving nothing but smoke inside of their skulls. Holy shoot! When targeting supernatural beings, roll Psyche for damage. In a conflict scene, gain +1 die on this roll for every time the sin's reaction has been countered through trauma questions. If rolling 3+ successes, you stagger them, preventing them from taking a reaction this turn. You cannot target a creature with this more than once in a scene. Okay, so it's, I mean, it's better blast, right? Which I don't like. I'm not gonna, speaking of power creep, like, I understand, yes, that is, it is more narrow because it is like a brain blast, but I don't like the fact that this is just, if you have Scathe, you will never use blast. Outside of, you cannot target a creature with this more than once in the same scene, like, technically speaking, that makes it like a quality versus quantity situation, which makes it okay, I guess. But I am, as much as I like it, I'm concerned that it just power creeps blast. Superman versus the evil lobotomy. Blows up pancakes with mind. Yu-Gi only has 4 decks, Banish, Graveyard, Extra, and Regular. Banish, Graveyard... Oh, is Extra both Synchro and Fusion? Because the last time I played Yu-Gi-Oh!, XYZ summoning was like something new that I didn't understand, and I never learned. And Link, Brain Blast. Kinetic Beam, my friends have told me enough times, Cyclops doesn't shoot lasers, but rather pure force. Really? I love using Scathe on civilians and protection targets. So, I guess I'm kind of... I like Scathe, and the fact it's only once per target per scene, I guess makes it not just a better blast, but I did have that momentary... Glare. You create a source of ethereal, blinding light at any point within range, no larger than cat -1 in size. It may be distorting to living beings that rely on sight, and appears to the graceless as well. Wherever the light touches, you have the ability to perceive in great detail, from the inside of dark cracks or slits in walls and textures to the textures of surfaces and skin. You may choose to move the source of light at a pace no faster than your walking speed, and it can be concealed by mundane opaque materials such as within a pocket or under a cup. This power may easily affect stuff. Okay. It's like Like an arcane eye almost. His eyes are portals to the punch dimension? What? Blast has the advantage of range and reuse. Does it have range? I'm pretty sure Blast is also a short range, unless I'm mistaken. Because like, yeah, it has reusability. Also, Blast is very bad, I will say. I thought Blast was going to be better than it was, but in playing the game, once you get to a point where you have 2 or more dice on your main weapons, Blast, Blast is almost never going to, like, Psyche is almost never going to exceed what your normal weapons do, because Psyche is half cat. So at level 1, at cat 1, you have 1 die. At cat 2, you have 1 die. At cat 3, you get 2 dice. But by the time you're cat 3, you'll probably have a 3 in coordination or force. So you're rolling 2 dice versus 3 dice. And yes, it is psychic versus mundane, which does tend to mean that you will be not rolling hard. The issue with that is you can be set up. So almost and it doesn't, your weapons don't take a psyche burst. So Blast ends up not being good enough to use, I feel, most of the time. Yeah, Arcane Eye plus Flashbang. Oh, right, it's disorienting. Sanctify, you must spend 2 minutes of focused concentration to use this power before it activates. Sanctify an area up to cat +1, centered on point you touch. It does not move with you. You know who or what is in that area, although their exact location or specific details. When something or someone enters or leaves, but not where or what, or within range. The general location of something you have intimate knowledge of in the area. An object you have handled frequently, a fellow exorcist, a sin you have fought and know all the trauma questions for. Got it. When you search for someone or something in the area that you do not have intimate knowledge of, roll a risky psyche roll. On a success, you know where it is. They discover where you are as well. I feel like it either shouldn't be risky, or that they discover where you are is what happens if they roll, like, instead of a risky psyche roll, it should be a fortune roll. And like on a 3 or less, they discover where you are as well. Right? Because I feel as though risky plus they discover where you are makes it... I don't know. I don't know. Redact. Remove 1 piece of information from the minds of everything and everyone within range temporarily. You may redact a name, a location, a certain individual's action, a death, or any other simple piece of information that can be mentioned in 1 sentence at the approval of your admin. Creatures under the effect of this have this piece of information seamlessly blocked in their mind, unable to recall or identify the missing piece of information. Gain +1. It ends if you take an injury. This may temporarily render a trauma answer useless. Ah. Interesting. Very important thing to note. Fate roll is a good idea. I'll do that next time. Yeah, because my thought process is that I like the idea of it having risk with it, and it could be risky, and then maybe like one of the complications is they discover where you are, or it could be it's a fortune roll. I think that at the same, like the end result is the same. I just think it's a the core is the same. I'm just trying to think of how I would mechanically write it. Yeah, Redact was my favorite to make. It's Diet Veil. Listen, Diet Veil is when you don't want to go on the hope bonding spree. And I feel as though that is a moral failing. Because as I have mentioned multiple times, Hope is a cutie. Hope is a sweetie. And in order to bond with Hope, you must therefore associate with the cutie. And I think that's admirable. Hold up, is this a blasphemy that messes with memory? Yes. I think Uwu Who's Who 31780 appears to be the mythical Harpocrates dossier leaker. Please do not die and become a whistleblower that forms a hound. We do not need another Dullahan. Psychic. Physic? Physic. That's not psychic. I'm dumb. I'm sorry. The Physic blasphemy was registered into the Harpocrates dossier due to a lack of substantial research for reliable field use. See Smother testing log. Oh no. Like a physician? That's what I thought. I can't pronounce words. Hope's art literally has them looking at a Kirby plushie in a well, no. Well, so Hope is a cutie, but so is... No, you're thinking of Faith. You're thinking of Faith. Faith is looking at a Kirby plush in a claw machine. Hope is the one that's like on a space station. Physic? Thank you. See, you understand how to do mnemonics? Pronunciation. Physics without the X. I've had to do rocket science before. I don't like physics. Within cat +2 distance, you always know where an allied exorcist is if they have at least one injury. You gain +1d on actions to track enemies with half or more of their execution and talisman slashed. So you're both good at protecting as well as executing. So actually that has synergy with a hardline, because hardline can wipe the stain away. Cure. You rearrange and revert the physical traumas on a target in range. Roll for psyche, adding 1d3 to the total number of successes. Remove that number of stress from the target, or 1/2 that number of sin from the target. Okay. If the amount of stress you would heal would overheal, you may remove an injury and continue removing. Subtract 1 from the resting die. Okay. When targeting a mundane human, you instantly cure them of any psychic phenomenon affecting them, along with physical ailments. This does not make them immune to experiencing those same effects or injuries later. When targeting supernatural non-player character, add half cat segments to their execution talisman. So it's once per scene. My first thought with this is, can this cure an infested? Can this cure a cultist? Because it removes psychic phenomenon affecting them. Well, actually, at that point, infested aren't mundane humans. Infested are sins. A cultist is a human. An apostle is a sin. So you have this weird, and that's where the actual terminology makes a lot of, like it's very important, where this is something that you can't save an infested. Well, so I don't even think it needs to get... Roll for psyche, adding 1d3 number of successes. So I'm cat 4. I'm rolling 2 dice plus 1d3. Let's say I get 1 success and I roll a 2 on the d3. So I have 3. I heal, or... So it can either heal you for 3 stress or sin. Yeah, mundane human, that doesn't apply to exorcists. So you can heal an exorcist, but you can't remove psychic phenomena as well as physical ailments and injury from exos. So my thought process with this is, I love the idea of being able to remove sin, but I feel as though that might be a bit much. I don't even think that the heal is too much. I think that having a dedicated, I'm going to cure wounds you, that isn't bad. But I'm thinking maybe it's just, well, no, it might actually work. You can roll psyche to remove that number of sin or number of stress, and then if you are removing stress, you add 1d3. So it's not halved for sin. It is just, you're never going to roll more than 3 dice because it's psyche. You died in the blizzard, but my ghost can watch the stream now. Yay? Yeah, infested are traces, so they wouldn't be targetable. Remove. Remove an aspect of pain or trauma from a creature of your choice. This may seamlessly remove a traumatic or painful memory, human, exorcist, or creature. Alternatively, you may use this power when all of the following have been met. The sin... Oh no. Oh no. The sin is within range. The sin has 1 or more of its talismans slashed. 1 or more of its talismans. So like, execution talisman? Or other talismans. You know 1 trauma question that you have not used to counter. You meet at least 1 requirement for the Nail of Abel. I love that the fact that the Nail of Abel is being referenced. I love the references to Pathos, the Nail of Abel, the Whisperer. Like, I do love that a lot of these blasphemies are actively referencing small, one-off, not looked into, or not shined on mechanics from CAIN proper. Are drifters creatures? Drifters are sins. Drifters are mechanically sins. When you use this power this way, instead of activating the nail available, you erase the memory of an intense trauma that the sin was born from. Restore 2 segments on the sin's execution talisman, then select one domain that it has access to. The sin may not use abilities or powers granted to it by that domain. You may no longer use the trauma question selected to counter the sin until you rest. This effect ends early. Okay. I kind of love this. I kind of love this because it's the idea of we're removing the pain that you feel from, and it ends early if you're on the brink of death. So we're removing the pain that you feel so you're weaker, but you heal as a result. So we have to have the nail available. Something I would say though, you meet at least one requirement for the nail available and are in the palace, I might say, because you normally can only activate the nail available in the palace. Whereas meeting one requirement for the nail available, I assume you mean you have the person or an object of importance to them, or there's one more. By this, one requirement for the nail available is just being in the palace, right? Which I suppose does make sense, but instead of activating the nail available, you erase the memory. It is very specific, very good. The only thing I would say though, I might say you can only do this once per hunt. I mean, how often are you going to use this, right? It lasts until you rest. I might say you can only use the sin ability once per hunt. Forced therapy? Oh my. That's crazy. As a F you go away, that's fair. I thought you can use the nail. No, so the whole point of the nail available, to my understanding, is while you are within the palace, you can utilize I believe it's over here, right? I don't know where the nail available is. Nail. I can just control F. So exorcists that enter Sin's palace can forcibly summon it there if it is outside. All exorcists are able to use the nail available. A psychic pulse that forces Sin back to its palace. To use it, they need one of the following: physical presence of the host, an object or person precious to the host, a part of the host's body. Right? Curl F. It's the ability to lock the Sin in the palace with you. Exactly. Yeah. Which is why the nail available is such like a... The nail available is such it's dropped like once and then not brought up again. And I appreciate that, like, this is a mechanic that actually relates to it. I kind of love that. So mend. You repair any broken object that is your cat size or smaller. You must know what the object looks like before it was broken or destroyed or broken. Mundane humans that have seen this object are convinced that the object was never broken in the first place and will not be suspicious of you. Oh, that's a nice little one. I appreciate that you have like big flashy ones like remove, and then you also have smaller ones like mend. Wound. Reverse the flow of your healing abilities and pull on broken threads, creating devastating entropic wounds. This instantly kills mundane humans, because of course, leaving them with lesions, cut marks, or any injury of your choice. While targeting a supernatural creature, roll Psyche, and then choose a injury-specific section. The next ally takes advantage of this power's effect gains plus 1d for each one that you can answer yes. This power injured or harmed a vital part of the creature that is struggling to function without. The ally's roll is directed harmfully to the wound. You have previously healed or used healing abilities on the... That's messed up. That's messed up. Where... Question for everyone in chat. Would you say that remove is a healing ability? If I'm fighting the sin, and I remove the trauma of who wronged you to this hound, and I remove the fattening of rage because no longer will you be burdened by the issue of who wronged you. That sounds kind of like healing. Removing the burden of life does wonders for back pain. Yeah. I think I would count that as healing, personally, as an admin. So a nail that wipes out a memory. No, so the nail isn't memory wipe. The nail available is just, I bring you back. I bring you to the palace. No, so I know it's only until rest. However, that does count as a heal. I would count it. Remove into wound is intentional combat. See, You get it. You get it. You get that the blasphemy combos are what's fun. Like, for instance, with Hysteria. Infect is probably my favorite ability here because, like, you touch someone and you infect them with a curse tag. Harlequin is a curse. Outburst is a curse. Seethe is a charm, but Fugue is a curse. However, also, if you have other people, for instance, Isolate is a curse, you could very easily have a Hysteria user who also has Revulsion. They isolate, infect, send a cultist back to their cult, and then isolate the entire cult. It would be interesting to see how removing one of Sin's trauma would affect its behavior. Yeah. And what I've done is that when I've been running, I treat the trauma questions as, or I treat the Sin as a representation of, like, not just a manifestation of, but also an extension of the psychology of the host. So when my player executed the Sin, it physically harmed and injured the host, because the host manifested an ogre. They executed it. They just executed the kind of self-pity that the host was wallowing in. And the host was, like, rendered catatonic by that. So I do like the idea of, by removing trauma questions, that only doesn't affect the Sin's behavior, that also affects the host's behavior. Right? And I don't know if this would be too busted, but I do feel as though I might even say the Sin doesn't even have to be in range. I might even say that I might even say you could use this on the host, but that's also just me running. I don't think that's necessarily the way it should be run. That's just an idea that came to my head. Oh no, Severed. Split anything into two halves of the same whole, including yourself. High Virtue Charity takes great interest in Severed users seeing the blasphemy as a quaint homage to the Entwine. Again, this is exactly the sort of nonsense that I've been talking about that makes me love what I've seen thus far. I'm outside of just the fantastic art and the graphic design and the vibes. It is the simple fact that everything here, which has some degree of tie-in reasonably to a different aspect of CAIN, has that connection addressed. Severed has ties to charity. You have Witness that can see a Whisper's shadow. There's another one that I pointed out that I can't remember off the top of my head. But it's the idea of, like, I just really enjoy the fact that this makes the setting feel more cohesive. Read the Upside Down fun fact. High Virtue Charity has a deep disdain of Severed users seeing the power as a egoistic as an egoistic rather than blissful. I'm not turning my head upside down. Connection to another. Interesting. I assumed it was just mirrored text. Greetings and good tidings, Sir Arrow. I must ask thee, what is thine opinion on the Cathars? That's my opinion. Just a quaint little head shake. So, split. At any point during a mission, you can spend a psychic burst to split, creating an exact copy of yourself with all the clothes you're wearing, but not objects you're holding, originating from your body. You may also split as a reaction to taking stress from physical harm that involves cutting, slicing, slashing, negating that stress to 0. When split, you may not choose to split again until you become whole. The rules for this are on the bottom left. I think that might need to be errated. Because if I have a hound that is apoplexiing me, and I take like 7 stress, I can reduce that to 0 for a single psychic burst. While split, each of the following is true. While split, you share all the same statistics. If one of you suffers instant death or overflow, you both do. You control both bodies, which can act independently of each other, each taking their own action in an investigation or conflict, but receiving all consequences. All stress you receive during a conflict scene while split is increased by 1. You always perceive everything from both bodies at once. Items from KP are shared and is not duplicated. Both of you must choose to rest at the same time and becoming whole after doing so, waking up in the body. Got it. For all intents and purposes, it is you. You are it. Who can tell the difference anyway? Oh, so the implication being is that it's not actually like two yous. It's like it's an extension of yourself. Only if it's slicing. The Hound. The reason I brought up the Hound in particular is because explicitly the Hound's severe attack. The Hound immediately separates the chosen exorcist from the group, hurled into a pocket dimension, smashed into a wall, flung off building, then begins attacking them with immeasurable fury, with each die representing an attack. For every die, they take 1 stress, and for every 1, they suffer 2 additional stress and has a piece of skin cut away. The Hound's severe attack explicitly is about cutting off your flesh and your skin, which I think that there is really no ability to say you're being skinned alive and cleansed without also saying you could split. Right? So I don't, at least personally, I don't see a circumstance where a Hound pounces on you and raw, I wouldn't be able to split in response to that. So I guess what I'm thinking is, if I split in response to something, I think maybe instead of reducing it to 0, you half it, round it down. Because then the idea is like it's split between the two of you. Wait, you can multi-class blasphemies? Yes, you can. You can multi-class blasphemies. Why split plus fissure? What, so that you can like set up a nuke? Wait, that's valence. Which one is fissure? Oh, I haven't seen fissure yet, that's why. I was like, wait a second. Splizzure? No, not the splizzure. The splussy. Multiply. Oh no, I just realized if you split the splussy. No. Multiply. Touch a mundane object in range that you can hold and carry with one hand. Create a number of copies of the object equal to your cat. These copies are indistinguishable and retain the same properties. When you rest, all additional versions disappear, and you may decide which version is the original copy if you're holding at least one of them. Otherwise, the admin chooses. Game +1 when... Okay. I like that. Actually... I can be an arms dealer. If I have a gun, or sword, or a weapon, or whatever, and I spend 2 kit points to get my service weapon, and then I multiply it, I can arm our entire crew with only me using kit points. Which means if we have someone else who has a bunch of kit points that they want to do stuff for, as long as I keep 1 psychic burst on lock, I can just supply all of us more weapons. I'm going to arm the locust. Literally, like, oh no, the centipede has friends with the abattoir. All right, group of civvies, here is 4 shotguns. But when you rest, it disappears and you'll get back psychic burst with the D3. You're resting anyway. So there's no reason not to do that if you have other stuff to spend KP on. For instance, if you have a demon in the party, who I believe can spend KP on psychic bursts, or it might be script on psychic bursts. But the idea of you spend your KP on stuff, they don't need to spend their KP on a weapon. Free organs for organ trading. The classic clone dilemma. Would you smash 14 clones of your sorceress GF? What is that a reference to? Do I even know what that's a reference to? It is a compulsory, almost pathologic need of any and all RPG players to find a way to break the economy. If you're not breaking the economy, you're not engaging with the economy. I joined an organ trade and you smashing clones. Don't worry about it, Neko. You kiss your clone with that mouth? No, I don't. I've already made it very clear. If I met a clone of myself, we're probably just gonna like help each other out and like game recognizes game. Parade. You can only activate this power when whole, so not when split. Create up to half cat plus 3 less powerful copies of yourself, which can only... This is the question. This is the question of, what would you do if you had 7 goblins that just followed you around and did your orders? I want to create 3 arrows in a trench coat that go around fighting sins for me like Pokemon. Wait, I just realized the intended reason for multiply. I take out my gun, I multiply it, I arm all of my selves, and we just start a firing line. Wait. So what if you're like a early, like an 18th century, or sorry, 19th century Napoleonic reenactor, and so you're dressed up in the garb, and you parade to make a full like line of yourselves, and then you multiply to get a series of like muskets, and you have a first rank fire, second rate fire, where you're like really old antiquated technology, but only with you. Perfect adult. No, you're supposed to obey me. Listen, if in CAIN I can play as Nightcrawler, Daredevil, or Wonder Woman, I'll play this so hard. You can play a lot of things. They cannot use any of your abilities or powers, but can pick up mundane objects. The parade can take up to half cat plus 3 stress before being destroyed. Each copy evaporating in a fine red pink mist. This happens regardless at the end of the scene. You may consume additional psychic bursts with this power. For every additional burst, add 1 more and roll 1d3 plus 1. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Pass. Oh no. We have the split pass. The power does not consume a psychic burst. You must be split. Once per scene, you may immediately transfer any object you're holding or carry. Okay, so you can pass it between yourself. But it's only once per scene. Understood. Nice. Able. That sounds like a really important ability. I'm gonna read Cleave first, because that sounds infinitely less important than Able. Battle of Rourke's Drift, but in CAIN. If the clone shares our mind. Oh my gosh. Why are you having your cats? No. So I'm multiplying cats. Listen, there's more than one way to skin a cat. And that's because I copied the cat into 4 different means. This is an awesome book. Me and my players just call it CAIN 2 because it's so big and awesome. I have been loving this. And like, the dev has been in chat, and I don't know if I was saying nice things when they were here, so I really hope that they got the impression that I'm enjoying this as much as I am. What if we cube the cat? No, I don't want cat shish kebabs. But like this has been a fantastic book, and I see why everyone has been raving about it for so long. You're a CAINist, ever heard of Able? Shut your mouth. Harmlessly part an object or creature of cat size into smaller individual pieces. You may cleave a specific portion or part of your target equal to 1d3 times, which cannot separate it into more than 4 pieces. Roll Psyche if it's unwilling, only spending on success. Objects divided this way may cease to function properly, but supernaturally maintain their integrity and structure. Creatures divided this way do not feel pain and maintain control and function over their individual parts. This control may be difficult for creatures caught unaware by this power. Cleaved parts of the object Cleaved parts of objects and creatures slowly float back together at the end of the scene unless otherwise prevented. This power may easily affect parameters. Screw you! Steals your arm. This is my leg now. Cat cube, it's like Cerberus but a cat. Oh, so it knocks over 3 times as many glasses. Able. When you use this ability while split, instantly kill one version of yourself or choice, not taking any slashes on your talisman and avoiding the resulting death. You may choose how this death manifests, whether it is passing out, wounds appearing on the body, or instant combustion, which cannot deal physical harm to other creatures. If you use this ability currently under the effect of Cleave or Parade while whole, or any other blasphemy ability where you produce a copy of yourself, you may choose to regenerate from 1 cleave portion of yourself or 1 copy by killing the rest of your portions harmlessly. Oh! I was wondering what the bonus to this is. What's the benefit? The benefit I'm gathering is I am split. Me, that is not me, the extra me, is fighting an ogre. The ogre grabs me and is about to crush the life out of me and I'm going to die. I cast Able. I kill my other self. I'm safe. That's what I'm gathering this is for, right? And then obviously, like if I cleave myself, I can then regenerate from 1. Question for all familiar with A formats. Which size of rulebook do you prefer? Closer to A4 or A5? Wild question. I have a supervillain with duplication. The supervillain hates himself, so he's the prime and duplicates are his henchmen and he sends them on dangerous missions. The ogre grabs me. Is this a common start to your fantasy situations? Neko, did you know we're talking about a TTRPG where ogres are an enemy that you fight and literally one of the abilities that they can do is that they can grab you? Like, I can't fix you, but I can fix you. Or at the very least, the vet can. C4 is best paper size. I do love me some C4. That's why my current character is playing with it. Somnia. Make your dreams reality, turn reality into nothing but a dream. Attempts to keep Somnia users awake for longer than 36 hours will result in X and personnel loss. Hypnos. You are immune to psychic phenomena while you are asleep, and while resting, if you choose to sleep. Afflictions or other effects cannot prevent you from resting or sleeping. So it doesn't help you stay awake, it just helps keep you safe while you're sleeping. So the idle ability that forces you to sleep can still send you to sleep, but it doesn't actually affect you while you're asleep. Oh, it is a shepherd. Yeah, because they're counting sheep. Able also lets you stage spontaneous human combustion in public. Yeah. Yeah. There's nothing stopping you from just sending your split out there and then combusting them in a crowd of people. I wonder if other versions of CAIN, they'll add a Seth ability. Seth was Able and CAIN's other brother. Look, what? Look, Arrow, I've seen your Shrek files. I just wanted you to know how much to put you on blast. No, I'm not into Shrek. He's not my body type. I'm sorry. I'm not into the ogre dad bod. Surreal. Dramatically change the landscape around you into visions of your dreams. Select a space up to your cat area and size that you can see. The features and landscapes within the area change into one of the following. Bliss. They become soft and fluffy and brighter, and supernatural beings appear less threatening. Terror. Angular, solid, sharp. Supernatural beings appear more threatening. Incongruence. Hanging objects begin to droop, lights flicker, and visible features on buildings or landscapes warp slightly. At any point, spend 1 additional to make those changes last until rest. These changes do not affect the abilities and statistics of anything, but they can affect parameters. So for instance, I can be surrealist, I can be absurdist, I can be fluffy and happy or scary. I'm wondering how this would work mechanically. Because obviously, if I'm talking to someone, if I want to rest and I want to be comfortable, I could make it bliss. If I'm fighting something, I might do terror in order to have sharp angular edges that I can like shove people into and deal extra damage to them, maybe, like with a vector user. Incongruence? With incongruence, I'm imagining, so imagine this, like there's a light pole, right? Or like a tree or something. And with incongruence, it droops down. So it's like, so it's like this. And then you can like grab onto it and crawl up, right? That's the kind of thing I'm thinking of. A Dias surrealist dream? Well, no, so it's not your dream, it's reality, you silly. In your dream, you're immune to psychic phenomena. One day, I hope to show it off in a doc like this. I have made the Shepherd Sin as well, shameless self-promotion. I mean, honestly, I think it would be really fun to like make a doc like this, but like I'm currently on stream. We just started this last week as a fun little like side thing. Persona 4 style shadows that are reflections of you. The current running name is Distortion, because initially we were calling them shadows, and then we're like, that's not going to work because there's so many things called shadows. But I call them distortions, and like this is the document right now, right? We were working on this on stream. Chat wanted it to be Comic Sans, so I made it Comic Sans. But like, it's just completely without formatting, right? Because I'm not a graphic designer. I'm not someone who's very good at graphic design, so I didn't focus on that. I want to get the mechanics done first. The ability to not just have halfway decent blasphemies and mechanics and lore, all of which take time and energy, but to then present it in a way that is not just so popping visually, but is also legitimately on theme with what CAIN has already set up, is incredible. It's amazing. Melt the landscape in buildings like taffy. Exactly. Manifest. Oh my gosh, we can manifest as a power. Create a number of intangible constructs up to your cat that are visible even to those without grace. They can be objects, small animals, or creatures whose combined size must be equal to or smaller than your cat, but you must have seen it at least once before your most recent sleep or deployment. You control their movements and actions, although they cannot inflict harm on anything or anyone due to being intangible. They cannot move farther away than a long distance, or else they disappear. They cannot intelligently vocalize and make garbled, incomprehensible speech. So it's illusions. Silent image. Spend an additional psychic burst to make them tangible. They may block attacks, be felt and touched, and may interact with the world around them, even those without grace. Roll Psyche for creative uses. They have a combined execution talisman of cat +1 and disappear if taking total amount of stress. And they disappear at the end of the scene. Oh, and then they no longer disappear at the end of the scene, but instead when you rest. So they're very much like illusions, basically. Hi there, can you please say hi to my friend Anton? Hey Anton, how's it going? Also, mechanical, you as well. Hi. Manifest is my favorite. I used to summon demon dream monsters, and then I used to summon dream monsters and then made illusions of someone that the host loved to defend myself. That is, I'd say traumatizing, but I think that the host is already traumatized enough, don't we think? Like, imagine you're in a lord's kingdom and you form illusions of like the person that the lord lost. That would be so wild. To like, not just disrespectful, but wild across multiple avenues. Haze. Temporarily alter the state of tangibility of yourself and the things you're wearing or carrying. For the duration of the scene, you're still visible, but you cannot be harmed or touched through physical means. Objects or creatures move through you with ease, but you interact with walls and objects normally. Right, because this isn't the same as phase. While in this state, you may additionally touch an object or structure that is equal to your cat size or smaller, and have it get the same traits, becoming intangible but non-visible. Gain +1d. It ends if you take stress from supernatural phenomena. So it's not just you're vulnerable to supernatural phenomena, it ends if you take stress from them. Sleepwalk. Fun fact, I don't sleepwalk, but I used to sleep talk. And that's a little bit of why I don't ever really plan to do like a sleeping stream. Because like there are people who will do like a subathon and they'll have their like camera on, mic on while they're asleep. And I think that's wild. But my sibling for the longest time would sleepwalk. And it's just a matter of like, would just get up fully, walk throughout the house, get up, like go downstairs onto like the couch or something while asleep. And I think that my mother found them Blair Witching at some point. Yeah, did you even love them? Oh my gosh. You force yourself to fall asleep for the rest of the scene, but allow your body to keep moving in response to threats and stimuli for the duration. Your passive triggers, granting you immunity to psychic phenomena, but you still take stress from mundane sources, even if produced by supernatural creature. This does not count as taking a rest. You can use blasphemy powers freely, but roll 0d on actions that would physically exert you with difficulty or effort. You cannot move faster than a slow walk. You can catch combatants or hostiles off guard easily. Gain +1d, the first roll that takes advantage. You wake up early if you take an injury. So, I suppose this is like, I want to shut down an idol's illusions, so I'm not going to look at it. right? I am avoiding seeing something that I shouldn't see, like an ogre's a shuddering thing in a dark hall. You can use blasphemy powers freely, which to me says you don't have to spend psychic bursts. However, but roll 0 dice onto actions that would physically exert you with difficulty or effort. That strikes me as blasphemies are now free, but actions that you have to do physically are all 0 dice. Or that means you aren't prevented from using blasphemies, but physical stuff is difficult. That is something where I am not sure if I'm just misreading it. I don't know if that's me being silly. I'm a bit confused on what that means. Lol. You adjust the levels of waking for all creatures of choice within cat area centered on yourself. Pick one. Creatures of your choice become lethargic and tired, barely able to stay awake. Creatures on the brink of death, humans, and weaker traces will fall asleep instantly. Creatures of your choice become active and energetic, unable to rest. Creatures who are drowsy or fatigued are instantly awakened and will find it impossible to sleep. Both these, an ogre comes to mind. Because the idea of like stumblers being particularly weak to the sleep, you know? And wake to like combat the lethargy of an ogre. Not much. How about you? What's up, dog? Manifest. I already did manifest. Okay, so I think 4, 5. Oh yeah, so that was all 5. Whew, I think this is the last 3 of the blasphemies, and then we have agendas and sins and virtues and a dating sim. Holy heck, it's been 4 hours. Expiration. Control the rate of decomposition and oxidation to devastating effect. Expiration users have existed in castle and temerity teams for decades, but have historically taken a custodial role in corpse disposal and organization-wide waste management. Further applications of the power have expanded their usage to the field. Pallor Mortis. You naturally slow down the rate of death for supernatural beings nearby you. You may redirect any stress and adjacent ally exorcist to yourself instead if they are on the brink of death. Sins or other supernatural hostile beings while adjacent to you cannot have the last segment of their execution talisman slashed. If the last segment would be slashed, you take 1d3 stress instead. Interesting. So you cannot melee kill a sin. Full on. Interesting. Imagine being an exorcist janitor. No, I have thought about this, and I think that if I was to do a CAIN actual play, I would probably want it to be, and this is silliness, or I don't know if this would be an actual play, but like something I want to run for CAIN. I want to run a group called the B Team, where currently there's an ongoing sin event in a town where like a Cat 5 centipede has taken over an entire city. However, in that city, with the various survivors that are forming, someone manifested a Cat 1 idol. So there's now like a commune of cultists that are all protecting themselves from the infested, and your goal is that while the A team is going off and fighting the centipede, you have to find the idol in this city that is filled with infested and take out the idol. And then, what do you do when the idol looks you in the face and says, I can help you take out the centipede? Like, what do you do? Do you take the idol's help? Because the idol has cultists. The idol is a sin. The idol doesn't want its cultists to be infested, so it has a legitimate, real application here. The sleepwalking blasphemies very much seems like they mean there's no extra restrictions. Yeah, so that's what I was imagining, but even with the sleepwalking, so you're immune to psychic phenomena.
You're immune to psychic phenomena while you're... Oh! Okay, so immune to psychic phenomena is not just the ogre, like the idol's daydreaming ability that forces you to rest. It is also like if a lord judges you with its severe attack, you're immune. So it's effectively a minor... I see why you would sleepwalk now, is because you effectively have Faith's blasphemy. But you can still use blasphemies. You just can't do anything physical. Okay, so I see you sleepwalk now. Can't wait for the bitten survivor that manifests the hound in response. No, literally, my Orange Snick, I wasn't sure what I wanted it to be. I think it would be really fun to have a entire campaign that is all set in one city where you are the B team and an active 3-day long centipede hunt is going on in the background. And you're dealing with a cult of survivors that form an idol. You're dealing with someone that's looting all of the various destroyed businesses that manifests a toad. You're dealing with someone who wants revenge on the centipede and their host and manifested a hound. You're the whole game is this one disastrous, botched mission of a centipede and the ramifications of everything surrounding that. Face take a sin, sleep through the boring severe attack. Apoptosis. Mark a creature for death by reprogramming the rate of decay in their cells. Oh my gosh. If targeting a mundane creature or a human, you may choose any amount of time in hours and minutes. When the amount of time has passed, the target dies from necrosis that starts with the nerves, resulting in a painless, quiet death. Oh, that's surprisingly less bad. When targeting a supernatural creature or phenomenon with this effect, it slowly deteriorates their physical form, making it easier to kill. The target cannot regain segments on their execution talisman from means other than retreating to its palace, and the next source of slashes adds half cat. This power may easily affect parameters, and it ends early if the target takes exorcist afflicted slashes on its execution talisman. So it's prevent healing and also a one-time damage buff, but what was it? What am I thinking of? What was the one where it's remove? You can apoptosis a sin. Someone else can remove it. You cannot restore 2 segments on the sin's execution talisman because it has apoptosis. Now, without healing it, you have removed one of its domains. You hit it, it takes more damage. And then, because you have previously healed it, you used a healing ability, even though you didn't heal it, you can now wound it for more effective. Synergies. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. We have synergies here. Myceliate. Oh my gosh. I do love the theming of the mushrooms. It's so creepy. It's so weird. And that's what you want from a blasphemy, right? I don't want cool powers. I want creepy powers. Collate? Collate and accelerate the growth of fungal spores in the air to great effect. In a cat area centered on yourself, fungi and bacteria, increasing in activity and growth rates, causing all mundane humans to feel sick and nauseous, killing them in a matter of minutes if they do not leave the area. It also has the following effects: rot or spoil mundane things like food and water, make it difficult for creatures that breathe to move the area. It may cause sturdy mushrooms to grow from points in the area you can see, sprouting to your cat in size. Make a hard psyche roll to control the exact shapes they take. So you can make stairways, blockages, walls. The power ends early if you use another power. And it may easily affect parameters. Got it? Oxide. Rapidly degrade exposed metals, oxygen, and flammable materials you have contact with through the air within range, temporarily being able to perceive anything within the range that is connected to you via the air. The effect of the oxidation may reach up to your cat in size, and you can choose the following effects. Things you select begin to rust and flake away into red dust, become irreparably damaged and unusable, rapidly oxidize your selected object, causing it to ignite instantaneously, only a few moments, but completely destroys it. So you can either slowly but surely flake it with rust, or you can just crisp it. If this were to harm a creature, roll Psyche. This may easily affect parameters. Got it. If creepy powers are also cool, then that's a win-win. That is absolutely a win-win. Most of these have been creepy cool powers. I'm not comfortable with mushrooms. We'll mute the stream for 10 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. Rapid oxidation. That's combustion. Listen, Ardence users can't have all of the fun. Break down a corpse or other organic material that you can touch into unrecognizability. For the rest of the scene, corpses of any size or organic material equal to cat or smaller that you touch decompose in a matter of seconds. This breaks it into its simplest form, such as gases, water, carbon, which resembles a thick, unrecognizable dark sludge. This substance is extremely flammable. Gain plus 1d. My thought process is immediately, oh no, we killed this person. We need to hide the body. But also, kill Toadspawn, kill some cultists, decompose their body, grab the sludge, use it as a trap later, right? So it has mixed applications. Fungus are fun. It's right in the name. Listen, they're fun guy. Fill the area bloat. Fill the area around you with highly volatile and dangerous fumes, up to cat plus 1, centered on creature or corpse that can touch. This lasts for 2d3 minutes when targeting a living creature. It lasts until the end of the scene when targeting a corpse. When you activate the power, you can adjust the opacity from almost invisible to a thick smog, and the smell from overwhelmingly neutral to a noxious heavy scent. These fumes can disguise other strong scents from corpses or even supernatural phenomena. When this gas is detonated through any source of combustion such as fire, a spark, or concentrated heat, it explodes, destroying structures, killing mundane humans at the center, and dealing a number of slashes equal to Psyche. Plus 1d. So this is a neat fire theme. I kind of like that. But like, it's all obviously the mushrooms, decay, rigor mortis, but also has like a fire theme where multiple things relate to fire. Their body into oil. America's coming for us. No! Though that's more like you're encouraging the mushrooms to grow into their normal form. You love Pugile? Pugile. Violently refine your body. Let your hands be stained. My man. Lo, violence stains the hand, but to strike sin is righteous toil. Let wrath be just, the hand swift, and the wicked laid low. Nice. Oh, Exo Father Centauri, 1719. Disgrace. Lower your sin cap by 4. You start at 10, and every time you hit your max, you reduce it by a further 2. Whenever your sin cap cannot be lowered by sin overflow. Okay, that's less bad. Whenever you roll to resist, you are always considered to have half your current number of sin marks. When you have a total of 4 plus sin marks and take your last point of stress or suffer instant death, you overflow and must immediately choose to give up. Beep. Okay, so the way this works is that your sin maximum decreases from 10 to 6. When you hit 6, you have to roll, and you either resist or you give up. If you give up, you become a sin, and that's bad. You lose your character. If you resist, then you get a sin mark, some special ability that marks you as having almost become a sin. Basically, you became a sin for like 2 seconds, and then you manage to get control of yourself. But in those 2 seconds, your body is irrevocably changed. So whenever you roll to resist, if I have 6 sin at my maximum, I roll and consider as if I have half my number of sin marks. So if I have 2 sin marks, I will roll as if I have 1. When I roll a d6, I add my number of sin marks to it. So that makes it easier to resist. However, if I suffer instant death or I would die, you are allowed to, instead of dying, go into sin overflow normally. This is saying you have to overflow and you cannot roll to resist. You immediately give up. Yeah, doomed and disgraced was my first thought too. I got to bet on me getting out of this one a lot. And it's just done. Strike. When you gain this power, you lose the ability to use blast. Sure. And this power does not count against your 5 power maximum. Sure. Strike a creature with overwhelming force imbued with psychic fury. Roll Psyche to deal damage. You gain plus 1d on this roll for each of the following conditions up to a max of plus 2. The target has inflicted stress on you during the current scene. You have at least 2 injuries. You have 5 plus sin abilities. 5 plus sin abilities? Current pressure is 5 plus. Can someone explain 5 plus sin abilities? This may exceed the plus 3 die maximum up to plus 5. If you roll 6 on any final dice, take 1 stress for each 6 rolled. Okay. So this is a situation where 1, it literally replaces blast, but I am more okay with this because 1, it literally does replace blast. It doesn't power creep it, it replaces it. And also it has more downsides, it has more upsides, it is a lateral change, right? It is melee instead of range. It is, you get bonuses, but you also take more damage. Like from blasphemies? Blasphemy skill or sin marks? This is approaching the point where your character is mostly dead by the time they're finished creating it. Yeah. The equivalent of a Lancer Danger Zone build riding the edge of a Mago. Yeah, exactly. It's the abilities you get from having a sin mark. That's what I thought. But with a sin mark, once you get 3, you automatically... Once you get your 3rd sin mark, you cannot get a 4th. Once you would roll to resist for your 4th, you automatically fail, and you have to submit. So I don't think you can get more than 3 sin marks. You can evolve sin marks for a second. Oh, so when you advance a sin mark, I thought you re-rolled. So if I have like Jaws, like my mouth, I have a sin mark on my mouth, and I have like, I don't know, acid spit. If I advance my sin mark, I get a second ability? I thought it was when I advance a sin mark, I replace my existing ability. Oh, okay. That makes sense then. Thank you. Fusillade. Target a creature with immeasurable fury, a flurry of limbs, an unstoppable barrage. Start with a pool of 2. You get a severe attack. Start with a pool of 2 plus half cat d6s. The admin must answer the following questions as if they were the targeted creature, removing a dice for each of the following questions they can respond yes to. Have you avoided all conflict with the Exorcist up until now? Are you certain you'll survive this encounter? Is there someone or something to block with nearby? Is the Exorcist hindered, distracted, or under duress in some way? Wait, this is so cool. So, Cat 1, you have 3 dice, so you could very easily roll none of them. Cat 2, similarly, you only have 3 dice, so you might very well roll 0. Cat 3 and Cat 4, again, you have 4, so if they answer yes to all of them, you don't roll that many. Then roll the dice dealing 1 slash for each die rolled. If you roll a 1 or 2 on any of the dice, you disfigure a specific body part limb of the target, and it deals -1 stress with that part for the rest of the scene. If you roll another 1 or 2, disfigurement lasts until rest. Ooh. Now my question is, this targets a creature. My understanding is living creatures doesn't count sins, but the book seems to count them. Creature, I would say, probably does count a sin. You can make your character turbocharged with sin marks. Got it. You could use this against a sin severe attack, like a severe attack class. Wait, that's so cool. Wait, so if I am going mano a mano against the ogre, and the ogre is just like, severe attack, pulverize, I can say, forbidden blasphemy, fusillade, and we can like have a climactic strike where every single punch we do like lights up the room, and like we're in a low saturation, so we're in black and white with just flashes of color and light from every punch we do. I'm sorry. In case you didn't know, I'm a nerd. In case you didn't know, I'm stupid. Warp. When you select this power, you may gain a sin mark as if rolling a 6 for mark. When you select this power, you may gain a sin mark as if rolling a 6-4 mark if you do not already have a sin mark. So that needs to be reworded. Transform and enhance the abilities of your cursed flesh. Select 1 sin ability you currently possess. For the rest of the scene, you may select 1 more sin ability that manifests from the same mark as your selected one. It disappears at the end of the scene, melting back into your flesh. It manifests as a pulsing infection. weaponized growth, or a rush of energy which originates from your own personal sins. This may cause humans that see you to become apprehensive or scared, plus 1d that takes advantage. So this is, I have acid spew for my jaw. I have a sin mark on my jaw. For the scene, I can manifest an additional one related to my jaw. Or with my skin, and I have chameleonic skin, then I can get another one. Hey, did we end the fungi? Yes, we ended the fungi. Currently, we are on... Well, I kind of dig it. I'm not going to lie. Temporary evolution, accelerated evolution, I would say. Enhance your speed to extreme capabilities by dipping into the lingering grace in your body. You may only use this ability if you have at least 2 sin. In addition to any action you take for the rest of the scene, you may physically move up to a short distance within a second. Oh wow. When you take advantage of the speed for the first time in a scene, you can make an action roll without any hostile creature taking a reaction. You can trigger this effect a second time if you overflow while using it. This may easily affect parameters rolls. Stain. You may trigger this power when you kill a human, exorcist, or supernatural being. The psychic energy of the creature you just killed is violently mutilated as a warning for other supernatural beings. Roll Psyche if activating this power on a creature that has a cat higher than yours, only expending a Psyche burst on a success. All beings that can perceive grace within a cat +2 area become immediately aware that you have killed the target, and all creatures with a cat equal to or lower than your slain target become apprehensive and devote resources into avoiding conflict with you. Supernatural beings with a cat higher than your slain target may see this as a threat, challenge, or territorial dispute and act accordingly. This is my favorite one. Like pugile, which is like a portmanteau of pugilist and agile, I imagine. Easily my favorite that I've seen thus far. The potential alone, the potential alone, narratively, not even mechanically, not even like how cool is this, not even what it can do, just the idea for what this can do for a story. Will devote resources into avoiding you, exactly. Just fatality and show the severed head of the... And this is the sort of thing where, like, I am hunting a toad. And I'm fighting a drifter. I'm fighting like a hairy man or whatever. And I use my fusillade on it. I completely bully it down. And then as I stand on its corpse, I like grab its throat. I pick up its corpse and I scream into the air, bloody murder. And I use Stain. And the toad that currently has the Artful Dodger domain and is setting up a trap and giggling to itself just pauses and just looks over its shoulder. And now hurriedly continues putting a trap together with the Artful Dodger as now it's scared of me, which is awesome. You're basically the next best thing to a hound. Yeah. Mid-mission and suddenly you just know someone killed something way more powerful than you nearby. Exactly. Or even if it's not like you killed something more powerful than me, even if it's as simple as we're hunting a centipede and I kill a juggernaut and I use Stain in order to let the centipede know you're next. The centipede might send more infested at me, but if I'm the admin, I would say all of the centipedes, all of the infested are coming from the northeast. They're rushing at you now. Why are they coming from the northeast? Well, what's to the northeast? Oh, there's this high rise over there. Oh, infested are coming from the high rise. Oh, that's probably where the palace is. And then suddenly Stain gives you the ability to like investigate at the cost of an active complication, right? So it's the sort of thing where the narrative potential for it alone, like with Fusillade and how you get a severe attack, like lower your sin cap by 4, your sin cap cannot be lowered. Whenever you roll to resist, you're always considered to have 1/2. I like this specifically because I'm someone that doesn't like the idea of sin. And based on how CAIN talks about sin marks and how they're indelibly stained, I encourage players, and also when I was playing, I was avoiding taking on sin. I like the idea of it's just like balls to the wall. Full stop. Don't even matter. It's not tempered. What do you think it is? Can't Senator Armstrong... Can't. Senator Armstrong is our handler. I imagine this involves turning the corpse you just made into arts and crafts project. Time for Blood Eagle. The Blood Eagle. That was one of the first like methods of torture I learned about. So fun fact, when I was playing in a D&D game, my DM was telling me about the Blood Eagle because there was a biker gang, because this was a post-apocalypse setting, where a biker gang called the Blood Eagles would go around and they would like fight people and then they would like do the Blood Eagle ritual on them because they worshipped a god called the Blood Eagle, which was a rock, like the giant, like 100-foot wingspan bird that rained blood with every flap of its wings, called the Blood Eagle. And the Blood Eagle died because a lich in a mech suit ripped off its wings, and his name was the Garbage King. So then I started calling him the God-killing Garbage King, GKGK. It was a weird campaign. Y'all learn torture methods in your TTRPG games? Well, yeah. The combo you can pull off with the Blasphemy and Fortitude build. With Fortitude, I didn't even consider. Want to know what my issue is? If you lean into like Pugile, I don't think Fortitude would like you. Wait. What if you play a character who's just the biggest simp? You play a character who's a massive simp. They take Pugile. They're doomed, or they're the beast. Probably both, right? They're probably doomed and beast at some time or the other. And they bond with Fortitude because they want to be the one to kill Fortitude. They want to give Fortitude a good fight. And the reason they want that is because they're simp. They're crushing hard on Fortitude. They saw the muscles and they like started barking. So they're like, oh, well, Fortitude only likes strong opponents. So I need to be strong enough that I can beat Fortitude and then they'll love me. How are you liking the book so far? I'm loving it. And I just hit my favorite blasphemy yet with Pugile. Oh, bad to the bone. Do 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 do. Oh, bad to the bone. Do 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 do. Moth plus Pugile could be a good combination. Oh, yeah, like actively, and you're like an academic about it. Almost like a Bruce Banner Hulk situation. They bond with Fortitude and then you stand on Myrmidon or Toadgoon. Witness me! Wait. You are on a mission? So Beast agenda. Pugile. Bonding with Fortitude. Fortitude has been deployed to the mission area as well. You use Stain, and you're just like, witness me! Fortitude, I can do what you can do! And like, you kill like an ogre or something. And then Fortitude, who's busy dealing with this like toad off in the distance, is just like, no. Mad Max style. Yeah, they're climbing. Oh, they're literally climbing out of the frame. Yeah. I love it when stuff does that. Wave. Control the ebb and flow of the psychic sea itself? I can't say I was expecting this one. In recent years, Wave users previously located in the Bermuda Triangle for containment have been distributed for active service in global castle divisions. That's cute. An explanation for the Bermuda Triangle is cute. I'm not going to say it's not. Wellspring. You have an overflowing reservoir of psychic energy. You raise your psychic burst max from 3 to 4. Allied exorcists you consent to may consume one of your psychic bursts to add plus 1d to any of their psyche rolls, or to increase the duration of a 1 scene power by 1 additional scene, which cannot stack. Why does this have a... There we go. Exercise extreme caution. Drifters or certain sins may be attracted to your grace and detected from a far distance away. Ooh. So not mechanically, but flavorfully. Standing on an idol yelling, "Notice me, senpai!" Swell. Concentrate and fill an object or creature with grace that exceeds its current capabilities. Any power currently active from you or affecting you other than this one dissipates. For the rest of the scene, the target surges with grace and increases in cap by 1. I don't know if you can hear that motorcycle in the distance. I'm sorry. Ooh, invite catastrophe. Yeah. Surges with grace increases by cap by 1. Takes -1 stress or slashes from external supernatural attacks, as attacking it through supernatural means feels like trying to cut or bludgeon a body of water. Finds it hard to move or be moved from its current location. Takes 2 stress after taking an action that uses supernatural abilities, or 1 slash after their reaction. Max half cat slashes. This may easily change parameters. The effect ends early if the user uses another blasphemy, or if the target and user get out of short range of each other. So if I swell you, and I make you take more damage, I can't use another blasphemy power until that happens. Understood. And also, if you escape, if you run away, it's also done. Got it. Drain. Temporarily remove the grace from an entity, object, or individual. It only lasts for a number of action rolls equal to half cat against living or sentient beings. Sins, traces, and things made entirely out of grace targeted this way demanifest for its duration. Exorcists, binders, hosts, and other psychically sensitive temporarily lose their connection to the psychic sea as if nullified. Mundane attacks against them are still hard by default. What? Gain or grant +1d. Power ends early if you use any other power. So, mundane attacks against XOs, binders, hosts, and psychically sensitive is normally hard. I know mundane attacks against sins are hard by default, but I assume that if an XO shoots another XO, it's not hard. You can banish sin for a bit to run away or set up combat. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm a bit confused by this because XOs and binders and hosts and whatever are not hard by default, are they? Buff your bound buddy. Make your evil dog immensely swole. Maybe attacks against bound sins? Well, no, sins, traces, and things made entirely out of grace targeted. Combined with the egotist from Liba Association for the meat part of Alex Mercer. I'm unfamiliar with Alex Mercer, unfortunately. Pattern. The phenomena of grace follows a subtle order which you can perceive in greater detail than most, and puts a stable and repeating wave-like form upon all psychic phenomena in range, making it follow that specific order. You may access the knowledge of one of the following. The effects the next increase in pressure causes in the investigation area when it would happen, including the type of people it affects, locations, or other relevant details. The path of movement of supernatural creatures would take in the investigation area if undisturbed by the XOs. Once the XOs interfere with the sin or interrupt this path, this information becomes unreliable and inaccurate. The nature of the next tension move the sin would take against your team, separate exorcists, all that stuff. Gain +1d. Tide. Produce a torrent of psychic energy centered on yourself which flows in a certain direction up to a cat area around you. This area affects creatures of your choice with a cat equal to or lower than yours. Objects with supernatural properties or other grace-afflicted phenomena are also affected by this if loose or unattached. Pick one. Flood. Generate a wave of psychic energy that rushes outwards. Attempt to get closer to you feels like trying to push against a waterfall or river. Recede. Amass a dense concentration of psychic energy on yourself, pulling everything of your choice towards you. Getting further away from you feels like trying to escape from powerful riptide or whirlpool. This may easily affect parameters. It ends early if you sustain an injury, and attempting to focus on or use other powers becomes hard. So this is in a certain direction, so it's northward or eastward or behind me is flooded. This feels like Satoru Goju, one above all chosen exorcist with a bottomless psychic potential blasphemy. Yeah, I'm liking wave. Reach. Part the waves of the psychic sea that others find hard to move through. You may take a corresponding amount of stress to physically move through with no issue, complication, or difficulty any of the following psychic phenomena as a part of any action or for the duration of one action roll. So, environmental psychic effects. Ogre's miasma, psychic-based attack, psychically induced weather effects. 2 stress, boundaries of psychic domains, an alternate entrance or exit to a Sin's palace, but within a short distance of the original entrance, a gate user's maze. 4 stress, normally impenetrable psychic barriers, a tension user's stasis, a bind user's prison, an object made entirely out of grace. You take +1 additional stress as a cost when using this against effects caused by creatures of a higher cat. Can easily change parameters. So, if an ogre uses its tension move or its pressure move to make the weather pouring rain, like I did in my recent hunt, you can ignore that for 1 stress without any complication. If the miasma is preventing you from navigating, you can ignore that for 1 stress. If the I guess the rage of a hound, like the blistering heat of a hound, or a toad's mucus, you can ignore all that. Boundaries of a psychic domain, an alternate exit or entrance to a Sin's palace. Does this mean that you can just make one? Can you just say, I spend 2 stress to find a alternate entrance? Also, typo. Ha. I understand the stress of the presence of typos. It's nothing to be ashamed of. But I will point and laugh. Interesting. Alex Mercer is basically Venom if he was incredible. Oh, he's from Prototype. Okay. Because I know of Prototype, I just haven't played it. As above, so below, as within, so without. I like the as within, so without as an addendum. Okay, so these are additional blasphemies, it looks like. Note the following blasphemies are dangerous and experimental in nature. Selecting one as part of your exorcist abilities requires approval and discussion with your admin, as they can drastically change the narrative of the game. The blasphemies Erudition and Enigmata are mutually exclusive, meaning if you take powers from one, you cannot take powers from the other. Bloom and Husk are another Bloom. Bloom and Husk are also mutually exclusive. The XK blasphemies are stronger than average blasphemy powers. Okay, so restricted access. Only authorized personnel may read the following document. Contents. This document has been laced with cognito-hazardous tracking agents. All personnel reading the sentence have been successfully located through Temerity Project. Redacted. Unauthorized personnel will be dealt with accordingly. So this is superpowers. Me when typo. Temporal code 8012. So, memorandum for Handler regarding XK class blasphemies. Handler. There are even secrets layered into secrets. This is how they work. When one lie spirals into the next, people often forget that the lies on the surface pale in comparison to the original sin. This file is the original sin. The blasphemies shown below have been kept away from deployed exorcists for a number of reasons, proving to be either more redacted, unfunctional for standard exorcists, or highly experimental in nature. But the XK class blasphemies are the true reason why this file has been hidden beneath others. A locked drawer of a chained chest in a closed vault. Our names for them are only there for the purpose of their closest historical approximations, but their true potential, if left unchecked, is yet to be seen. Only time will tell. Be wary, Handler. Use this information to stay vigilant and ensure that information about these phenomena do not fall under the wrong eyes, because if you do, the consequences will be infinitely terrible to bear and rest solely on our shoulders. Godspeed. Once an XK blasphemy has been gained, that person is the only user of it in the world and cannot gain any of the other XK abilities. Well, so why would it specify you can't take Erudition and Enigmata if you also can't take any double up on XK? If all of XK blasphemies exist in the world at any given moment, players, NPCs, or otherwise, the admin may choose at any time to begin an XK scenario, a potentially apocalyptic series of events that not only threaten the structure of CAIN, but the state of the world as we know it. The admin decides how or why this manifests, along with the extent to which the exorcists have to deal with it. Some examples are XK London Bridge. The Seraph has been destroyed. Something has killed the virtues. Fortitude is dead. XK Grandfather grandfather clock. The spindle is missing. No living being can die no matter what. That's basically what I was thinking of earlier. XK all tomorrows. Something has come from space. It can manipulate grace better than we can. XK is the... Oh! So these bottom 4 are XKs. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Arrow bites? What did I bite? Is XK an SCP reference? I assume. Because XK, end of the world scenario. Okay, so... These top 4... These top 4 are not XK, but they're still more powerful. And they will drastically change the narrative of the game. I assume because they give power of the admin to the players. Whereas the bottom 4 are XK. These are like, hey, no shot. The only one person can have this. Understood. I do love the All Tomorrows reference. Yeah. All right. Erudition. Control the flow of perceived information. All rivers run towards you, as above. You always have the ability to see yourself from the third person. This may allow you to perceive points of interest or objects you would not have been able to notice earlier. It is difficult to physically sneak or hide from you while in your presence. Fact, a majority of erudition users are not exorcists, but rather temerity and seer assets kept on site to assist in research and data analysis. Oh, you have two passives. Passive? No? Do you have 2 passives? Or is this another one you can pick up? At the end of a mission, ask if you completed the following. Find out the real reason why everything happened. If you did, gain +1 XP, +1 script. It may only grant XP or script if all 3 trauma questions were answered this hunt. Got it. Oh, are they related to as above, so below, as within, so without? Oh, probably as above, as so below, and then as within, as so without. Yeah, that makes sense. Also from the looks, the 4 fancy blasphemies have 6 powers instead of 5. 2, 4, 6. Yeah. So they have 1 passive and 6 instead of 1 passive and 5. Or do they have... I'll just keep reading. Mind walk. Force your way into the mind of another living being. It becomes a physical space you can traverse within your own mind as if the target owned a palace, even on targets without one. Most mundane human brains will resemble a small room or place of comfort for the individual. While within this space, your real body is unconscious and vulnerable. Once inside, you gain a number of action rolls equal to your psyche +1 to investigate, probe, or edit things as possible within your capabilities. If you find a memory in the form of a book or piece of paper, you may attempt to hide it. If there is a piece of information relevant to the hunt, it may emerge in the form of symbols or seemingly random events. Once you finish your final action, you are ejected back into your own body. If the target possesses a palace or cathedral... Cathedral? Your mind walk happens within their designated domains with the caveat that you may not be forcibly kicked out of the space once entered. If the target possesses a palace or cathedral, your mind walk happens within their designated domains with the caveat that you may not be kicked out forcibly. Gain +1d when taking advantage. New term, that's what I thought. Okay, so this is like, screw you, enters your mind palace. Yippee! I love live chats, what a treat. If the 2 blasphemies before these can part the psychic sea and make sins fear them, but they're not even XK class, like that makes it really, yeah, that makes it horrifying. Because Stain and Pugile is less like make them fear you, and it's more so let them know what you are. Whereas Wave is like, I would say Wave, yes, it is manifesting the psychic sea, and I do like all of like the wave imagery, not just physical tides, but also wave forms and like light waves. But at the same time, I also feel as though it's not that powerful. Like at the end of the day, tide is just a reflavored current, right? If I go to vector, you create a weak but persistent vector force that in a line that goes about cat plus 2 in range. It constantly pushes one direction. Allies get moving in that direction gains +1. Anything moving against struggles is hard, and you can dismiss it at will. This is the psychic sea flows in a direction either towards you or away from you, and it's hard or it's difficult or whatever. Like it's effectively the same thing, right? Which I don't think is a bad thing. I think it is different. I think it is distinct, but it is similar enough that I don't think that it's like crazy, right? I think drain is probably the craziest thing here, and swell. Like drain and swell seem to be the two crazy ones. But even then, like, oh, and there's even the waveforms here. I like that. Wave doesn't seem that crazy. And similarly, Pugile is just punch good and take on more sin. So those aren't too crazy. So I'm wondering what this is going to be. Deduce. Psychically break down information and objects uncovered in the investigation down to their immutable truths. Select the number of objects you possess or pieces of information equal to your psyche +1. You may ask one yes or no question about a selected object or piece of information. You may ask more questions at the cost of 2 stress per additional question. The admin then rolls a risk die. 1 to 2, they refuse to answer one question, which may not be asked again. 3 to 5, they must answer yes or no as truthfully as possible. 6, they may answer extremely cryptically or vaguely, expanding upon yes or no in any way of their choosing. I like that. Because select a number of objects. Well, so Psyche +1, if I'm at cat 3, Psyche is 2, so Psyche is 2 + 1 is 3. I can ask one question about the 3 objects, or each object I get one yes or no question. Mind Palace, a cool name for my skull closet. You need soup? Yeah, soup is nice. I wonder what I should do. I don't know what our dinner plans are for today. But what I should do, I've mentioned this a couple times because I haven't run through them yet. I got these Chinese style sausages from the Asian Mart nearby, and they are very sweet. They're much sweeter than I expected. And I should have known this, but making them, like searing them in a pan, chopping them up, and putting them in ramen is actually super good, right? It's these sweet sausages that I'm putting in like cup ramen. And I've found that cup ramen is one of the best meals you can have if, 1, you can handle the sodium, and 2, if you add like 1 or 2 things to it. I've had like dried shiitake mushrooms that I throw in there, chopped up carrots, a little bit of chili oil, right? Any of those, not even all of them at once, but like any of those. You spend $1 on a thing of cup noodle, plus I spent like $6 on a thing of call like 14 Chinese sausages. I spend 2 of them in there. So 1/7 of $6 is under $1. So I spend less than $2 on a pretty good meal that has decent protein and also vegetables. You spend stress for more questions. So as much questions as you can pay for, up to 3 questions. Got it. So the Psyche +1 is the max. Understood. I'm just imagining you and another EXO are angry at each other, then you both double Mind Palace fight and just Gojo versus Sukuna. Confluence. By focusing for a moment, you force individuals of your choice in a cat area centered on yourself to experience a shared overlay of your understanding of a topic, skill, or knowledge. This happens instantaneously, but can project the full knowledge of the investigation at hand, months of training in a particular skill set, or any wide breadth of knowledge. You may pick and choose details to leave out in order to disguise where the information came from, but still share the knowledge in an accurate and precise way. Game +1, it may affect parameters. So I can teach you how to operate a firearm. I can teach you how to hack into a door. I can teach you to speak a language. And it lasts... This doesn't say it fades. As far as I'm aware, if I speak French and I use Confluence on you and I teach you how to speak French, you now know how to speak French as if you learned it the same way I did forever now, which I don't think is what this means. I think that I think it would probably last until probably the scene, though I might even say for the rest of the rest. It doesn't say scene. It says once per scene. You can only do this once per scene. It doesn't say until the end of the scene. I must lurk because the dogs must eat. Enjoy your dogs. No cap on questions. 3 topics. Oh yes, so the psyche +1 is the cap of the topics, and then you can spend more stress to get more questions. Right. If it's permanent, learn how to make guns and ammo. Yeah, and that's why I don't think it is permanent. Secret blasphemy technique, B-movie script. Oh no. Osmosis. By maintaining eye contact with another individual within range for a few seconds, you may absorb skills. Okay, so it's the same thing in reverse. Yeah, it is the exact same thing in reverse. Alternatively, you may use this on another exorcist to copy one of their skill ratings for the duration of the scene. Does not grant additional bonuses. Yeah. I'm surprised Confluence doesn't have this where you can give someone your like force rating. You can give someone your coordination, your interfacing. Although I suppose like authority, you can't teach someone authority. They have to like affect it. You can help someone with skills that will assist them in authority, but you can't really like give them that. But I suppose then you could say the same thing for osmosis. I'm not going to think about it too hard. Codex. This ability does not permanent. This ability does not consume a psychic burst and is considered a permanent passive. You possess a codex of blasphemies, supernatural. Wait, so why is this listed as a passive and this is not? Do you get as above and font of knowledge when you take this? It's not sharing skills, it's not sharing skills, it's just sharing skills. You said the same thing twice. It limits the uses, not the duration. It has an active part. Well, but what I am wondering is that like, so as above is the thing you get when you take erudition, right? Font of knowledge is something you have to buy. Well, so what I'm wondering is when I take erudition, do I get both as above and font of knowledge because they're both passives? Or do I just get as above and then I have to buy font of knowledge as a passive? You get both? Okay. Whenever you encounter a blasphemy power you do not possess, whether used by an ally or enemy, you may add it to your codex, which you possess a codex of blasphemy, supernatural phenomena, individuals, and other supernatural and other various information. You may add it to your codex a maximum of blasphemy powers equal to psyche +2. When you write down this blasphemy, you may additionally write down, if you know it, the name of the individual that used it, the location, and time of use. Once per rest, by citing as much information as you know about a recorded power, you can use it yourself at a cat rating equal to yours and expending psychic burst as normal as indicated by the original power. You then remove it from your codex. You then gain 1d3 minus 2 sin, which cannot be less than 0. Wait, does this let you use sin powers? Codex of blasphemies, supernatural phenomena, individuals, and other various information stored in your brain. That means that the codex can have sin powers. Whenever you encounter a blasphemy power, you can add it. So no, sins do not have blasphemies. Therefore, you cannot mimic a sin power. When you write down this blasphemy, you may additionally write down, if you know it, the name of the individual that used it. So like, I appreciate that it says by citing as much information as you know about a recorded power. I feel like the additional information should be more required, no? Because if I see someone, if I see a fireball blow off and I don't see who it was or who did it or where it was, I just know that a fireball went off. I can copy Ardents, right? I have no better, despite being an erudition user, I don't have any weaker of a grasp on casting that fireball than someone who stood next to the person casting it and wrote down their name, when they used it, how they used it, what they did before they used it, has had an interview with the person that had information about it. So I would almost say, instead of you gain 1d3 minus 2 sin, I would almost say you gain 1d3 minus X sin, where X is however many additional pieces of information, like the name of the user, the location, the time of use, right? I feel like as though that would almost be more interesting, because then I'm rolling 1d3, but I have a power that I don't understand. All I did was see someone at a location do this, and I know when it happened, right? So I'm only rolling 1d3 minus 1. I roll a 3. Oh no, I take 2 sin. But if I roll a 3, but I know the person who cast it, I know when they cast it, I know where they cast it, 1d3 minus 3, that's at 0 because I understand it. I think that might be a better way of selling the fantasy of like recording all the information of it. Use a Book of Job sin blasphemy to let erudition players steal from a sin. Oh my gosh. Oh, Book of Job. Sin blasphemies. Gosh, there's so much homebrew. Enigmata. Fact. The only way forward is down. Become indecipherable, endlessly descend into the psychic sea. You gain the Sanctum passive from the Palace Blasphemy. It no longer grants an extra resting die and is both unnavigable and dangerous to beings that enter it, including you. It contains a hostile tulpa that you do not control, but you decide its shape and appearance. Many of your Enigmata powers give you the descent hook. So if we go back over to proper, Sanctum passive is the Palace one. You and your allies rest. When you and your allies rest, you can enter your Psychic Palace while resting. This improves your resting rolls for yourself and one ally with +1. It's a mental projection that you have purely in your brain that you come up with. Taking harm in a palace instantly shuns the person out of it. Visitors can leave any time. And entering the palace requires mentally only closing your eyes, leaving your body defenseless. Become ungovernable. Oh, check if you can copy paste the fact of the censored. Some of the text, yeah. So this is an image. Generally, it is if it is in line with text and it's censored, you can do that. But generally, if it's an image, you can't. Descent. When you gain it, roll 1d3 to determine its effects. You only possess one version of descent at any time, and it cannot be removed or avoided during a mission. You may choose not to remove it at the end of a mission. Once per scene, at the admin's choice, the admin may trigger one of your Enigmata powers without spending a psyche burst. You choose the target and they choose the target and effect. Once per rest for one scene of the admin's choice, you lose the ability to communicate intelligibly with others. You can bypass this by taking 2 stress each time you attempt to do so. When you finish a rest with the party, you wake up at an entirely different location. When you move from scene to scene with the party, the admin rolls a risk die. On a 1, you end up in an entirely different location than intended. Gosh. It's an image? Like, I can't do much more for this, I'm sorry. Riddle. For the rest of the scene, you have the ability to render information useless, jumbled, or Okay, so we have the finding information one and we have the stopping information one, right? We have the Ordo Redactus and the like Ordo. There's another one that wants to find truth in Warhammer. That's some JoJo nonsense. So the rest of the scene, you have the ability to render information useless, jumbled, or incoherent. Whenever you touch something that has information, whether it is written, recorded, or digitally uploaded, you have the ability to make it inaccessible to access from the corrupted source. Psychic abilities that provide omniscience or the ability to perceive supernaturally hidden things will not bypass this. Okay, let's witness. You see things for what they truly are. This may even allow you to see the faint outline of whisper shadow, the opening or entrance of a palace, or hidden compartments or entrances. Your memories cannot be erased. You can actually see and recall everything. Unstoppable force. Meet immovable object. Oh, shut up, DP. I'm not going to say that word. Oh, the charm call riddle for a moment. I think you call... No. So with riddle, I would say true sight overcomes riddle, personally. I do believe CAIN has the rule of can't overrules can. Does it? Which, like, makes sense, right? If I have a armor-piercing gun that shoots through all armor, and then I have a suit of armor that protects me from all armor-piercing guns, presumably the armor defends you from the gun. But when you have two abilities that are like, this allows you to see all falsehoods, and this one lets you hide lets you hide behind a falsehood that cannot be pierced. I'm a little bit on the side of, honestly, I'm on the side of players. That's what it is. My main thing is I'm on the side of the players where I want them to feel cool. So if I have a Enigmata player, XO, and an enemy has true sight, I would say Enigmata wins. Similarly, if we have a Witness XO and they are facing an Enigmata user, I would say Witness wins. Because how lame does it feel when you have the, oh, I can see through all illusions magic, and then you can't see through the illusion, right? That's also kind of why in D&D, the Warlock Eldritch Invocation Devil's Sight, which lets you see through all magical and non-magical darkness, I rule that allows you to see through magical darkness that says even magical dark vision doesn't let you see through this. Even nothing can see through this normally. It might be reduced. It might not be to the same extent that you can see through mundane darkness, but if I make the choice in character creation, I want to see through magical and non-magical darkness, I'm giving up other, more mechanically relevant options, particularly for something like D&D, which is so combat-oriented. I'm giving up more mechanically relevant options in order to take this. What, you mean like darkness? My favorite oversight? Well, so Devil's Sight specifies it lets you see through magical and non-magical darkness. Darkness, the spell, is magical darkness that normal dark vision cannot see through. Devil's Sight beats dark vision. However, there are other abilities where it's just like, oh, this darkness is so dark that even true sight can't see through it. I'm like, no, if you have true sight, you should be able to see through it, at least somewhat. Also, but for how cool it is that I've seen through all illusions so far, oh my gosh, it's an illusion so powerful I can't see it. And that's why it's a matter of context, right? It's a matter of, it's entirely what's in the moment. I feel as though what often happens is you'll have a situation where I take the I can see through all illusions power, and then I encounter maybe one illusion that's like a weak little baby illusion that other people can see through because we rolled well. And then after that, we encounter a riddle. And then I feel useless because in a game where I said I want to see through all where I want to see through all illusions, we didn't encounter enough illusions that make me feel like I was useful before we get to the point where it's subverted. And that's a matter of pacing. That's a matter of building the encounters to the player characters. Imagine playing a Shadow Monk and thinking you can make use of your magic spell you can teleport into. Yeah. Palindrome. Target a creature you can see in range. You remove that target's targeted creature you can see in range. You remove a target's causality, forcing them into a loop where they begin and end in the same place, repeating the same action they have taken last, both their memory and body moving forwards and backwards in time. While in this state, the target cannot do any action other than when they are looped, but do not take any damage from outside sources. This may temporarily pause reactions from an enemy for a number of actions. Reactions from an enemy for a number of actions equal to Psyche +1, to which the target transitions to plausible causality quickly after. When used on mundane humans, this puts their mind on pause as their physical body and mental state plays forward and backward, allowing you to see where they may have come from or actions they may have taken in the past if you follow the loop. After this happens, a mundane human will have no memory of what just happened, but instead suffer extreme deja vu. Gain +1d to the next action, you gain the descent hook if using this on a supernatural being. Understood. Sync. You peel back the assumed state of reality for you and every other being of your choice up to a cat area centered on yourself. All of you sync, moving into a layer of reality beneath your current one. At the end of the scene, every being returns to the original world, floating back up. In this layer of reality, everything is similar except for the following key differences. Every supernatural being that is sunken has a temporary execution talisman of 3. When a creature would die, they instead float back to the original world. XOs can hurt one another. There are no living things present except for beings who have sunken. Certain drifters or sins of the admin's choice may be able to follow you here. I like that addition. Changes made in the world do not affect the original world. Tension and pressure do not increase while sunken. While you float, you reappear in the investigation zone in a safe location of the admin's choice within a far distance from the original location where you sank. This power may easily affect the parameters. So I'm getting a little bit like Werewolf the Apocalypse Umbra. I'm getting a little bit of the Shadowlands from Wraith the Oblivion. And I'm also just getting it. Right? We all float down here. Hello, boss. Hey, legend. We're currently going through the Harpocrates dossier, a CAIN homebrew. They just said Palindrome's going to be replaced. That's a shame. I mean, I think it's cool. I do think it fits better with Flux. I don't think it fits with Enigmata. Yeah, legend dating sim. Maybe a higher cat level of illusion would heavily obstruct your sight. I mean, and that's something where I like the idea of I'm the guy who's really good at seeing through illusions. I'm the person who can't ever be lied to, but oh no, I'm talking to the Prince of Lies and now they were able to get one up by me. They're so impressive. The issue with that is it's the Worf effect. What happens when you have someone who can see through all illusions and they consistently aren't seeing through illusions? They feel like they can't actually see through illusions. They seem like they're useless. Same thing with detecting lies. Same thing with fighting strong opponents. And I feel like with something like Riddle versus Witness, that is something that a lot of folks will struggle feeling like they're being Worfed. And I will say, a bit of that is entitlement. A bit of that is players who are like, I chose the I can see through all illusions ability. Why can't I see through this illusion admin? What, are you just breaking the rules of the game? Which is a little petulant. But there is also the very real thing of, I chose the I can see through all illusions ability, and I've only encountered 1 or 2 illusions in like our last 3 hunts. Now I'm like on my 4th illusion I've seen. I can't see it. I don't feel like I've been useful. I feel like I wasted my ability. You love being good at one specific thing, yeah. You create a cipher. You create a cognito hazardous glyph on any surface that is smaller than the palm of your hand and may be placed on anything such as an object, piece of clothing, or the surface of your body, the yellow sign. Its psychic properties last until the end of the scene, and it stops triggering upon creatures. That you see it after. Its psychic properties last until the end of the scene, and it stops triggering upon creatures that see it after it has affected a number of them equal to cat. I understand what they're going for. Probably want to fix that sentence. You determine the following effects. Latching. The cognito hazard is not particularly dangerous, but lingers in the mind of anyone who has seen it. Gain or grant +1D to track, follow, or ascertain the nature of beings that have looked at it. Disturbing. All living beings will actively avoid looking at the symbol and subconsciously and have an intense migraines upon forcing the All living beings will actively avoid looking at the symbol and subconsciously something, and have intense migraines upon forcing themselves to do so. The cognito hazard causes damage to the brain of anyone who perceives it. This critically injures mundane humans and is painful to supernatural beings. Enemies who look at it for the first time take damage equal to psyche. So once per scene and it lasts for a scene. You may take the descent hook to make this glyph lethal instead, giving mundane humans irreparable brain damage and dealing damage equal to half your cat to enemies who look at it for the first time. I get it's once per scene, but that seems a bit strong. It seems a bit much to me. Because if I just put this on my hand, if I have a piece of paper that I write it on, I can just hold it up in front of me, and anyone that sees me instantly takes the damage. Think it, man. Avoid looking at this symbol subconsciously. See, that's the thing. They said actively avoid looking at the symbol subconsciously. Those are two different things. Actively avoiding it is I will look down and like cover my eyes. Subconsciously is whenever I look at the wall that the symbol is on, my eyes will avoid it. My eyes will, I will not try to avoid it. I will just happen to always turn the other way. If I'm talking to someone and the symbol's to my left, I will lean to the left so that my back is to it. That's subconscious. Cypher feels a bit strong because if I am walking forward and I see a bunch of myrmidons in front of me and I hold up this symbol and I have it to be harmful, they will all instantly take a psyche roll, or they will take lethal if I do the descent hook. If a sin sees it, they just instantly take it, which I suppose like blast is a psyche roll, so it's not that much. But also, if cultists are fighting me and I have it be harmful or lethal, what's to stop the cultists from just like collapsing in front of me when they see me? That's my concern, right? And as an admin, if I was running this for someone, I would say you would need to make a roll to ensure that they see it. But also, I feel like that's too far of a correction, because I feel as though I already spent a psychic burst and I already have to roll psyche to deal damage with it. Why do I also have to also deal like a coordination roll to show them? So I don't know. It feels both too strong, and the obvious answer of just make them roll for it makes it feel too weak, because then you have to roll twice for the same thing. Nemos, you cause a number of living beings' memories within range equal to your cat to rapidly fail and cascade in front of you. They become insensitive for exactly 11, and then forget everything for 66. It's Veil. Mundane humans die of brain injury at any point after the scene ends at a moment. Oh, on a risk die. Mundane humans die at a point of their choosing. Supernatural beings regain their memory when the scene ends, but take 1 slash on their execution talisman. All beings regain their memory after you take a rest. Your brain bleeds from the overexertion caused by the ability. Take 1d3 non-lethal stress, and when you take the descent hook from this power, take it up by 1 as well. Take the descent hook, gain plus 1d. Wait. So again, living beings, this is referring to sins, because you cause a number of living beings within a range equal to your cat to fall. Then you roll a risk die. And this is not 1, 2, 3 as in this is the results of the risk die. This is, then you roll a risk die. Then after the risk die, then all humans die and supernatural beings take a slash, and all of them regain their memories, and you take a non-lethal stress. I was excited about Enigmata. I feel like Enigmata needs another pass, and I'm glad that seems to be what's happening in 2.0. It basically more flexible and flavorful, deals psyche roll of damage to cat, which doesn't sound too bad. I mean, my thing with that is I have a single cipher that I hold up in a piece of paper or like on a shield or on a wall or something. I can use it to attack the sin. I can use it to attack their traces. I can use it to attack the mundane humans. I can use it to attack the binder that's nearby. I can use it to attack the distortion that we're working on in Homebrew. For 1 psychic burst, I can blast like 5 times. Right. That's what I'm getting at. What if the talisman could break after a certain number of things looking at it, after 5 people looking at it? And that's the thing, is that I don't like, I like Cypher. I like the idea of Cypher. My concern is that it's, oh, I'm just gonna like Gatling gun blast. I'm going to blast literally everyone as I just hold it up and like all of you see it. And therefore I took a descent hook to make it lethal. And now I'm dealing, half cat. Yeah, because also I can deal half cat to enemies. I can just hold it up with half cat. The Biden blast. A number of the equal to cat. Yeah, so it already has a endpoint on it. I don't know. I just feel like it has the ability to be too much. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I might just be overthinking it. Bloom. Unfold potential and form like petals in spring. Leave change in your wake. Project XT271 aims to find a way to preserve the mind state of imagoed bloom users before they lose control over their forms. Interesting. X65 Pugile testing log. A different one had a smother testing log. As within. You possess untapped potential. Whenever you gain sin, you relieve the same amount of stress. Whenever you gain a sin mark, you may choose to evolve it for free. This may stack with other abilities. It is never painful when you sin overflow. Wait, that's so nice. Like, unironically, the fact that it just includes it is never painful when you sin overflow because you're just like a beautiful butterfly going through a metamorphosis. Just hit him with a yo mama joke. Oh no. You become Tom Bloom, you change the rules of the game permanently. Yeah. Flit. You pass through attention like the wind. For the rest of the scene, up to a number of times equal to half your cat, you may make it so that any action you take does not trigger the attention or notice of any other being for the duration of that action. You may allow it so that reactions from enemies cannot inflict stress on specifically you during your action. Humans do not notice your presence, or any other creative uses that require psyche roll. You do not become invisible, only unimportant for a breath. Metastasize. Transmute the form of a living being into its next state. Oh no. When targeting an exorcist, you may grant them a sin mark or transform one of their existing sin marks, removing one ability of choice on that mark and rolling per usable to determine the new one. The selected exorcist must gain 1d3 plus sin during this transformation to select location first. May gain 1d3 plus 1 sin during transformation to select location first. If selecting a mundane human, you may cause them to suffer degenerative disorders or suffer internal bleeding. If the target is psychically sensitive, you also make a hard psyche roll. On a success, they manifest a drifter or trace of the admin's choice that demanifests at the end of the scene. This may easily affect parameters. Metastasize. New word. Shut up, okay? Okay? I love the idea of a psychically inclined human being able to just randomly manifest a drifter. And then imagine they manifest like a titan, right? They manifest one of the big ones. Metastasize? But there's no metastasize? Shut up. I can't speak words. Blossom. Cause organic matter of your choice. Sorry, I had to sneeze. I sneezed like 3 times. I may need to sneeze again. I'm allergic to anonymity. Anonymity? Words not wording, make up new word. Anonymousness. That's what I do. Coin toss. All right. Let's see what we got. Hound, bring a sword. Cause organic matter of your choice to violently grow up to a cat area centered on yourself. Plant life and vegetation may grow to extremely large sizes, which can change the scene dramatically. drastically. Mundane living beings of your choice inside of this area quickly develop massive tumors that burst open, age a few years, and change in physically traumatic ways. Roll Psyche for creative uses, game +1. Oof. Scion. Imprint your psychic signature onto the soul of another willing exorcist. Select one of your blasphemy powers or sin marks. You grant an ally in range your selected option for the duration of the scene. If granting a blasphemy power, you also temporarily grant any passive required for the power to function in your targets. For palaces and bounce in, like so palace and bind, you share your own palace or bounce in instead of generating entirely new ones. You may choose to grant an additional choice of blasphemy power or sin mark by gaining one sin up to a maximum of 2 times. This may easily affect parameters. Pollen. Summon scales, petals, particulates, or small flying insects from any part of your body which you control for the duration. You decide the appearance and shape of your pollen, but is always small enough to get through small cracks or crevices. The total size of the cloud is no larger than your cat in size, but you may control its shape and form at will, even choosing to separate into smaller clouds. These clouds can manipulate objects as if they were your own hands, using your skill checks when required for rolls, and can travel up to a far distance away from you. Your cloud can be used to obscure or hide, to distract other creatures, or offensively. Roll Psyche for creative uses of this power. So with something like pollen, can I summon pollen and then say, go get him, champ, and then I just roll Psyche repeatedly? Again, that's a situation where does using Psyche, because it lasts for the full scene, allow me to just blast you multiple times without spending multiple psychic bursts? That's a concern I have. Oh, I sneezed from the bloom's pollen. You're so right. Thank you for the bless you. Oh my gosh. Use this in a redwood forest. That would be horrifying. Oh my gosh. Blossom on a redwood? When you imago, you retain full control over your new form and are not hostile to the exos by default until the end of the mission. The admin then takes control. Wait. No, I didn't miss it. I was doing it last because I saw it mentioned imagos. Wait a second. So what, canonically, no one has come back from being an imago. However, I imagine that there's some homebrew for dealing with coming back from an imago, right? Well, that'd be so cool. What if instead, so with the shadows thing that we're doing, I did some alterations to it, but basically, if you defeat your distortion, your shadow self, you can spare it, and if you do, it will never manifest again, so you never have to deal with it again, and you increase your sin overflow cap by 2. What if instead of that, what about you come back from being an imago once? Because it's the idea of, if you defeat your distortion, you like make peace with the psychic part of yourself. And if you ever become an imago, you can come back once as basically a representation of the fact that you made peace with yourself. Especially with the corrupting nature making it weird. Wait, Arrow, what's the one tree that's basically just the same tree, so it's just a big forest? No, I know what you mean. So I need to consider that. However, the opposite of bloom, husk. Shed presence and intent like dead skin. Leave shells in your wake. Shells birthed from husk users are a subject of major interest to temerity, and their fragility has made them nigh impossible to transport or conduct further research on. So without, you are empty. You do not bleed and are resistant to mundane pain. You do not need to breathe. You lack a psychic presence through the perception of other beings and cannot have your mind read or entered. Whenever you gain sin marks, they are never visible, and when you imago, you become a shell instead. Ooh, spooky. Chaff. Ooh, a summon. Leave behind psychic husks that are even visible to the mundane. Select yourself and any other sentient being you can touch. You create a number of near identical duplicates of your target equal to half cat. You You can place them anywhere within range and move them as you please, but they cannot move on their own and cannot emote or speak. They can, however, be placed in a way that defies gravity, such as on ceilings or walls without difficulty. When a creature other than you interacts with them, the duplicate is revealed to be hollow and paper thin before it crinkles away. Once per scene, at any moment, when you would take stress and a husk is still intact, you may negate that instance of stress and reveal that the husk has been attached. That a husk has been attacked instead of you, while your real body's elsewhere. You cannot trigger this against severe. I was going to bring up severe attacks again. This may easily affect the parameters of rolls. What I'm worried about with chaff is if I can replace the me and say actually it was a husk all along. How does that work in terms of movement? I might, like, because if husks can't move, why does that husk get to move? Which I suppose doesn't matter too much, but what I might even say is, instead of once per scene at any moment, I would almost say the next time you would say you would have stress would be the next time that scene you would take stress, it is revealed to be a husk instead. Well, yeah, so it's like a D&D simulacrum, but a D&D simulacrum is like a 7th level spell. So you have to be super powerful. Now, with Husk, this is one that is a blasphemy that the game says, like, yo, be careful, these are powerful. But you can take it at Cat 1. You can be a Cat 1 Husk user. The Husk isn't you, you're moving that. Oh! So I am like doing the mannequin challenge and spending all of my psychic energy to move it. Got it. That makes sense. Something once alive, now empty. Shell, Sin, Execution Talisman 1. Shells do not move from the location they were birthed and will crumple at attempts to move them. They take on a form of the Exorcist's choice, but are always almost paper thin and empty regardless of size. Oh, so this is the shell. What? Oh no, Shell is Imago. Gentle repose. One exorcist may observe the shell and relive a memory they had with the exorcist that birthed it. If they do, they gain 1 stress. Wait, that's so sad. Instead of becoming an Imago, you're just nothing. Wait, that's actually kind of depressing. It feels more like an echo from Hollow Knight. Yeah. So you move the husk, put it outside someone you hate's house, and just make it seem like you're waiting for them to jump them. Molt. Molt from your own skin, leaving behind everything you once were. When you use this ability, you must do so as a reaction to taking 3 or more stress, or at once, or by taking 2 stress. Okay. Shedding your skin allows you to remove one affliction of your choice remove one affliction of choice on yourself and also restores limbs and remove scars that have been afflicted on previous missions. That's actually pretty pog. Limb lost and scar afflicted will not be on the current mission, will not be removed. So that's like if I got hit by a centipede's vitriol, or I got flensed by a hound, or my limb got ripped off by an ogre. The next mission, I can molt and recover it. Roll Psyche on a failure. You must answer the following question truthfully. What is an important memory you have? The admin removes that memory from you. Grant +1D. So I can only do so in response to taking 3 or more stress at once or by taking 2 stress. I assume that taking 2 stress is I take 1 stress and then I take another stress? Why doesn't it just say you can only do so by taking 2 or more stress? Am I misreading this? So you lose an affliction, which is good, and you recover all cosmetic stuff, right? And then on a failure, you might lose a memory, which again is cosmetic, but it's cool and it's fun, and then you gain +1 die. Seal, another summon. Create a thin psychic barrier which wraps around structures or objects and completely removes the air from up to a cat area. I forgot you don't need to breathe. I forgot you don't need to breathe or eat or sleep. Actually, it doesn't say you don't need to eat or sleep. It says you do not bleed and are immune to pain. You do not need to breathe. This kills mundane humans in a matter of minutes and makes it difficult for creatures that rely on breathing to function or focus performed while in the area. This will instantly snuff out fires or other sources of combustion are possible to light because it's a vacuum. Seal is an execution talisman of 3+ cat, takes double stress from sharp or piercing objects, so it's like a bubble, and will end the effect early if destroyed. Roll Psyche for creative uses. Allied exorcists take 1 stress after resolving an action if they rely on breathing if trapped in the area. Sure. Disembowel. Pull everything meaningful out of someone or someone. Select a mundane human being or an object with internal components up to cat +1 size. For a human target, you must pull out either a vital organ of choice, which teleports into your hand, causing them to die or of injuries if relevant. 1 important memory or feeling of the admin's choice, which you can analyze. This leaves the target insensate, motionless, and emotionless until you return it, or when they are no longer in range. They may return disoriented, confused, and scared. For an object, you pull out a vital component of it, such as the engine of a car or the SIM card inside of a cell phone. You may specify what you target when you use this ability, and the admin determines the final results. Gain or grant +1d. So I'll do Dread. Dread, select a target within range that you can see. For as long as you can maintain line of sight with the target, both of you become unable to see, perceive, or communicate with any other living beings except for each other. This may cause mundane humans to feel confused, scared, or a deep sense of dread. In a conflict scene, your target... Sorry, I'm just thinking the King in Yellow. I'm thinking the various characters will just be like... just stare at you from a distance. In a conflict scene, your target may target you more or create complications of threats focused around you. Gain +1d, it may affect parameters. It affects early if you take an injury and have 2 or more injuries as a result. Interesting. I think it might be free on taking 3 stress, or you can spend 2 stress. Yes. So you can either take 2 stress or it's in response to taking 3. That makes sense. One of your kidneys or their eye, or just slowly take out a single strand of hair till they have a bald spot. Listen, the hair is vital. I think the obvious answer for this is loner as an agenda. I would love to see this as someone who's gregarious and happy-go-lucky. Someone who is living their best life and is happy and is enjoying themselves. And they cope with the fact that they are empty, that they do not feel pain, that they do not bleed or breathe, and they have no psychic presence. They cope with that fact by being super upbeat and energetic. Particularly if they have a mix with like a Jaunt, because Jaunt can like read minds. If they have a bond with Charity, would be interesting. But I think equally, or even more so, a revulsion with them. Not even isolate, but like spew. I can make you like throw up your secrets to me. In the same way I can disembowel your secrets. I think that's a cool synergy. And my model break. Oh no. Why my model break? Come back here, me. I believe in the me that believes in you. I would love to see a husk following hope in the hopes of denying their own fate by using the final... Oh. Yeah, someone that... Oh. My first thought when you brought up a virtue was actually a husk that follows faith. And I don't know why. I like the idea of faith, who has immaculate defiance of heaven, which is you are completely immune to psychic phenomena. So it's like you are empty within and without, right? Songbird or temperance agendas can make for a good combo of happy husk. Ooh, Songbird Husk. Songbird Husk, where their whole thing is like, I am empty, so I will live vicariously through you. And they like attach themselves to someone. Gurren Lagann. Oh no. Okay, so now we're in the XK. Taking this blasphemy cannot happen during initial character creation. Taking a power from this blasphemy for the first time takes 2 advances instead of 1. Oh, or the XKs, are they the 4 horsemen? Conquest, war, famine, death. And it's even the original four horsemen, because a lot of people give up conquest and replace it with pestilence, because pestilence was, I think sometimes death was swapped out with pestilence historically, but generally the modern four horsemen is war. I think it's war, then pestilence, then famine, then death. Conquest. Wait, is this just the control devil? Is this just gonna be Chainsaw Man? Is that why these are XK blasphemies? I know what you are. Take control, it's what your kind does. Conquest appears to be an archaic version of the bind blasphemy, predating the act of binding itself with something much older and unknown. White horse? Oh, are they all gonna be the horses? The red horse, the black horse, and then the green horse? The pale... his name was Death, and he rode on a pale horse. I should have known that. I read a book recently where it was about an assassin, and his code name was Pale Horse, because his handler liked biblical references. Oh no, I thought White Horse and Pale Horse were similar. Passive. During a mission, small objects you have ownership over and things you are holding in your hand cannot be taken from you by any means. Ooh. Hit the Makima. If you look at the portraits, they also resemble the four branches. Yes, I saw here. I saw that they lined up with these. Where it's authority, castle, seer, temerity. Which... Story! Conquest. Command. Issue a command to a number of mundane humans in range equal to your cat or a single supernatural being that can hear you. If this being has a higher cat than you, take 1d3 plus 1 stress for each cat higher. Sure. You may select one of the following when you use this. Freeze. They stop what they're doing completely and become completely unable to move for a few moments until moved or harmed by another living being, which again, living being in the context of this document seems to include sins. Drop. They abruptly drop everything they're holding. Approach. They approach you as quickly as possible. Flee. They attempt to escape from you as quickly as possible. Grantor gain plus 1d. And can affect parameters. Anchor, create a zone of overwhelming pressure equal to your cat in size centered on a point within range. While within the zone, creatures of your choice find it hard to move freely as pressure pushes down onto them. Also, while this effect is active, no creatures, including yourself, may leave the zone freely, instead taking either 1d3 plus 1 stress to exit, or taking a number of slashes equal to 1 plus half cat. Ends early if you use another blasphemy, gain plus 1d. Tame, with a collar and everything. The puppy girls love this one. You may select a number of traces whose combined execution talisman is less than or equal to your cat plus 1, a drifter whose cat is lower than or equal to yours, or any number of mundane animals within range. They now treat you as if you were an ally or friend, and may follow or listen to simple commands. This control breaks if you or an ally directly harm the creature. This may easily affect the parameters of a roll. I love that. Pokeball, go! Again, this doesn't say it lasts for a scene. Or actually, no. Yeah, so it says it lasts one scene. It doesn't say it lasts once per scene, it says it lasts one scene. No, so the command spell from D&D, I wasn't that big a fan of. Anchor seemed fine. I like Tame. I want to kill a toad with its own toad spawn. I want to, have a group of stumblers tear apart an ogre. I want a horde, probably not a horde, probably a large group. I think what infested, I want a group of infested to tear apart a centipede. And when it says, at its core, my rod unfurls, and it goes into stage 2, I want the centipedes to be torn asunder by the infested. Whoa, 500 squirrels upon ye. Yeah, you didn't notice the branches is so cool. It is so cool. I just know Death's Pale Horse because of Bible verse reading by Johnny Cash. War, pestilence, famine, death, and interchange one with conquest. So it initially was conquest, then war, then famine, then death. And that's why in Chainsaw Man, Makima, which Spoilers, I guess, but I think we all know, given that we're talking CAIN, Makima is the control devil. It seems to be conquest. Then after the public security saga, there's the war devil, is the main character. Presumably after that, there'd be the famine devil and then the death devil, which you want one thing that everyone's scared of, it's death. War, pestilence, famine, death, heart. By our powers combined, we have Captain Planet. That'd be so metal. Me going to the local dog park to pick up a small army. No, I don't want the dogs to be in danger. Pestilence. Hello. What are you doing here? That's actually really cute. I'm not gonna lie. The fact that because pestilence is often interchanged with conquest, and then one of the powers of conquest is pestilence, not to mention the fact that they did go with the original 4, I don't know. I think it's cool. Wait, no! So we have the dev in chat, and the dev in chat is the one who said that they're going to grab an army of small dogs. Woe upon you, 500 squirrels. Pestilence. Control the duplication of harmful pathogens on the... And you control the pathogens. That's how it's tied into conquest. I see your game! Control the duplication of harmful pathogens on the surface of the target's skin, giving them a severe disease which rapidly spreads to all mundane humans within Cat +2 by the end of the scene. When the scene transpires, the disease granted are considered mundane. While sickened, these humans may grow weak, desperate, or potentially die if not treated within an appropriate mind frame. Grant or gain +1d may affect parameters. Territory. Designate an area equal to Cat +1 as your territory for the rest of the scene. Supernatural creatures instinctively know this area belongs to you for the duration. Mundane humans may act in deference to you instinctively or innately believe you possess ownership of buildings or structures within the area unless outright knowing otherwise. +1d affects parameters. So what you're telling me, I can go over to an area where like a drifter is. As a pugile, I can kill it by doing my own severe attack. And then I can use Stain to let everything know I killed it. And then I can stake a territory. I came, I saw, I conquered. Landlord power. War. War wages with overwhelming violence. It's what your kind does. Okay, so this is... It's what your kind does seems to be a recurring theme. War, the Red Rider, comes not with prayer, but with steel, an exorcist of destruction, casting out peace like a demon, declaring that sins be laid bare in blood. Ooh. Hi, Father Centauri again. Red Horse. All weapons you are wielding are considered to have a +1 bonus to their current cat score. You can telekinetically pull loose weapons not being stored, held, or affixed to a surface within a close distance to your hand. We love the Jedi, like, force pull the weapon. Spear. Become a weapon of mass destruction and propel yourself at Mach speed? Oh my gosh! You break through walls, objects, and structures, and damage all creatures you launch yourself into or through this way. You do not take any physical damage while using this power. Roll Psyche to determine damage, and you may damage multiple creatures at once this way. Gain +1 the next time. Sure. Fastball special. Oh, Picasso in the background. Hi, Picasso. Oh, it's because it's a depiction of war in the back. That's clever. I like it. It's a depiction of the chaos of war. Man, Blossom, Pestilence, do Castle have a squad of full armor people that just burn the place down like those guys in the Division? The immovable rod, it's not moving. The world, however. Turn any mundane weapon into a weapon of your choice. You decide shape, form, and size, but it always has a cat equal to yours. It has an execution talisman of your half cat +2 before it's destroyed, may be targeted by enemies separately, and it takes 1 stress every time it's used for an attack. It is considered supernatural, but does not gain bonus dice from setup and teamwork or outside of abilities other than Divine Agony. Roll Psyche when choosing to attack with it. It gains +1 die bonus for... Okay, so you can't be set up, you can't do other blasphemies, but you can roll Psyche whenever you attack with it. It gains +1d for each of the following questions you answer yes to. So it's rolled with psyche, and then it gets a bonus based on the questions. Is this object important to someone else? Is this object important to you? Is this object traditionally dangerous, powerful, or of note? The object is gone forever once it's destroyed. So if I take my amulet that my mom gave me back before I was an XO, and I turn it into a dagger, and it was naturally sharp to begin with, I would roll psyche when I attack with it, and it's considered supernatural, and it's considered of cat, equal to me. But I get a +2 die bonus because it's important to, actually, probably important to my mother too at that point. So +3 die bonus. So I'm rolling at cat 4, I'm rolling 5 dice, and it takes a point of stress and can be targeted separately. And then it's gone forever. I sacrifice something that I really cared about. Understood. Detonate. Concentrate the essence of destruction into your body. For the rest of the scene, all actions you make to hunt, kill, or destroy something are empowered by explosive blast. Is this just Bakugo? These explosions are loud and flashy and may cause collateral damage. This may easily change the parameter of risk. Upon any 6 on a final roll to hurt, kill, or destroy something, you may add +1. You get exploding 6s at the cost of stress. Tacticus, wage a simulacrum of war within your mind. I like that you get a non-violent one. I like that you get a strategic one. A simulacrum of war within your mind of the current battle that lets you predict your opponent's next move. Select a number of combatants in the same scene as you. You may ask your admin a question which they must answer truthfully. Can I win this fight? If they answer yes, gain +1 on the first action you take the scene to inflict violence. Regardless of the answer, you roll the risk die alongside the admin when you take your... Okay, so you both roll and take the... When you take your turn up to a number of times, you could half your cat. I assume you mean the higher number because you want the better result. You roll twice, take the higher number. If I roll a 6, you roll a 1. I take the 6. 6 is less bad than a 1 on a risk die. And then Bellum. Fill living beings around you within a cat +1 area with extreme anger and the urge to commit violence. You're just a hound. You're just a hound. All creatures of your choice within range are filled with this roiling emotion and may be used to attack each other, finding it difficult to differentiate friend from foe. For the duration, all creatures under the effect of this rage also have their physical cat increased by 1, even if they are mundane. This may easily affect parameters. My first thought was, why doesn't Fortitude have this? And then my second thought was, what if you can't be a virtue if you have an XK? Because there's only 4 XKs. So what if one of the requirements for being a virtue is you have to be like cat 6 and loyal, and you can't have an XK? And then suddenly, well, Fortitude went rogue, send in War. War went rogue, send in Fortitude. Oh no, we have to deal with justice, send in Conquest. Suddenly, you have... I would say these are inherently less busted than I was expecting. Like, they're all powerful, don't get me wrong, but they aren't like would break the game entirely from what I can see. So it makes sense that below the virtues, there is like a B team of virtues who are basically on retain, that are there to kill a virtue if they need to. Plus, you can gain weaker versions of the high blasphemies, which you can't really do with the XK. Exactly. That's what I'm like. High blasphemies can be passed down in some way. These can't. This is only if someone has it, you can't have it. But if the virtue has it, you can learn from them. The mosh pit power, yeah. Yeah, War plus Pugile is just Hound, and I kind of love it. Yeah, it fits thematically, and will be even wilder because all of these are related to the branches. It is assumed that authority is led by the upper and the lower 4. It's a council of 8. There's the upper 4, the lower 4, and it's thought that the lower 4 are all super high-level exorcists who presumably aren't virtues, because otherwise they'd be frozen. So what if the lower 4 is made up of XOs, each of whom have an XK? I do like them all correlating. It's so cool. It's just so thematically cool. Them being virtue killers is very cool, but if all of them existing, something very messed up happens, extinction level event. So I am taking the XK to be less so them all existing causes this, and more so these are just high level world spanning threats that would challenge a group of XKs, right? From what I've read, conquest and war are both powerful. I don't see either of them being like a virtue, right? So I don't see why, as an XK, they would inherently, natively bring about catastrophe. But maybe famine will change that. Starve the world of everything meaningful. It's what your kind does. Spared toad hosts manifesting due to food or housing insecurity are to be heavily monitored by Seer program for possible famine manifestation. Yeah. Black Horse, by maintaining eye contact with someone for a few moments, you may instinctively know what it is they desire most. Gain +1D on your next roll to take advantage. Scarcity. Completely drain the world of resources around you. Guns may run out of ammunition or find themselves running low on weaponry and supplies. Shelves may seem emptier, and things once plentiful are now mysteriously understocked. Basic necessities such as food, water, and electricity also mysteriously disappear and become harder to find in small, subtle amounts bit by bit while this effect is active. It lasts until rest. Oh my gosh. Whenever the pressure increases, the impact of this power becomes more noticeable and drastic, which may cause unrest or panic among the mundane populace within the area of effect. As the effect moves with you, parts of the investigation zone that are not within the area slowly recover their resources over time. May affect parameters. So this affects everything. If you have an SMG and I use scarcity and we're on a team, you will run out of ammo. However, if we're all melee. No, all of them existing causes an extinction event. Wasn't it written with the general description of all of them? Like one of the events being Seraph destroyed. So what this says, if all XK blasphemies exist in the world at any given moment, the admin may choose at any time to begin an XK scenario, a potentially apocalyptic series of events that not only damage the structure of CAIN, but also the state of the world. They decide how and why it manifests, along with the extent to which the XKs have to deal with it. To me, that reads... At first, I thought it was, yes, they all cause it to happen. But based on the power level of the XKs, I'm assuming it's more so this level of power is required to... this level of power is required to threaten a group of XOs that have XKs. The idea being is that if you're operating on this higher level of power, it's a may. Exactly. Yeah, the screw the toad skill. I mean, some of these have different counters, right? Like, the conquest kind of screws up with a, like a lord, for instance. Even a centipede. War, fully hound. This one is toad. Desiccate. Completely dry out an area of all its vitality equal to cat +1 centered on yourself. This does not affect supernatural beings, but this will kill plant life, remove all traces of water, turn mundane creatures into dried out husks. This will leave humans barely alive. Gain +1D, may affect parameters. Flock. Select a target within range and call upon mundane living beings of choice from the surrounding area, such as crows, rats, foxes, insects, or other creatures of your my selection. Closed chambers that have purposely cleared out all animal life or other similar contained spaces will render this power unusable. These mundane creatures will proceed to devour your target, ripping off skin, flesh, or other pieces of consumable organic material until they have reached bone. Roll Psyche if using this power creatively. They flee shortly after. Gain +1 for each question you answer. Are you outside or near nature? Is your target wounded or bleeding? Jeez, dude. Empty. Cause any number of living beings equal to your cat in range to experience extreme and anhedonia, the complete lack of ability to experience pleasure, joy, or satisfaction. This easily alters their state of mind and causes individuals to overexert, overindulge, or even give up on most actions they would have otherwise taken. While emptied, living beings become more susceptible to the influence of others. This may break or render ineffective abilities and supernatural phenomena that manipulate emotions. Gain +1D. Shut down a cult. Just completely remove the influence of a idol on someone. Yeah, that's an anti-idol skill. A swarm of locusts scouring the earth looking for things they can use. Amicide. Induce uncontrollable cannibalism and starvation on a group of creatures within range, causing them to devour each other almost immediately as this power is used. Traces may turn on one another, or mundane humans may be driven to consume each other as well. This may help neutralize a conflict scene with minor enemies or provide a flashing, violent distraction. Gain +1D, effect parameters. I do like how many of these abilities, and it's something that I wouldn't have liked if you told me this before I started playing CAIN and started looking into it. I like how many of these abilities are just get +1 die on the next time you take advantage of this, and it can affect parameters like risky and hard. Like they thematically tell you what they do. They narratively have a hook to them, but mechanically they're pretty simple. I like that. Death. Shed presence and intent like dead skin. Leave shells in your wake. But it's not what your kind does. Theory, EOD6. The existence of a death user in the current world would explain the unexplained phenomena that allows exorcists to defy fate. Pale Horse. Once per rest, you can mildly control the life force of a mundane human within a close range. You can allow a human on the brink of death to survive for much longer than normal, or instantly kill a human that you can touch. Death, when they feel like it. Fall. I don't know. I'm just thinking of what's the song where it's like with the distortion that you're like fall do 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 da 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 da. Like, you know what I'm talking about? I don't know the name of the song off the top of my head. It seems like XK Blasphemies have a lot of curses. They have a lot of curses, and they also seem very good at AoE. Oh, I'm more thinking of that one scene from Adventure Time. I only watched like a third of Adventure Time, unfortunately. Jesse, what are you talking about? Oh, shush. Yeah, this makes sense to link with Seer. Yeah. You may Fate. You may trigger this power as a reaction whenever you or an ally in range fails their resist roll or suffers instant death. Spend all your remaining psychic bursts. The admin must offer a deal that would allow the target to succeed their resist roll or avoid suffering instant death. If your target agrees to the deal, it cannot be broken. If they reject the deal, they refund all psychic bursts and gain +1D to your next roll. Some examples of deals that can be made are: your name and face becomes known and unforgettable to the wrong people. You are beset with a permanent and debilitating affliction. Your body becomes weak and frail. The next time you die will be brutal, painful, and unavoidable regardless of this power. Eep. If the deal is taken, you allow the scene to play out as if the target succeeded their resist roll or did not take their last source of stress, remove one injury from them, and clear all stress on their current talisman, and gain 1d3 send. Eep. I kind of love that. Entropy. Rapidly accelerate the flow of time for all mundane objects and mundane living things within a cat range around you. This causes this to rapidly age and decay as if time were passing, and alters materials and objects accordingly. Small animals may die quickly or as a result of their rapid aging, and mundane humans will reach old age or potentially die. Injuries may heal quickly or get infected and rot depending on current status. Gain +1D. Wow. The future rules! Sap. Reach for the psychic life force of a living being and siphon it into yourself. Roll Psyche to deal damage to any number. Roll Psyche to Roll Psyche to deal damage to any target within range, removing a total number of stress from yourself or allies equal to the number of slashes inflicted +1. Gain +1d bonus die each question answered. Is their target injured? Is the target scared? Are you injured? Energy drained this way can also be funneled into mundane humans instead, healing them or injuries or afflictions. This can easily affect parameters. So the idea being is, I drain your life force. Vampire touch. Sure. Obliteration. Remove a chunk of living organic material from existence of a size equal to your cat within range. This completely erases mass and matter as if it had never existed in the first place. If this would deal damage, roll Psyche to determine how many slashes are dealt. This may automatically kill mundane living things or severely damage supernatural beings. Gain or grant +1d. Is that a Slipknot song? Is it Slipknot? I thought it might be Slipknot. Hawk Tua sap on that thing. Ugh. Here I was hoping that my community wouldn't be pathetic, and here they are. Snuff. Completely remove energy, light, or heat from non-living things in an area equal to cat +1 centered on you. This also fills all living beings with an immeasurable sense of dread and intense fear of death instead. This happens instantaneously and does not prevent further instances of energy, light, or heat from filling up the area again. Gain +1d, effect parameters. I like all 8 of these, though if I'm completely honest, I'm whelmed. It's because they're so hyped up. Where I think that I think Erudition, Enigmata, Bloom, and Husk aren't more powerful than anything else. I just think that the fact that they're separated gives them a weird impression. Because they both have an exclusivity clause. You can't Erudition and Enigmata, you can't Bloom and Husk. So I think those are all on the same power level as other ones. I thought they were going to be more powerful. Obviously I thought they were initially XKs, but they're not, so that's fine, but I thought they were going to be more powerful. The XKs, I feel, broadly speaking, are like one step above normal blasphemies. Most of which are like on par with a high blasphemy. Like, so I would say almost the XKs are one step above a normal blasphemy, one step below a high blasphemy. They aren't quite powerful enough for the narrative weight I think that they're given. You missed the Husk review. I liked Husk. I think that the fact that like you're empty, you do not bleed and are resistant to pain, you do not need to breathe. You can watch the VOD to go see my full thoughts on it, but I liked it. I like a lot of these. I like Bloom, surprisingly. The fact that it's never painful when you sin overflow and like you control how you are as an imago, that's very cool to me. I will not bow. Thank you. It's a Breaking Benjamin song. Thank you. I have been doing this for 6 hours, and I really wanted to talk to Sins. But also, like, there's a dating sim. And there's also, like, I think it's black coats. I could talk virtues. I think I'm gonna have to finish this next week. Dating sim, follow my heart. I think that my heart achievements. Oh, this is the dating sim. I think I have to talk the dating sim. Seer and Temerity presents Cardinal Virtue. Let's get this right. Seer and Temerity presents Cardinal Virtuoso. What the heck is this? Our top researchers have found a way for exorcists hoping to get to know one of our lucky virtues, a path to success. Admins can use the adaption below to spice up their bond system and really make sure your exorcists treat those virtues the right way. In this system, bonds no longer increase automatically upon surviving a mission with a virtue. In order to rank up your bond with a virtue, you must complete a mission while your affinity with the virtue meets the minimum requirement. After completing your first mission, you may select one virtue to begin bonding with and start at bond 0 with them. From there, you have 3 main ways to increase or decrease your affinity with them: conversation, contraband, and quirks. After every subsequent mission, you may choose one more virtue to begin bonding with at your own discretion. Be wary, as not all of your mentors are especially friendly with each other. Oh no. You can cheat on the virtues. Affinity represents the strength of your bonds with any given virtue, which always starts at 0. You cannot increase affinity with virtues you are not bonded with. After completing a mission, your bond with a virtue will go up if your current affinity with them meets the minimum requirements. Each virtue has different affinity levels, which vary in minimum requirements. Heartbreak. Your affinity with a virtue may also drop based on certain actions you take, and if it reaches -5, your bond with that virtue is broken and must be started again after the completion of your current or next mission. Any virtue who you have had a broken bond with has all of their minimum affinity increase. Any virtue who you have a broken bond with has all of their minimum affinity requirements increased by 3. I'm glad they added that. Oh, Black Coast is a glory unto them thing. Thank you. This is what we came here. Ignore all that lame XK stuff. Listen, I know you want the dating sim. Breaking bonds. We were just talking about breaking. I love this band. Breaking Bonjamin. Breaking bonds does not remove any strictures, high blasphemies, or bond bonuses you currently have, but it still does make you a jerk regardless. ×2 speed mod. For shorter campaigns, or those wanting to make Cardinal Virtuoso a faster process, you may choose any combination of the following updates. Conversation limit between missions goes from 1 to 2 per virtue. Contraband gifting goes from 2 to 3 per virtue. The admin and exorcist may choose for the team to take some time off between missions, which increases all current bonds that hit the minimum affinity requirement and resets conversation and contraband limit. Taking time off also allows you to select another virtue to bond with as if you had completed a mission. Conversation. You may arrange a meetup with the virtue of a choice that comes in the form of a conference meeting, a private room in Castle HQ, a video call, or any other location that matches the tone of your table. You can only arrange a meetup with a virtue that you are currently bonded with. For those who follow a virtue's ideals instead of getting to know them through a personal and professional relationship, this option is unfortunately not available to you. But don't worry, there are other ways for a wallflower like you to get closer to virtues. To fully enjoy this expansion, please download Games for Freaks Volume 1. Yeah. This is related to the virtues from Games for Freaks Volume 1. During the meetup, you must choose a conversation topic and start speaking with a virtue. At the end of the conversation, gain 2 affinity for each of the following. Conversation topic related to the virtue's likes. Conversation went well at the discretion of the admin. Exorcist makes a flat connection roll at the end of the conversation with at least 1 success. Lose -2 affinity after the... Lose 2 affinity after the meetup if the topic is related to the virtue's dislikes. Contraband. You may stow away objects to give to or send to your bonded virtue during missions. At the end of the mission, when hiding contraband, you may keep a number of small objects equal to the covert score plus 1/2 cat, minimum of 2. These items cannot be used for any other purpose except to give to virtues, and you may not take these items with you on missions. You may only store up to 6 contraband items at any given moment while in HQ. If you exceed the limit after bringing in contraband post-mission, you choose a number of items to discard until you have only 6. Gate users have this limit increased by 1. Which makes sense, they got deep pockets. Oh my lord, this is so much reasoning. Oh wait, I love contraband. Yeah, that's why people are gonna romance you, Rory. You have failed fortitude. I'm so sorry. Yeah, she loves hot dogs. Or they love hot dogs. Because that's the thing, they don't have canon genders. But the art does kind of code them. You may only give contraband to each virtue up to twice between each mission. You may only give contraband to each virtue up to twice between each mission, and gifts usually increase or decrease your affinity with them. And gifts usually increase or decrease your affinity with their respective virtues. Gifts that fall under or are related to a virtue's favorite foods or likes will always increase affinity by 3. Gifts that fall under or are related to a virtue's dislikes will decrease affinity by 3. Every other gift type is considered a neutral gift and will increase affinity by 1. You may optionally send contraband to virtues you are not bonded with, which cannot increase affinity, but may decrease affinity if it is a dislike. Essentially hate mail. You're so valid for that. Quirks. Many virtues have alternate conditions which trigger immediately upon being met with increase or decrease affinity. Some of these may be as simple as never breaking related strictures upon emission or gifting in a specific way. Other conditions such as bonding with another specific virtue may decrease affinity drastically. As an admin, it is up to you and your table's discretion whether to add more quirks based on your characterization of the virtue, and whether or not to leave these quirks a secret or open guide to your player. Whew. The Virtue Affinity Tracker. Quick reference. Each tracker comes with a personal tracker you can cut out or find in-game resources file in the project's downloads on itch.io. Likes, dislikes, favorite foods can be found in Games for Freaks Volume 1. Gifts related to likes or favorite food increase by 3. Dislikes are -3, all others +1. Conversations can increase to a maximum of 6 at any given moment. Bonds broken is when 5 or lower, and broken bonds increase everything else by +3. We have Justice. This is adorable. This is so cute. It's little pixel arts of them. 2 gifts per mission, reset them between... This is a 1.0 doc that the dev was literally in chat earlier and was like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna be dropping a 2.0 next week. So, wait, what did I miss? We're talking about a dating sim, Rory. This is a lot of numbers and specifics for a dating sim. Have you ever played a dating sim? It's all numbers. Okay. Quirks. Beating them in a debate. Completing any mission without breaking any strictures. Coming to a meeting late. Breaking a stricture during mission. Bonding or upgrading with charity. You're such a hater. Oh, it's like their talisman is like a sword. Oh no, that's just a talisman. I thought it was... Yeah, it is a sword. It's a sword and a scale. It's so cool. Okay. If you do something that they don't like, if CAIN were to instruct me to terminate you right now, I would take pride in those orders. If you're just neutral with them, well within mission guidelines, thank you. Or if you give them something they really like, there's nothing in CAIN doctrine that instructs me... Sorry. There's nothing in CAIN doctrine that instructs me what to say when I feel this way. Thank you, your name. The only thing worse would be a non, I must say. So this is what happens when you give them a gift. Is if they don't like it, versus if it's neutral, versus if they like it. That's specifically an executioner sword. Yes, it's big and blocky. Wait, so Justice the Executioner, Faith the Timid, Quirks, completing a mission without any civilian or exorcist casualties is +8. Capturing a binder, hot, +5. Beating them in a fighting game, beating them in a claw game, undergoing sin overflow, bonding with or upgrading a bond with fortitude. I mean, sure, I guess. Oh, this is cool, thanks. How did you know I like this sort of thing? You're the best, your name. Oh, we have Charity, the twins. It's the statue with the mirror and a syringe. Is the forced femme real? Is that estrogen? Were my jokes about them being forced femme real? Targeted by a severe attack marriage with an exorcist you are entwined with. That's so specific, but it's... I get it. I see it. Winning an online debate, losing an online debate, meetup that lasts longer than 12 minutes, choosing a boring conversation topic, meeting them while looking unfashionable, bond or upgrading a bond with justice or faith. The force femme is real. The force femme is real. Ugh, you kind of just gave me the ick. No, thank you. Oh, they say it at the same time. Aw, you were thinking of me. Thank you, your name. OMG, you literally read my mind. You're so sweet, your name. All right, we now have fortitude. The disaster. It's just a gun with knives on it. Their quirk. Can you read this? Killing a member of CAIN leadership or another virtue is +40. Beating them in hand-to-hand combat. Completing a mission as the only survivor in the investigation zone includes allies. Winning a brawl on your own, gifting them a hot dog. They know. The dev knows. Killing a human. gifting them something neutral, -1 for a total of net 0, losing a fight, bonding with or upgrading a bond with another virtue. Okay. You might be wondering, wow, that seems like really bad of them. Why would anyone do that? And in response to that, this is why you would do it. Yandere, fortitude is ride or die. You can't even see their abs. You shut up. Fortitude does respect strength. Okay. So on the one hand, you killed a leadership member or virtue within CAIN. On the other, you'll be friends with her and her alone. Yeah, but like, is that really a problem? Yeah, I can fix her. It's a small price to pay for killing all of my allies. Try that! Try that shit again and I'll fucking kill you! That's what they sound like. Whatever. Thanks. See, they curse. That's how you know they're bad. They're a baddie. Okay. Hope, the dreamer. A bird. And like a is that a knife? What is that? Your bond to hope persists past death. The mind may forget, but the soul does not. That is so cute. Celebrating Christmas with them. Saying something heartfelt about them at their funeral. Wait, so you get bond with them even after they die because... Oh... Remembering something from the last meetup conversation in your current one, +2 once per meetup, making a loud noise, forgetting a major holiday, bonding with justice or fortitude. No one wants you bonding with fortitude. Arrow confirmed not baddie for not cursing, therefore not a heal. I just curse. You absolute mongrel. I just read verbatim something where I cursed, which is something I don't often do, correct. However, I choose not to curse. It is a matter of discipline. I'll make sure to use Veil extra long time. I'll make sure to use Veil extra long next time I'm deployed. Oh no. I haven't seen this sort of thing in forever. And here I was thinking you wouldn't remember that. Silly me. They're such a cutie. You're quoting it, it doesn't count? Okay, fine. The negotiator with a fountain pen, dice, games, right? So like jacks and pawns and all of that. Completing a mission without breaking any promises or agreements you've made. Taking a long walk with them. Making a deal with prudence. Breaking a promise. Bonding with charity or justice. I'm tempted to break our contract. Flattery is only half the battle, your name. Hey, that wasn't part of the contract. Thank you. They're hiding. It's so cute. Ciao. Oh, and then the ones in this book. So chastity, the restraint, completing a mission without touching anyone, bonding or upgrading a bond of faith. Cute. Doing a meetup over call, committing an indecent or immodest act, breaking your Iron Maiden, hurting the physically ill, or bonding with or upgrading it with charity. Chastity will turn their camera on during virtual calls. Wait, so you can call with them, but they won't video call you. But then once you get to bond 3, then they'll video call with you. That's cute. All these sprites are so cute. If you keep this up, I'll block you. Cool. Appreciate it, your name. Huh, spot on. Thanks, your name. Sobriety, the resolute. Quirks. Talk to them at the bar. Bonding or upgrading a bond with prudence. I like how the homebrew ones like the virtues, right? The homebrew ones like the canon ones. Sharing a drink with them, stopping them from excessive drinking, completing a mission without breaking any strictures, being insensitive, giving them a headache, missing a meeting with them. Interesting. Masculine pronoun, neutral pronoun. Missing a meeting with them, bonding or upgrading a bond with faith. What is this pose? Is this for the freaking like what is this pose? It's a meme. Haha, get dunked on Faith. No, we love Faith. I need a drink. Not too shabby. Good job, your name. Whoa, you make me feel 3 glasses deep, your name. And I don't even think I've had a drop today. Family Guy, thank you. Family Guy death pose. And then Absolution is one I actually don't know. I don't know anyone about this one. Quirks. Spending a deployment pass and convincing authority to take guillotine on a walk. What is this? What? Absolution, the Mourner. Absolution is considered one of the most powerful binders in the history of CAIN, wielding control over a Cat 5 hound codenamed Guillotine that manifested upon the brutal and untimely death of their ex-spouse. Their strange and empathetic attitude towards sins has notably earned them the wariness of authority, but their usefulness to CAIN shines in their near zero civilian casualty rate and an execution record second only to justice. Absolution mourns the fate of sin hosts and their subsequent sins, and believes that the fastest route to peace for them is swift and severe execution. The high blasphemy guillotine is a shared contract with the sin of the same name, allowing users to summon a fraction of its power, becoming more lethal if they mirror absolution in their actions and motives. Absolution also assists in the training of binders under CAIN's employee, particularly assigned to assist binders whose sin capabilities have far surpassed their own. Can I pet the dog? See, listen, I'm not the first person who I immediately was like, can I pet the dog? Doesn't need walkies. They have a bound sin. No, not divorced from the dog. So a hound is a sin that forms off of trauma in response to vengeance. So very commonly, murder victims will form a sin, a hound, because they want revenge for being murdered. Similarly, if someone you loved was killed, you might form a hound because you want revenge on their death. Therefore, she as a binder manifested a hound and then controlled it. She is fully in control of Guillotine the Hound. The experiment log? Based on a poll of binders created through Palace-obtained mind tulpas, over 89% of binders display a preference for being hunted and killed by absolution over any other virtue if given an option. Wait, that's so funny. Okay, so I'm going to go back down here now that I know who she is. Wait! You may pet the Cat 5 hound Guillotine while at this bond level. Absolution. You seem cool. I like you. I think that you haven't gotten over your ex-spouse. I'm not going to try to get in there. However, I am going to riz you diabolically so I can pet Guillotine. Spending a deployment pass and convincing authority to take Guillotine on a walk with them, executing the sin before the pressure reaches 3, have the sin host consider you a friend, gifting them something meant for Guillotine, letting the pressure reach 6, hurting a civilian, hurting a mundane animal, bonding or upgrading with hope or justice. Why don't you like hope? Why don't you like hope? Like, justice not liking you makes sense, and you not liking justice because justice doesn't like dogs. Shh, Guillotine, calm down. It'll be okay. Oh, oops, the leash slipped. I'd run if I were you. For me? Oh, you didn't have to, you know. Oh, you're absolutely adorable. Me and Guillotine were gonna go have dinner. Want to join? That's adorable. I love this. Creating your own virtue profile. Quick start guide. Many of you may have your own homebrew virtues that you may want to add into this optional add-on. This section serves as a rudimentary guide. So this just talks about how to make them. I'm not going to go into that because I'm not doing that right now. Hope doesn't like loud noise. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so like casual, minimal, consistent effort, it's a good start. Intentional pursuit, deliberate and sustained effort, you're working hard. Personal cost, high personal investment, sacrifices made, your bond is closer than ever, life-changing commitment, all-consuming devotion, you've reached a point no one else could. Additional gifts and guides. Regulated and monitored objects for purchase related to Cardinal Virtuoso program may be kept as items separate for contraband. Heartfelt note, you may give this to a virtue to automatically increase your bond with them if your current minimum affection with them is high enough. If this would not increase your bond, increase affinity by +1 instead. Page of one-liners, a page from a book of 101 liners for suave conversationalists. Grants plus 1D on connection roll for meetup, and ignore losing affinity for discussing a disliked topic. Usable once per purchase, so it's consumable. Apology note, when you would lose affinity in any way, you may use this item to reduce the loss taken by 2 affinity. Any subsequent uses before the completion of your current or next mission only reduce the loss by 1. A heated blanket. Oh. A gift to give or send to a virtue that gain plus 2 affinity with them. Gain plus 1 affinity if given within 12 hours of the virtue being de-thawed and... It's so cute because they wake up and they're cold, so you give them a heated blanket so it gives extra affinity. That's so adorable. A well-organized journal. The first time in a mission, when you take an action where you would lower affinity with a virtue you are bonded with, the admin must tell you before taking that action, allowing you to rethink your decision before it resolves. Does not stack. 5-hour deployment pass, a highly sought-after pass which allows a virtue under heavy monitoring to be deployed for non-mission purposes for 5 hours. The pass has your name on it as the sanctioned chaperone, usable once per purchase, and gains plus 12 affinity with the virtue of choice. These are so cute. These are adorable. Oh, there's achievements. I forgot about this. Special achievements. The following are optional endings or achievements that your players can choose to pursue while playing this add-on. Each completion adds 1 point to the party's total good ending points, which gives party-wide rewards upon meeting the minimum threshold. Listen, I would spend 16 script for 5 hours with 4 I don't know if I want to say that out loud. Judge, jury, executioner, reach bond. Oh, I'm judge, jury, executioner. Oh no. Reach bond. I'm keeping my mouth shut. Judge, jury, executioner. Sorry, I'm playing Punisher in Marvel Rivals. Claw Machine Pro at the same darn time. Wait a second. Oh no. I fear for what happens if it's the same darn time with Charity. Shattered pelvis. See, remember the date. That's so cute. That's so cute. That's so cute. Yeah, the different percentages. Prenup, please. No touch, please. Glass half full. Oh, walk in the park. This isn't you. Get justice to falter on their dogma? In the Shinji chair. Wait. Justice in the Shinji chair. Yeah, check the unlock percentages. Pro gamer beat faith in a video game. Kill an upper member of CAIN leadership while bonding to Fortitude. Use a deployment pass to spend Christmas with Hope. That's so sweetie. Bad ending, reach bond 3 with sobriety by only talking about or gifting him alcohol. Break bonds with 4 or more virtue. The fumbler, lose 15 or more affinity with a virtue in a single mission. Nothing loves the hunter. Complete 5 missions without bonding to any virtue. Yeah. Beso de tres? Reach bond 3 with sobriety and prudence, or reach bond... What does this mean? I actually don't know what this means. 3-way kiss. Oh! Oh. Wait, chastity and faith? I don't think I could handle that. Matchmaker, somehow set up 2 virtues to get with each other. Like sobriety and prudence, like one likes neat whiskey and is a negotiator. One likes helping people and is an alcoholic. But chastity and faith seems like a lot. Wiped stain. End all communication with a virtue for 3 consecutive missions after breaking their bond. Smell the roses. Successfully buy and use a 6-hour deployment pass. Hard mode ++. Reach bond through the virtue while playing with glory unto them's black coat pillar system. Gosh. Goodness gracious. Good ending points. Below are the available rewards for completing achievements on the left side of the page. They're rewarded to all exorcists in the party, and you cannot repeat achievements for additional points. 4 script, and congratulations from Temerity and Seal for being the best entertainment since Exorcist body cam footage. 8, gain 2 advancements. 10, gain the formal wear aesthetics for free. Wearing it to a meetup with a virtue for the first time grants +2 affinity. Aw, that's cute. Once per campaign, any exorcist may summon a virtue they have a bond level 3 with to the current mission if they are on the brink of death. You're being saved by your boo. Every exorcist may choose one skill to increase +1d. This may increase a skill up to +4 and is granted 1 free 6-hour deployment pass. Why is this actually so good? What is this? What is this? Laughingman.exe, cognito hazard, fatal injury, intracranial rupture. Turn A, blind. Oh, is this like a custom adventure? The author's well laid out and bookmarked dating sim. Listen, like, I respect it. The death of hope. Generously gifted by the Juarez family and sycophant organization. No. Sadness. Is that their foot? I didn't realize that that her leg would be hairy. Oh, this is anti-memetics division. Interesting. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's a toad. One of the cats. Okay. Let me just check something real quick. Okay, we have a good few questions to get through in the Q&A, and I've been doing this for 6 hours. I have pasta. I can eat. Whoa. It's cold pasta. That's like 6 hours old. It's good. Wait. What about Fortitude in the Black Adam post? What's going on here? Okay, let me continue eating my pasta, because I mentioned like 7 hours ago that I had like a quarter cup of pasta that I was too full to eat, and I've been really hungry for like 2 hours. I am simply happy pasta wiggling. You got it. So what is the pose that I'm looking at? Wait. Arrow black market list of stuff to purchase. So the pasta callback, it was predicted exactly. I know. So those of you who don't know, I legitimately, like unironic. Oh, hey. I legitimately like really struggle with tunnel vision. I suppose I don't really struggle with it, but it's something that I deal with, where if something is not in my direct line of sight, I will forget about it. If I'm focused on something. So I've been focused on stream for the past like 6 hours. I have not been thinking about food. So even though I was hungry, I forgot I had pasta, even though it's in the corner of my vision. It's off to my right on my bed. I put it on the corner of my bed. So I have had situations where I literally 3 to 4 times within an hour saw I had something like food, like fruit snacks. I saw that I had fruit snacks, or I saw that I had rice, like a bowl of rice, and I went, oh, I have fruit snacks. And then I proceeded to eat a fruit snack, and then I put it away. And then 15 minutes later, I would see that I had fruit snacks, and I would go, oh, I have fruit snacks. And then I'd have a fruit snack, and then I put it away. And then 15 minutes later, I would go, ah! Oh my gosh, that was too loud. I'm sorry. And then I have fruit snacks, and then I would have another fruit snack. Are we gonna do more shadow stuff or save that for another stream? I think that we do that in another stream because I'm not even done with the Harpocrates. Object impermanence arc. It's not even, yeah, it's object impermanence arrow. It's not even an object impermanence arc. That's just who I am. I think what I want to do, I want to hit these sins real quick. So I haven't done the agendas, I haven't done the sins, and I haven't done the mimetics division. Or the virtues. So I think I'm going to start with the sins, and then we'll go from there. A vicious cycle of fruit snacks. Oh, now I want fruit snacks. I haven't had fruit snacks in months. Arrow, one time I brought out a pot to make some food, put the pot back for no reason, brought it out again, put it away, and brought it. Oh yeah, I do that. I do that too. Lamau, I ordered my partner a whole delivery of fruit snacks last week. Now I want fruit snacks. Now I just want food. Now I'm just hungry. Okay. Trigger warning. The Butcher's Sin contains imagery and narrative descriptions of gore and intense body horror. Be aware. Expanded sins. Sins are the stains of humanity to which exorcists have a duty to wipe off the face of the earth. Over the years, they've been successful in their role, but the recent steady and inevitable rise of sin manifestation rates has given birth to new threats. 2 new manifestation types have arisen in the past years, their true identity lost to misclassification and the hasty assumption that only the 6 primary sins were possible manifestations in sin hosts. The spider is a sin born from powerlessness and the desire to take control over everything around them. The butcher is a sin born of agony, whether physical or mental, and desires to inflict nothing but pain on everything around them. Handlers are advised to exercise extreme caution when sending exorcist squads to deal with these threats due to their unprecedented potential and new challenges they pose for exorcists beyond traditional hunts. Catalog the data that your team finds in the field to report back to Temerity. Each day a new enemy arises. Do what your kind does best. No matter how many times they show up again, kill them again and again and again. So internal memorandum for lead researcher, Eastern Seaboard reclassification request. I'm contacting you in reference to 2 high fatality incidents that occurred to erroneous prior field classifications. Initial assessments identified incident L821, now S1, as a Lord manifestation, and incident H918, now B1, as a Hound manifestation. So I assume Spider and Butcher. Incident L821, Lord manifested from the corpse of deceased lawyer in local court. Redacted, Lord's kingdom displayed an abnormal amount of thin filaments. District was designated as palace location and demonstrated unprecedented control over environment, which were not nullified via reality anchors. 12 exos KO'd, 12 exos KIA, 68 civilian deaths. H918 was discovered in response to local noise complaint, to local meat manufacturing. Grudge targets were found, and half-eaten corpses were discovered in grudge targets and sit host. Got it. So Butcher 1 and Spider 1. Cat 4 Ogre Big Brother. Cat 3 Hound Morning Dove. Cat question mark. When the wolf is gone, the sheep eat each other. Oh my gosh. So Spider. This is why I told A that you needed to be food accountability partners. Probably. Whoa, they really got reality anchors. It really is SCP. Okay, so I read the Spider, and I think I read the Butcher months ago, back when this first came out. I don't remember them. Spider. Manipulative and obsessive. Spiders are cunning sins that aim to have absolute influence over everything around them. Spiders are born from a deep sense of hopelessness, often among those who have been manipulated by others. They are driven by a need to have complete control in places where their host did not. By using a phenomenon known as silk, spiders gradually weave a web of influence that extends beyond people, gradually ensnaring the environment itself, and eventually, even manipulating the very fabric of reality within a given locale. When a psychically sensitive person loses their grasp on both themselves and what is most important to them, a spider begins to crawl out from that part of their mind. Spiders commonly manifest in people encountering unpassable roadblocks in life due to forces outside their control, teachers, politicians, or leaders that have been rendered useless by bureaucracy or societal convention, people being manipulated in abusive relationships or families. Powerlessness is their primary emotion. Appearance and psychophysiology. Spiders manifest as thin, warped figures, oftentimes with many limbs or prehensile appendages, which are always manipulating silk. When fused with a host, they may appear as swaddled and sleeker version of themselves with multiple elongated arms, morphed into a perversion of what they are expected to be. Wrapped in silk, they are able to resist most forms of damage from a threat that rushes in without a plan to overcome it. A spider's presence causes a room to be suffocating and hazy, even if mundane humans cannot see it, as it fills the room with silk. When forced to fight, they're extremely fast and clever, utilizing its environment to full potential to quickly shut down dangerous threats. Behavior. Spiders are often neurotic in nature, switching between manic highs and depressive lows while they weave their web. Their silk allows them to control people's actions and behaviors, but also slowly grinds activity to a halt when used in excess, often antithetical to the spider's goal. This paradoxical situation leads to further emotional buildup and inevitable sin events. Spiders prefer not to kill or commit acts of violence directly, but will not hesitate to do so when encountering an exorcist in the way of its plan. They're extremely protective of their hosts, often creating complicated winding paths to find them, but can hinder the XOs without ever having to leave their palace. And here are some archive spiders. Golden Orb. Type 2 Cat 6. Holy frick. Manifested in the body of subject S298, an overseer at nuclear power plant. New environmental regulation laws led to conflict between plant management and company policy changes, leading to a standstill in productivity. Subject S298 was laid off a 16-year position and walked into a containment building wherein the sin manifested. Substations linked to a grid began to short out and malfunction due to an overcurrent of electricity linked to the plant, alerting Seer. Upon detection of exorcists, Sin evacuated all civilian workers from the plant. Time to execution 3 days, 8 hours, 12 minutes, 0 civilian casualties, 8 exorcist KIA, virtue justice deployed to complete execution. Interesting. Silkworm, type 3, cat 1, manifested 5 days after the departure of... Oh no! The XXX isn't covered with the sensor. Point and laugh. Oh no! Another one. Point and laugh. The departure of married adult couple from home address X, Mulberry Drive X, 12-year-old subject S627 found at same location showed remarkable control over the sin and manipulated rideshare service drivers to deliver food to location and stay for extended periods of time. Manifestation eliminated, but no execution recorded. Exorcist reprimanded. Subject S627 later found deceased a few miles away from the investigation location on the roadside. Aww. That's sad. Yeah, the archive entries are very sympathetic. Yeah, the Golden Orb archive's like just a guy. No way, Skong reference. I love all the SCP Foundation elements. I mean, the SCP Foundation elements is just CAIN, right? CAIN is based off it. Widow. Subject S992 engaged in a lengthy legal battle against their ex-husband for charge of abuse, X, and Y. Type 1 Cat 3 manifested after the host ex-husband committed self-termination in the middle of proceedings, dismissing the case entirely without resolution for the host. Upon manifestation, the basement of Circuit Court XXX was converted into a nest, and the court's cases reached an all-time high in case closure rates. Abnormally excessive use of the death penalty in domestic cases alerted Seer. Time to execution 2 hours 37 minutes, 15 civilian casualties, 1 exorcist KIA. So, trauma questions. Who has control over you? What do you wish you could control the most in the world? Who is something or someone you could trust when you were still worth something? There's always one question where it's just like, it cuts really deep to the core. Who is someone or something you could trust back when you were still worth something, implying you're not now? Oof. Okay, so Palace. Interesting that Silkworm was spider instead of toad. I think it was the matter of control. Because Silkworm was not, oh, I'm starving. Silkworm was, my family abandoned me. I have been left behind by those I cared about. I could see that being an idol. I could see that being a toad. But I do like the fact that it could be any one of those three, right? A lot of these could be any of them. Like the golden orb could very well have been a centipede. Which I do think it's a bit interesting that they're already on S992 when back in 2017, they were still calling them lords. So obviously they went through and like overhauled it, but I find it difficult to believe that they had hundreds of them. Anyway, the palace. The entrance to the spider's palace tends to manifest in tight, cloistered spaces, hidden deep within buildings or at the corners of winding paths. The interior of the palace always contains the facsimile of nested buildings, structures, or locations from the reality of the host nest, but suspended in the air and bent at strange angles, creating unique spiraling architecture. The palace always counts as nested, and grows in size and complexity as the pressure increases, able to add facsimiles to anything their silk touches in the real world. The spider can masterfully move through the palace, balancing upon silk as if it had no weight, and possesses great control over the design and interiors of structures within. Purposely touching silk while within the palace in any way alerts the spider to your location and acts accordingly based on its perception of the exorcists. I do appreciate that the detail was initially mistaken for a lord because they're very similar thematically. Yeah, but they're different enough to be distinct. Same with like idols. And the butcher being like a hound. I could even see like a centipede depending on how low cat it is. So they're chittering, organized, entangling, gravity-defying, confusing, suffocating. Pressure silk. A spider spins its silk in an area around itself, slowly bringing everything under its influence. Silk is the condensed grace of the spider, which can work its way into mundane human ligaments and nerves, altering the perception of the world while also being able to physically control them in subtle ways. Silk is invisible to mundane humans and can attach itself effortlessly to physical materials or structures that the spider manipulates with ease. When setting up the hunt, pick a cat number of locations, minimum of 2, to nest in the investigation area, each around a block or a few in size, depending on the size of your investigation area. These could be entire buildings, the entirety of a park, or every shop on a small street. These locations are considered nested, and the people and objects in the location are always under the control of the spider in the following ways. Mundane humans are unaware of this control by default. Creatures under the influence of the spider may move with an unnatural fluidity and speed as if being pulled from place to place. The air feels heavy and humid, even to the graceless. Movements of heavy and humid. I don't know why. I don't get heavy and humid from the palace. I get more airy, thin, like you're at the top of a mountain. Movements of living beings seem to be manipulated or controlled in seemingly indirect ways, tripping and falling, stretching arms to knock over certain objects. Doors and windows and loose objects can be swung or moved within the scene by either the spider or weavers within the same scene. Falling into silk and struggling to escape it alerts the spider to your current location. When the pressure increases, pick one more location and to nest based on the size of your investigation. But larger investigations may be 2 or more. As the spider spins its web, when the pressure fills up, the situation goes out of control. Sorry, I'm just thinking about how you start with 2 locations, not 1. Because normally it's you start with 1, like the miasma, for instance. You start with 1 and it grows. So I don't even think you need you start with 2 and I think it's just you start with 1, but the size of the area is proportional to the size of the investigation area. That might be a better way of phrasing. The spider gains +1 category and the entire investigation area becomes nested. It becomes almost impossible to avoid being detected by the spider while moving from a location to a location, but the palace's entrance becomes obvious, often erupting into a visible spiral of web pointed into the sky. Which is interesting. You no longer have to skulk about, you see exactly where you're going. So traces. Weavers help exert the spider's control over vast areas of space. They're usually small and physically weak, but rely on manipulating the environment and living beings to harm the exorcists. They usually take on spindly insectile forms, wrapped in thick, fluffy webbing that can be hard to get through via non-cutting physical means. Single ones are found scouting out areas the spider may want to nest in the immediate future, while larger groups gather already nested sites. Killing them may free a certain person, object, or area from the spider's control temporarily, but once the exorcists leave, the spider tries to exert the control once more. 2 for solo, 4 for group, 6 for a nest, and they have the following traits. The main bodies are small and hard to hit from a far distance by default. Take -1 / from non-cutting. Intelligent but easily distracted. Actions that take advantage, get +1d. 3, 2, 1. Interesting. Most traces deal 4, 3, 2 in their reactions. So when you roll the risk die with them, generally they'll do 4 dice on 1, 3 dice on a 2 or 3, and 2 dice on a 4+. Or create a complication, or they have pulling threads and silk sickness, pull an unnamed NPC in front of an exorcist attack, most likely killing them, inflict a hook for either the tethered, lacerated, or webbed afflictions. Let's look at those real quick. The afflictions. Tethered. You become psionically tethered to a creature of the spider's choice. You and the selected creature cannot move more than 10 feet away from each other. Remove this affliction if you get an injury. Lacerated. You begin to bleed from cuts on your arms, legs, or hands. Activities that require you to take one. Activity that requires it takes 1 more stress. And webbed. You are heavily covered in silk. When in the same scene as the spider, actions that would cause you to move towards the spider are always difficult. You take +1 stress from silk. Paralytic, you cannot make action rolls to negate threats and aid others. Yeep. Controlling, once a scene, when you make a plan with others, remove 1d3 stress, and then make an important choice for someone else, so you're asserting your control over them. And then, as it should be. Permanently add, hurt someone who doesn't listen to you. Oh no, oh no. Similarly, the spider is 4-2-1 instead of 5-3-2. Heavy and humid for nest versus area and strangling for webs. That's fair. Weavers promote my favorite mode of play, aka adopting civvies for the rest of the mission. So they're going to need to update. This will be 8 plus cat based on 1.3 for CAIN. I don't know if this is intentional because all other sins are 5-3-2. So there's complications, threats, severe attack, strangle. So the way severe attacks work, it chooses an exorcist. Everyone else can choose to fly to their aid. It starts with 66 and you ask 4 questions. If the answer is yes, you remove a die. If the answer is no, you can do 1 action to try and make the answer yes. Quickly wrapping or tugging with fine claws, multi-jointed fingers, or warped limbs. Are you the one pulling your own strings? Yes, remove a die. Is someone able to pull you away in time? Yes, pull a die. Are you currently not in contact with any silk? Yes, remove a die. Is the spider hindered, distracted, or under duress? Yes, remove a die. Then roll a die. Then roll the dice. The spider fully wraps you in its silk and pulls you with great force in all directions. Oh gosh, drawn and quartered. And then everyone takes 1 stress per die rolled, so minimum 2 per person. If at least 1 comes up, the spider rips silk through your skin and muscle, take 1 additional stress, and gain the webbed affliction. If you already had it, take 3 stress instead. If 2 or more come up, the targeted exorcist feels their bones begin to snap, and the silk reaches the deepest parts of their mind. Doing things without teamwork or setup are always difficult for the rest of the mission, in which afterwards you adjust to your injuries with no permanent penalties, albeit a few scars, permanently gain the agenda, hurt someone who doesn't listen to you. Oof. That is kind of pinhead, ain't it? Oofta. Also, I can already tell this bad boy can fit so many Magnus Archives references in it. Yeah. I should look into the Magnus Archive. I keep hearing about it. So, of the domains, the spider will have 3 of these 8. Dirtying of many hands. The spider gains the ability to force humans to commit actions of violence sporadically and without warning. When an exorcist makes a roll in a nested area with a human within close distance, the admin makes an additional risk roll. This may be in addition to rolls that are already risky. So I would probably say a fortune roll, just to simplify the language. The human lunges towards the exorcist against their will, wielding a hidden knife, side piece, or randomly grabbed object from within the scene. The exorcist takes, and then based on it, takes damage. The human quickly loses memory of the event that has just transpired, confused and bewildered. The spider may only do this up to once per scene. I would probably... If it's only once per scene, I'd probably increase the damage, personally. Again, like 3, 2, and 1. I would probably make it like 4, 3, 2. Yeah, the agenda has the same as the 6th affliction. Yeah, it's basically just giving that 6th affliction. That loathsome grand design. Oh, good name. The spider works towards a goal that its host was not able to achieve before its manifestation. These goals can be as benign as building a community center, manipulating politicians into passing legislation, or restoring something to its previous state. The moment the exorcists enter the investigation zone, this goal should be made clear and obvious through the environment. The pressure can only complete this goal when pressure has reached 2+. Once this task is complete, however, the spider grows in power. The pressure immediately increases by 1, beep, and the spider rearranges locations and sites within the current investigation zone. This may make current maps unreliable, navigating to a familiar place difficult, or move the location of the palace. Mundane humans can't tell anything is wrong, marveling at the completion of the spider's goal, and convincing themselves that something's wrong with their current situation. And convincing them that something is wrong with their current situation becomes difficult. I like this. I like that. Eulogy of a mangled god. Woo! The spider sees its grand design begin to unravel and frantically creates a new one in its place. When the spider is slashed half or more of its execution talisman, it builds a new form. The spider begins to grab objects, structures, anything within range it can control, and pulls it towards itself, creating a massive, moving fortress called the Mangled God. It cannot take slashes to its talisman or be the target of effects and abilities until the Mangled God is destroyed, and is considered a trace, and it is considered a trace and object with the following execution talisman. The memories of failure, mankind's sin of hubris and ego made manifest. An entire world crumbled into one finite moment. Brace yourself. Execution talisman 6, size equals cat plus 3. Oh, minimum cat 6. This isn't like armor. This is like a kaiju. Oh. This construct can be climbed and maneuvered through upon a successful action roll, and you take -1 stress from the spider's abilities while inside of it. It can shake off all exorcists as a threat or complication. Oh, the background image drawing parallels between nerves and webs? Yeah. The construct is held together by silk. Actions that try to burn away the silk or attempt to cut it may stagger the Mangled God for 1 reaction on a roll of 2+ successes. Destroying the Mangled God adds 2 slashes to the spider's execution talisman. Reactions. So now it's 4, 3, 2. So that's like a trace. Or create a complication. Macerate. What does this mean? Macerate. Soak it, soften by soaking in liquid. Crush an exorcist's entire body, dealing 3 stress and also making their next action difficult unless assisted by teamwork. Yeah. Now imagine. Now just bear with me. Imagine. You're fighting a sin that has both At the Core My Rod Unfurls and Eulogy of a Mangled God. You get them down to half their execution talisman. They create the Mangled God. It means grind up? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is an entire raid boss. And then after you kill the Mangled God, and then you get them down to a 0 on their execution talisman, then At the Core My Rod Unfurls, and they have a phase 2. That's like a 3-part, but that would be a 3-part boss fight. We raiding a boss? Yes. Broken wheels keep turning. Spider lets its prey struggle in its web, further dooming them to failure. Up to once per scene when an exorcist fails a roll. You may cause an additional consequence related to the first. This may be caused by a cascade of events related to the first roll, silk that has been physically tied to an existing object, or an exorcist unknowingly activating a tripwire. You may only do this to each exorcist once per mission. I don't know if I would even say each exorcist can only have it be once. Like, maybe it's me being a little bit, like, admin coded. I feel as though you don't need to make it so that each one can only be affected once. I think it's just, as long as it's once per scene, one exorcist gets this bad thing. It's not that bad. Perversion of composure. The spider begins to obsess and seethe over the composure of undeterred exorcists. After the exorcists have visited at least 2 nests, and when an exo starts a scene in a nested area with either no affliction or hook or injury, roll a risk die for one of the corresponding tables. Also, if they have no affliction / hooks or no injury, roll a die for the following. Spider fills you with its vile silk. Fills? Ew. The exorcist gains an affliction of the spider's choice. They gain a hook for an affliction of their choice. And if it's an injury, they take 4 stress or 2 stress. Got it. So that's just like, the better you're doing, the easier it is to damage you. Drunken killing of a fly. Ooh. The spider is cunning and coordinated. It knows what it can and cannot deal with, and it preemptively spins its silk to entrap the exorcists in something they cannot fight their way out of. Once per mission, as a threat or tension move, the spider pulls its silk to kill an important NPC that the exos have encountered during the mission. It does so in a way that makes it appear as if the exos were directly responsible for the death of this NPC. Start a 3-segment talisman called Incriminated. It may be slashed as a tension move, a threat, or whenever the pressure increases. When it is fully slashed, civilians may fear the exos or attempt to report them to the authorities. NPCs that knew both the victim and the exos will immediately contact the authorities once this talisman is slashed. Wow. It depends on how bad the content. Well, no, so this doesn't say with the broken wheels keep turning. It says when you fail an action roll, you may cause an additional consequence related to the first. I think that doesn't mean that you rolled the risk die low. That just means that you didn't succeed your roll. Objection. I would certainly hope the big spider mommy doesn't film. It's not a spider mommy. This is not a Drider situation. I mean, it could be, potentially. Type 2, Drider. Do not the spider. When enough silk has begun to choke out the sky itself, the spider strangles the very fabric of space and time. Once the pressure is at 4+ for the current mission, the following effects take place. After a scene with the exorcists begins with a nested area, tension increases by an additional +1 as time accelerates without you. Eep. Mundane humans who you have met before may not fully remember who you are or events that transpired, their perception of time warped. Once per mission during a conflict scene that the spider is in, it may cause an exorcist to re-roll an action roll, turning back immediate events for a few moments. If the pressure reaches 6, everything stops. Mundane humans, birds in the sky, even technology and communications are tethered to a single point in time. Unable to retract its silk and start again, the spider begins to boil over in feelings of powerlessness once more. Start a 5-segment talisman called Sin Event. It does a Sin Event again? When you reach pressure 6, that is a Sin Event. When you reach pressure 6, the situation goes out of control, a Sin Event occurs, and it advances in category. It gets a second Sin Event. Silver Lines Without End. Oh, that's such a good name. The spider silk increases in tensile strength and sharpness as the pressure increases, making it devastatingly lethal. Silk now has the ability to instantly kill most mundane humans, and when the pressure is 3+, it can easily cut through steel and other hard materials. When the exos are in a nested location, the spider may launch razor-sharp threads at the exos once per scene as a threat, regardless of the risk result. In pressure, it deals 1 versus 2 versus 2 and lacerated. While fighting the spider in a conflict scene, it may use this domain once per round as a reaction, regardless of the risk die result. Holy heck. I feel as though, I'm not gonna lie, the spider's pretty weak. It deals a lot with pressure being late, with extended pressure, and a lot of its traces, a lot of its damage doesn't deal more than like 2 stress. I feel as though bump up the stress a bit, and a lot of the stuff that relies on later pressure, give it something that has it impact early. Like, I like the fact that time is dilated only after pressure 4. But I feel as though these two actions could probably be since the beginning, even at pressure 1 or even at pressure 0. Like, the spider's domains is weird to me because all of these are cool, but it feels like half of them are underpowered. Half of them feel fine. With a spider, you want to just rush to execute. Yeah, you want to rush to execute it, but there's nothing stopping you from doing that. Outside of the fact that it has silk, but if I show up and I'm a good tracker and you have whisper and like we have someone who has like an ardence for fire, there's nothing stopping us from going to the location of a nest, burning all the silk, talking to someone, getting information on where the palace is, going right to the palace by pressure 1, right? Assuming that we're confident. Hello, Ashlyn. Quote continued. Quote, sin events always cause traumatic psychic veil rupture in a broad spectrum radius, which instantly fatal to all humans and nearly all exos and may be antithetical to reality. The sin at the center undergoes apotheosis and typically undergoes an evolution of some kind, prompting the cycle to repeat with stronger and stronger sin events each time. Because a centipede can power up if pressure reaches full, and the book outright says that centipede sin events have never been allowed to happen. So everything at pressure 6 levels up. I was under the understanding that at pressure 6, that is a sin event. However, I'm not sure. I mean, like, it also says in the book that if like, mechanically you can make a type 3 bound centipede, but there have never been a recorded centipede that did that. There's also never been a centipede that has been spared. There has also never been a centipede which, what is it? There's something with centipedes. There's another one that I'm forgetting that I can't quite remember. Whew. Anyway, I enjoyed the spider. The butcher! Man, this just makes me want to listen to Butcher Vanity. It's good. Also, this is 9. This is 8. What's sin 7? Like, is there a homebrew one that the dev is like paying homage to by having this be 8 and 9? There's never been a Cat 7. I mean, there's also never been a Cat 7 sin, but mechanically there's nothing stopping you from making one. Okay, so butcher. Sadistic and brutal, butchers are violent, hedonistic sins that revel in the harm and suffering of others. Butchers are born from intense pain, either mentally, physically, or in most cases both. They seek to have all living beings experience the same pain as their host did, and stop at nothing to achieve that goal. Butchers often go to great lengths to inflict excessive and unnecessary suffering, sometimes even refusing to let their victims die to elongate their torment. Similar to idols, their supernatural abilities allow them to warp flesh in impossible ways, and they use this power to usually more painful and varying degrees. Butcher hunts are high-risk missions as their cruelty has the potential to cause other psychically sensitive individuals to manifest a sin as well, leading to a mass sin event. Yeah. Butchers commonly manifest in victims of torture and prisoners of any kind, people with neurodegenerative disorders or other lifelong pains, workers exposed to physical or mental trauma on a daily basis, construction workers, athletes, therapists. Sin 7 is forgotten. What? It's theorized that a centipede would just demanifest if its host ever was the only survivor. Yeah, because it's theorized that it would just kill everything, look at its host dead in the eye, and demanifest. There's no Sin 7 because everyone forgot or something? Oh, is that something that's in the fandom? I didn't know that. It's just in the book they've said that there isn't. Yeah, I tend to go for like between 6 and 8 hours, and I have not gone through the entire book. I did go through the dating sim section, I will say, and I thought it was hilarious. Butchers can take on almost any size or shape imaginable, a perverse representation of their host's of their host's sources of pain. The main consistency between them physically are their tools, either modified limbs or psychically manifested objects whose only purpose is to inflict pain on others. Serrated edges, hooks, and other such features are consistent on the body or tools of a butcher. Butchers tend to have great physical strength regardless of appearance, and often enjoy seeing victims or foes alike struggle to inflict meaningful damage to them. Butchers are methodical, sadistic, and pleasure-seeking, taking whatever path allows them to guarantee the most harm to all living beings in the area, mentally or physically. Some prefer to go on messy, ostentatious sprees to spread terror, while others are quiet and covert, using subterfuge to extract pain one victim at a time without alerting other humans. They can speak intelligently and will use their speech to give their victim hope, only to take it away quickly afterwards. Yeepers. Hunting the butcher is typically reserved for blackcoats, Exos 4+. Funny enough, I didn't know about blackcoats. However, in my game that I'm running for a fellow content creator, I have something called Site Gamma, where there are multiple sites. There's Site Epsilon, Site Gamma, Site Beta, Site Alpha, and of all these sites, Site Gamma only has Exos of Cat 4+, blackcoats, but it's on an exclusively invite-only basis. It is, you proved yourself in Site Epsilon. You win on your 4 missions, you're now Cat 4, and you have demonstrated you are deserving of being a Gamma. So you go over to Gamma, and you're treated basically like a grunt. You're not treated like a weapon. You're not treated like a tool. You're treated like an enlisted, infantryman, which ain't great, but it's better than what you were being treated as before. Even if you have, no private quarters and you don't have meal plan B and you don't have, visitation rights, you're still just allotted more respect. You're still treated more like a person who is not treated well, as opposed to a tool. And that's something that a lot of people want to go Gamma. Going Gamma is considered something really good, but you are instantly disqualified from ever going Gamma if you have a sin mark, because you are indelibly stained. Yeah, the needles. Type 2 Cat 3, manifested at a children's birthday party. Yeah, I remember reading this one, yeah. A couple months ago. Party after subject B392, an often ridiculed lifelong professional entertainer, was denied payment for a cited poor performance. Subsequent cases of missing children aged single digit through 13 in concerning high quantities alerted Seer to the investigation zone. Time to execute 1 day, 8 hours, 0 XO casualties, 3 civilian casualties. Well, those balloons. I don't like the needles art. The needles art is too spindly. I'm not a fan. Which means that's how you know it's good, right? Subject manifested in hospital located in Jakarta when hospital power went out due to aftershocks of the X earthquake. Subject determined to have been born with Charcot-Marie tooth disease and was unable to call hospital attendants, resulting in Cat 4 Type 2 sin. Subsequent hospital-wide incident sent 86.4% of humans in the hospital excruciating pain, which required wiping through veil to retrieve them from catatonic states post-execution. Time to execution, 9 hours, 36 minutes, 0 civilian deaths, 1 exorcist death as a result of mercy kill from allied exorcists. Ugh. Ooh. Nasty. Martyr. Bisected and then quartered. Was a captured mercenary under employ by ex-forces in Afghanistan at time of manifestation. United States operative conducted standard interrogation procedure, having retrieved wife and children to be civilian assets in information retrieval. Manifestation occurred upon untimely death of civilian assets. Time to execution, 1 day, 5 hours, 12 minutes. Sin Type 3, evaded capture through travel through the X-Desert. 38 civilian deaths, 0 XO deaths. Oh, so it just left. It split. Yeah, the kids are the balloons. I did see that there are 3 balloons and there are 3 missing children. That's a lot of eyeballs for each child. Oof, the Needles Archive. Arrows AU, where they're nice to you. What if someone already at Site Gamma gains a sin mark? Yeah, they're just sent back. They're kicked out. So at Site Gamma, if you develop a sin mark, you are kicked out of Site Gamma. Slice them up like a hamburger, then a hot dog style. Okay, what is the source of your pain? Who or what is responsible for keeping you in pain? What was the thing that gave you hope until it was taken away from you? Yeah, black code is a blanket term. Yeah, so I understand black code is a blanket term. I'm saying that it's funny to me that I saw the same Cat 4 cutoff and I made the same determination of like not just being higher level, so to speak, but also being more trusted and being more responsible within CAIN. I just find it funny that that is a multiple decision. Oh, your face is split in half. You know, you're also split hot dog and hamburger style. Nice. All right, palace. The entrance to a butcher's palace is always located where the sin first manifested, making it easy to locate, but cannot be accessed through normal means. During the briefing, or at some point during the mission, XOs are informed that opening the entrance to the palace requires a ritualistic sacrifice of corpses affected in the butcher's power worth their weight in flesh, 10 plus cat execution talisman. 10 plus cat execution talisman segments worth of dead amalgams. I assume that's the trace. Alternatively, sacrificing an allied exorcist who is under the influence of the butcher's power at the entrance of the palace will also open its entrance. The player must be willing, not the character. Good clarification. That is exactly the sort of clarification that I think needs to be said in these sort of games, because a lot of people don't respect that. The internal look of a butcher's palace is always horrifying in some way, lined with fleshy architecture juxtaposed with cold concrete and steel. They may resemble torture chambers, traditionally fear-inducing spaces, or other warped versions of locations relevant to the host. Bloody, cold, unwelcoming, terrifying, ominous, anxiety-inducing. Black code is a term for Cat 3 plus XOs because that's what you get when you wear the black. When the black long coat? Do you get one when you're Cat 3 plus? Oh, for the well overcoat. Yeah, I got you. Finally, darkest dungeon. Pressure, abattoir. The butcher leaves a trail of agony in its wake that stains everything imaginable. The butcher will, over time, target usually innocent human beings and warp their flesh through pain to transform them into amalgams, which lurk in wait to abduct and harm mundane humans. When setting up the hunt, one amalgam has already been created and has taken at least one victim, which has led to the detection of the sin by seer. Whenever the pressure increases, one more amalgam is created by the butcher through pain, adding a new piece to the butcher's abattoir. Amalgams, having been freshly born, may choose whether or not to show themselves to the graceless, and freely exercise this ability to spread psychological trauma as well as physical. Amalgams revert back to regular humans after the butcher is executed, and even though they will not remember the events of what happened, they will remember the pain and the fear. When an exorcist would suffer instant death or take their last point of stress from the butcher or an amalgam, they are not slain and instead lose one of their limbs. Roll 1d6 for left or right, like with Ogre's Pulverize. All physical activity involving that part is hard unless set up by an ally or participating in teamwork. Clear all stress on their current talisman and relieve one injury. If they no longer have a limb to remove, XO dies, they lose a limb. Clear all stress, remove an injury. So if they're at 3 injuries, they take a damage, they instead lose a limb. Then they clear down and now they're at 0 stress, 2 injuries. So it's basically, it's to prevent them from just getting like spammed. When they're at 3 injuries, they take 1 stress, and then they just go back down to 3 injuries, and then they take 1 stress, and they lose another limb, they go back. So just to prevent that, I assume. And then if they run out of limbs, they must permanently reduce one of their skill ratings by 1. Yeah, so they can continue to suffer. When an exorcist suffers sin overflow, reduce their sin cap normally. If they succeed to resist, they roll 3 times for their sin mark, the admin choosing the final result. The admin is encouraged to pick the mark that the exorcist would like the least. This mark is always painful and a result of the butcher's psychic energy lingering on the exorcist. Remove all sin off their current sin talisman. Excluding permanent debuffs, After the mission is over, they can adjust to their disability and this is no longer has any effect on them. When the pressure reaches 6, the situation goes out of control. The Butcher increases in Cat +1 and all amalgams gain the ability to create other amalgams, allowing them the abattoir to reach a massive size if left unchecked. Unless the Butcher is executed soon, mass desensitization is required from CAIN along with major cleanup operations. Amalgam. They're humans or animals who have been warped into profane and painful humanoids who instinctively seek to spread the agony they feel in their new form. They can vary in size and power, but often travel alone, and grow in power the more victims they've claimed. They do not possess the same ability to warp flesh as the Butcher, but still prioritize the pain of their targets over their deaths. So 3 for a newborn, 4 for a humanoid, 6 for a monstrosity. When an amalgam kills a civilian in the same scene as the Exorcist, add 1 segment to its execution talisman, max +3. When an amalgam would deliver an injury to an exo, it pulls their organs out of their body. An allied exo must use teamwork or setup to help stabilize the exo, or they suffer instant death when the next turn begins. Holy. 4-3-2. Okay, so the amalgams do the 4-3-2. It's just the patterns, the weavers don't. Disembowel. Preemptively pull an exo's organs out of their body. All exos must use team or an allied exo must stabilize them. Inflict a hook with either broken bones or flayed affliction. Broken bone. Oh, broken bones from ogre and flayed hound. That's what it is. Whew. So interestingly, the Butcher similarly doesn't do 5-3-2. The Butcher does 4-3-2. Can't wait for the updated. Yeah. I'm actually really excited to see what changes. 10 plus cat? What the heck? I don't even think like an ogre has more than 8 plus cat. That's crazy. Severe attack, dismember, of course. Grabbing an exorcist by the nape or by their nape or throat and using his tools to inflict as much pain as possible. 66, answer 4 questions. Every yes removes a die. Is your body in one piece? That's not a guarantee. Is your mind still whole? Interesting. Are you unafraid of what's going to happen to you? That's a good question. And then the Butcher finds what part of you hurts the most and violently toys with it. The XO and any remaining take 1. If at least 1 comes up, inflicts so much pain, it shatters not only the physical body, but also their psyche. Reduce their stress cap by 2 and sin cap by 1 for the remainder of the mission. That's... If 2 or more ones come up, they violently tear into every aspect of the exo, making their body almost unrecognizable. Reduce it by additional 2 and 1, which cannot push it below 1. Actions that require focused or lucid mental thinking. I think that is too much. Because you start at 6 max. You start at 6 stress. So this... Perfect Sins of 10. Well, yeah, but this was also before Perfect Sins came out. And this is saying a basic Butcher has as much of an execution talisman as a Perfect Sin. So you start at 6 stress, and then if you take an injury, you clear all of them, and you go down to 5. And then you clear all of them, and then you go down to 4. And then you take another injury, and now you're down to 3. And then you die. With this, if you get a severe attack that deals any ones to you, you reduce it by 2. So assuming you took 1 injury, you are now at 3 max stress. And then you take another injury and now you're at 2 max. That feels too much. If a Butcher does its severe attack against a Husk Exorcist, what would happen? Because Husk Exorcist can't feel pain. That's a good question. A Husk Exorcist would make a fantastic counter to a Butcher. Because they don't feel pain. Yeah, all vanilla sins have 8 plus Presh plus cat. Maybe try talking to the admin into using Harpocrates. Yeah, I would recommend, like, I'm generally quite critical of Homebrew. And generally that's because, like, for instance with D&D Homebrew, it'll be like, I want to make a melee fighter who has magic, and their entire thing is that they have arcane bursts of energy that explode when you attack someone. And also, I want them to be able to manipulate the flow of magic in order to heal themselves and others. And I'm like, brother, you just described a paladin. And they're like, no, I want it to be an arcane caster. And then I'm like, okay. Well, first off, the Eldritch Knight is right there, but just flavor a paladin where instead of golden light, you have purple light. Boom. You have your homebrew class that you want. And they're like, no, I want it to be an arcane fighter. And I'm like, okay, fine. What is your homebrew? And then they'll give me like the most busted thing. And I'm like, okay, you're silly. So a lot of times with homebrew, I'm just like, just use something in the book. But with something like CAIN, it is very easy to make something that is distinct. For instance, the butcher is very hound coded. The spider has a little bit of idol, a little bit of lord in it. But the abilities that were given to it and its niche is distinct enough that it's fine, right? Us exorcists can still feel emotional pain, but they're empty. You say they're empty, and I read that as they have no emotional pain. Just make a paladin worships god of magic? Exactly. I assume it talks that psychologically tortures you. Yeah. So I do like the idea of the butcher is the one thing that can make a husk feel pain because it is emotional pain. I like the idea that like they're empty vessels, so they might not feel emotional pain. I do feel personally that this is too much. I feel probably what I would recommend is I would remove this bit. So it's only if 2 or more ones come up, reduce stress by 2, reduce sin cap by 1, which cannot reduce it below 1. And then if a single one comes up, that's probably what I would do the actions that require mental focus. Because you're already dealing stress with the dice, right? Huskar Hollow Knight in search for the Fanta. I have been thinking about the Hollow Knight husks every time I talk about them. So hemophobia, you become terrified at the sight of blood. While you can see blood and making an action roll, remove 1 die if possible. Contorted flesh and bones in your arms, chest or back or legs are warped beyond recognition. They're hard unless you have set up teamwork. If you're missing that limb, re-roll. Sudden pain, once a scene, the admin may choose one of your rolls that are not hard to become hard. You may ignore this by taking 1d3 plus 1 stress. Flayed, so this is something that the amalgams can do. Non-rest die effects that relieve sin or stress now relieve 1 fewer instead of instance of recovery. Lower your stress cap by 1. Again, I'm all for the idea of like your stress cap being reduced. I feel like that's too much. I feel like there's too many ways to lower the stress cap. So I would probably say just leave Flayed as either lower your stress cap by 1 or reduce the healing, personally. Shared Agony, you may freely spend 1 pathos to gain plus 1d to any roll. When the butcher takes 3 or more slashes in any single roll, you take 2 non-lethal stress. Yeep. And Sweet Symphony makes someone scream in pain. I appreciate that you probably had it as make someone scream, and then you had someone who's a weirdo who's like, oh, I can make someone scream, all right. And then you're like, in pain, and they're like, oh, okay, never mind. Okay, domains, choose 3 of 8. The house that eats its young. The butcher considers the exorcist to be its family. The cost of flesh to enter the palace costs 4 segments fewer than it normally would. All XOs that enter the palace for the first time in a mission must roll Psyche. Upon failure, they permanently gain the agenda item. They permanently gain the agenda item, severely hurt someone close to you, I assume. During a conflict scene with the butcher, any XO that deals stress to another XO takes -1 stress from all reactions the butcher takes during that round. This effect may be repeated. Just have a paladin that follows the arcane god to have a casting ability and be intelligence to charisma. Exactly. All I'm saying is it's not mutually exclusive. You know that. You know it. I would say perhaps instead of if you deal damage to another XO, I would probably say you have the option to deal stress. So if you you can deal as a part of your action, you can always deal 1 stress to an XO that is in a close range of you. If you do, take -1 stress from all reactions of the butcher during that round. Right? Because with this, it's if I want to shoot the butcher, mechanically, there's no way for me to like shoot my friend as I shoot the butcher. And I'm saying this from the perspective of like, if I want to engage with this system, I don't really have a means to do so unless I'm like an Ardence user that has AoE, right? Unless I have Revulsion, which has AoE. If I'm a Whisper user and I have a sword and I want to attack the butcher and I want to deal stress to my fellow XOs, but I just don't have the ability to, then I would have to like waste an action on it, which I guess you could say this is meant to support the butcher, not the XOs. But I feel as though, why would I ever do that unless I had an AoE? That's my thought process. So I think maybe reframing it so like as a part of an action, you can always deal 1 stress or maybe even 1d3 stress to another XO that is within close range. Invitation. In addition, twice per hunt, the butcher may supernaturally invite a human, an NPC XO, or another person one of the XOs deeply cares about deeply into his palace, where they become the subject to the butcher's actions. They cannot leave. This person does not have to be alive and will be brought back to life while inside the palace. After the butcher is executed, they return to their original location. Oof! I like that. It does seem kind of cool to encourage collateral damage like that, though, and throw a bone to Ardence users. See, that's the thing. That's why I'm not saying that you can't. What I'm saying is to change the wording so that everyone can do it instead of just AoE users. Because if I'm a Whisper user with a gun, if I am a tension user that's all melee, I can't do that. I just physically can't. Maybe I want to engage with this, and I think it would be narratively, it would make sense for me. But I just can't. Like, I don't have the ability to, because I would have to spend my entire action attacking someone else. So I think, like, as a free action, being able to attack your friends might be an interesting way to encourage that. But yeah, the invitation, I like that. And this is the sort of thing that I like from domains, is that it's a domain that has multiple steps to it. I'm not a huge fan of domains that have like one specific thing, and that's kind of why I was a little critical of some of the spiders domains. They were like, at pressure 3+, you get X. And at pressure 6, you get Y, and that's it. I think it's better that if there's like every domain has one minor thing and one major thing. And maybe the minor thing is an action it can do as a tension move, and the major thing is some like once per mission idea. Or maybe the major thing is that it's like, it gets some passive benefit, and then the minor thing is that it, as a tension move, it can do something. I don't know. I feel like there's a realm for overlap. A warmth too close to slaughter. The butcher becomes indistinguishable from a regular human being when it chooses to do so, condensing its form into a visage of its choosing at the beginning of the mission, which it cannot change or move out of until its execution talisman has 4 or more segments slashed. Oh. This identity may belong to one of the butcher's victims or an entirely new persona. All stress the butcher deals through reactions in this form is reduced by 1 to a minimum of 1 stress dealt. The butcher in this form is kind, amiable, and well-liked by other mundane humans, and once discovered by the XOs, convincing others that the butcher is not actually human is always hard. I like that. Scent of blood in an empty street. The butcher and its amalgams are cautious and methodical, avoiding spectacles in order to torture and maim humans as efficiently as possible. So like catching the dough, effectively. Amalgams may no longer choose to appear to the graceless, and roles to track where an amalgam or the butcher are always hard by default. Whenever the pressure increases, the investigation zone gets nearly quieter. A specific NPC may go missing, a once busy building now emptied out, or residential zones may be cleared out over time. Once the pressure fills up, the situation becomes horrifyingly silent. No living thing No living being can be found in the investigation zone, and the casualty rate of civilians in the investigation zone is devastatingly high. An entree of fat, cap, and gristle. Ugh. The Butcher may only use this domain power if it has not been encountered by the Exorcists. Once per mission, as a tension move or complication, the Butcher may immediately enter the same scene as the XOs, defying logic or spatial boundaries. While in the scene this way, the Butcher is immune to all types of damage, psychic phenomena, and all other effects. It will often spend this time demonstrating its abilities, maiming or torturing an NPC in front of the XOs, or senselessly and relentlessly tormenting one specific XO. If the Butcher completes one of these tasks or has taken 3 reactions, whichever comes first, it leaves and vanishes immediately, unable to be traced normally. Jeez! It just shows up, wrecks shop, laughs at you when you try to hit it, and then runs. You're also not processing the fight though, just benefiting the Butcher. For the first domain, with how low the XOs are going to be stress-wise, the damage reduction for the entire round might be the best choice. Well, so what I'm saying is that the issue with that is if I need, and I'm going to die if I don't do this, so I need the -1 stress, and I spend my action attacking my friend, that only doesn't not advance the execution talisman, that also hurts my friend. So now we have had a situation where the opportunity cost from not attacking the Butcher is high. I actively hurt my friend, which is a high cost. And then on top of that, I'm only reducing stress by 1. I'm not reducing stress to 0 or anything. So the first one, I feel like I like the idea behind it. I just would personally reword it. I think making meals out of morsels, that's crazy. I have a mech that makes martyrs out of meat. The Butcher's existence transcends a physical form. It is connected to the pain it has wrought and can come back into existence with the smallest trace of it. Reduce the Butcher's execution talisman by 4. It may now be slain outside of its palace. When the Butcher is slain, if an amalgam exists and has not been executed, the Butcher is reborn using the body of the amalgam regardless of where it was executed. If it has an execution talisman of 3 and retains all memories, uses of trauma questions, domains, and other relevant statistics, amalgams cannot venture outside of a far distance from the palace entrance once this triggers for the first time. Yeep. Enlightenment to the saccharine taste of flesh. The Butcher selects a human within the investigation zone and supernaturally enhances them, granting them the urge to commit unspeakable atrocities to other humans. They are no longer considered human and possess the ability to create amalgams of their own. Apprentice. A supernaturally enhanced human with the desire to harm others. It can warp its own flesh at will and often chooses to appear human to hunt their prey more effectively. Its personality is completely indistinguishable from that of a regular human. Beneath the surface, something exceedingly more sinister brews. Execution Talisman 6 plus pressure. The Apprentice is an enhanced amalgam and may command or control any other amalgam in the scene, which takes its own reactions during a conflict scene. The Apprentice may banter or talk with XOs to give up information on the Butcher in exchange for the freedom to harm more humans if it believes it will die. When the Apprentice successfully escapes a conflict scene, it regains 2 segments on its execution talisman. When the Apprentice kills a mundane human in the same scene as the XO, the tension ticks up by 1, to a max of 2 per scene. And it can abduct, subdue and abduct an exorcist, immediately leaving the current scene and ending the conflict. They return to their hideout, where the selected XO is bound. The XO gains a 4-segment hook named Escape. They're subject to torture, which continuously inflicts 2 stress for every scene that passes without them being found by their allies. Mutilate, contorted flesh, sudden pain, or flate. I left 5 hours ago. You guys still going? Yeah, I tend to go 6 to 8 hours. Cradle built from tendon. Whether through chance, fate, or some other unforeseen circumstance, one of the victims of the Butcher is psychically sensitive, and their transformation into amalgam has been interrupted by the birth of a new sin. Oh my gosh. The admin must create 1 sin with the following traits. Relevant trauma questions and answers. Its execution talisman is reduced by 5, and its CAS always equal to 2 categories lower than the Butcher's. It has only 1 domain of the admin's choice from the corresponding list, but still possesses all other powers a lord would still form its domain, a centipede would still have an infested horde. This newly birthed sin does not have access to its severe attack. This sin is created before the pressure reaches 3, and its palace always manifests where the butcher first hurt the host that birthed it. Jeez, I love that. Not Mpreg, no. What if the butcher is feminine? What if Yi Shi from Butcher Vanity is a butcher? You're gonna enjoy this VOD? I hope you do. I hope you do. When Arrow streams, they stream for long. Exactly. I don't know if I vibe with the butcher. It seems to lack the tragedy the other sins have. I'm gonna get through the last one before I comment on it, like I do with the spider. Acquaintance to the rotting corpse. Twice per rest as a tension move or complication. Once the XOs enter a new scene, they may find multiple victims of the butcher's amalgam stuffed into a tight space, a room, or compartment of some kind. Every XO rolls psyche upon seeing them. On a failure, they gain the hemophobia affliction. The tension ticks up by 1. Multiple victim. So I assume that's dead bodies? Once per rest as a tension move or complication, a corpse that the XOs inspects is not actually a corpse and reveals itself as a warped amalgam hiding in wait for the XOs. Once it reveals itself, it may take 1 free reaction against the XOs and then begins conflict scene. I'm not a huge fan of Butcher. I'm not a huge fan of the Butcher, I must say. The Spider I like thematically, I just think it's a bit weak. The Butcher I feel is a bit too strong. And also, to say it's cruel feels silly, right? Like to say that the butcher feels needlessly cruel is kind of stupid because like that's exactly what it is. But at the same time, like the centipede is hatred. The centipede wants you to hurt. The centipede wants to kill everyone and everything, and it will do horrible, like, like awful things to do so. The ogre will pulverize you, will rip you limb from limb. Those are both cruel, but neither of those feel like self-indulgently cruel. And at least to me, it's a little like it rubs me the wrong way. It makes me uncomfortable. It's like, eep, I don't know how I feel about that. And it's a little just like, you know? It is technically only for Cat 4 XOs. I mean, yeah, but also you could have like a Cat 2 butcher and no one will stop you. Keep scrolling. I want to see the gas station baddie again. Oh yeah. Okay, I can't even argue with you on that. Like, this is kind of a gas station baddie. It's the fact that listen, I have discovered that I think I look the best consistently when I am in like a sports bra and short shorts. That is just like, I don't know, it's an outfit that makes me feel like I look good. So looking at someone like this with like the hair covering one eye, I'm just like me for real. Gas station baddie can get it? Yeah, if you mean by it, you mean a felony charge. You'll get your gas station baddie when we get to the gas station baddie. With the newborn sin, you could recruit it to fight against the butcher. The butcher's already devastating you and everyone else, so a little help from a sin wouldn't be too bad. I was literally earlier in the stream, I brought up the idea of, I think it'd be so cool to have a hunt where you have a centipede that is like Cat 5 or something. It's an entire city, and you have a team fighting that. But in addition to that, you also are fighting like an idol, a Cat 1 idol that is forming a cult of survivors. And when you reach the idol, it looks at you and says, hey, do you want to fight me? Or do you want my help to kill the centipede? Because the idol doesn't want its cultists to be infested. It wants its cult. You don't want the centipede running around. Are you going to help him out? Felony charge, love of my life, they're hand in hand. Oh my gosh. Braless, let him hang sister. They might have a bra on. Like, I don't know if they have a bra on. They might have a bra. They might have a tank top. Who knows? I'm nowhere near knowledgeable on this stuff, but the butcher feels evil from the beginning, where the others feel like a downward spiral. Most sins, including the spider, feel as though they are malicious reflections of coping mechanisms of trauma. The butcher feels evil, like you said, And I'm not a huge fan of that. I feel like it doesn't feel like trauma. I mean, yes, it is trauma. It is, someone was tortured, someone was hurt, someone is in pain, and so they inflict that pain on others. That is a trauma response. However, I feel as though it just doesn't do it for me. It feels shocking. It feels cruel. It feels evil. And even the centipede, which I would say is the most evil of the sins, it doesn't feel like those things. The centipede feels more horrifying, whereas the butcher feels just kind of like the butcher just doesn't grok with me, you know? Too straight. I don't know if I'd say too straightforward. I would say if the butcher was a drifter, that's the kind of thing that I'd vibe with, right? A drifter, which is a representation of cruelty. But I feel like as a sin, it like why would you be pushed to form a butcher? If someone like spends like a week and a day torturing me because they're like a serial killer or whatever, I'm probably manifesting a hound. If they psychologically like destroy me, I'm probably manifesting an ogre, right? If I am overcome with hatred for humanity at like an abusive situation that I'm in, I'm manifesting a centipede. All of these things have other more interesting angles to go off of than just I got hurt, so I want to hurt people. Personally. Remember the sins and hosts are two different individuals? That is very true. That is very true. I don't know. I really like the spider. I'm not a huge fan of the butcher. I think mechanically it's interesting. And I love the cradle built from tendon. Honestly, I feel like it's a little bit too powerful, but I like all its abilities. Like scent of blood in an empty street, it's horrifyingly silent where there is no living thing remaining when pressure increases. An entree of fat, cap, and gristle might be one of my favorite, might be my favorite domain out of all of these. And actually, no, it's my favorite, butcher domain. The eulogy of a broken god. Eulogy of a mangled god is probably my favorite of the domains out of all of them. An entree of fat, cap, and gristle, I love it because it lets you interact with the butcher in a way that is not directly confrontational, or at least not that you can fight back in. It feels like a horror movie. You are talking with your fellow XOs. You're talking to, okay, we know who the host was. We're talking to like their former spouse who was scared by them in the last couple months and like divorced them recently. And now, oh my God, the spouse is like being killed in front of us. And the butcher's laughing at us all the while. And they're causing as much pain to the spouse as possible. What is going on here? You lose information. You see the butcher. You know what it looks like. You know what it does. You try to fight it. It doesn't work. It makes you feel powerless. It makes it feel like a horror movie monster. I think that the domains of the butcher are stronger, oddly enough, than the fantasy of the premise. You can kind of get a better execution of this idea with a hound that just doesn't kill its grudges, just wants them to suffer. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think a butcher, like the butcher's domains, ascribe them to a hound as an alternate set of domains could be an interesting way. I don't think that it's like a bad or poorly designed sin. I just think it's a little bit overtuned. Like making amalgams out of victims is interesting. Because it's a little bit like The Infested, right? It's turning humans into sins, which is horrifying. And the actual severe attack, like the is your mind in one piece, which is your body in one piece, which probably won't be. Is your mind still whole, which knowing XO is probably not. And are you unafraid of what's going to happen? Like, can you look pain and death in the face is rough. Okay. I think it's been 7.5 hours. Doesn't feel like it has a goal. has a goal to spread pain. And that's as much of a goal as the ogre wanting to coddle and hide from the world has for its host, or how the idol wants just attention. It doesn't have to be as directed as like, I want to kill every single human in a radius. So like, I'm not gonna say that it doesn't have a direction. I just personally don't vibe with it. It's indiscriminate infliction of pain, which doesn't feel as cohesive as a reaction. Yeah, that's a bit it. You can kind of archive entries were chronic pain that got worse, family got tortured, evil clown, which like evil clown is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, but it does like it seems like a fun sin to fight, but there's not enough narrative. Talk about meat on the bones. I don't even personally. I think if I fought this, I would not have a fun time, because all of its abilities revolve around reducing how like your max stress, having it have a stupid amount of stress, and then like it feels like a bullet sponge with level drain is what it feels like. It feels like it's reducing your max health while it has stupid max health. Middle fingers, you know? And I think it could be interesting. You really are, like, you're like 3 for 3. Got jump scared by the laugh track. It was kind of loud. I'm sorry about that. I get the War of Attrition thing. I mean, like the Centipede, the Hound, the Ogre, those are all great for War of Attritions already. Yeah, it's going for, but it's a bit too much. I do like The Apprentice, though. I like the idea that like it's a separate entity that wants to inflict pain on its own regard. I'm not a huge fan of the Abduct, because you're fighting it. It's 6 plus pressure. Let's say you're at pressure 2. It's at 8 stress, 8 slashes. You deal 2 points. You deal 2 slashes, then you deal a 3rd slash, and then you roll a 1, and then it abducts you, and it's gone, and you're instantly taking stress, and you're also gone, and also you can't do anything about that. So it feels a little, well, that's kind of BS. But like, if I'm in a group with Alza and Evil Woman and Jin, and Jin just gets grabbed, why can't I interpose myself? Why can't I use a flexibility to stop this? Why can't I use tension to like use Aegis to get in the way? Like, why does the narrative just say, well, because the mechanics say it subdues and kidnaps, immediately leaving the current scene and ending the conflict? Why does that work even if I want to try something different? I think this also kind of feels like the host had little no control over the circumstances. I mean, that's Spider, right? A lack of control is Spider. A lack of control can be Lord. Like, I feel as though maybe it's literally just the fact that when it comes to like dismemberment, I'm kind of, I won't say I'm not comfortable with dismemberment or like gore or anything to the point of like I won't watch something, but it's something where graphic depictions of it always feel gratuitous to me. And I understand that the point of this is to be horrifying. The point of this is to be horrific, but it feels almost like self-indulgent in its gratuity. It's just Darkest Dungeon nonsense. Oh my gosh. Could have been a bonus domain. Yeah, so that's what I was saying, is that I feel like it could be bonus domains for a Hound. Would be interesting. Or honestly, like Cradle built from tendon, enlightenment of the saccharine taste of flesh, an entree of a fat cap of gristle, even scent of blood in an empty street. Like, all of those, slightly reword them, like to remove mention of the amalgams or the butcher. Make those generalized domains that any sin could have. Any sin has the capability of one of the many victims of it. A centipede, a psychically inclined individual got bit by the infested, is now infected. However, instead of becoming infested or becoming a juggernaut or stalker, they accidentally manifest into a cat -2 Hound because they want revenge. Like, that'd be a cool thing to have generalized. General domains seem like a very cool as a homebrew. Yeah, so it's the idea of like, this is a domain that literally any sin could have. Mixing domains a little to tailor more to the individual host seems like it could be cool, but it seems like sins are designated to be hard categories. And that's the thing. I think oddly enough, I think from a Doylean perspective, an out-of-game perspective, you have a much higher incentive to not mix and match. And then from a Watsonian perspective, from an in-universe perspective, you have a higher incentive to mix and match, because sins are descriptive, not prescriptive, I'm pretty sure. So what makes a lord is its kingdom. What's to stop a kingdom, like a lord with its kingdom, from having a vitriol severe attack and scent of blood in an empty street as a domain? What if it's a lord that is built off of hatred, that is built off of malice, that is built off this yearning for a time back when you're allowed to be awful and you're rewarded for it? So all of its domains are about cruelty, and its severe attack is related to hurting with vitriolic. It's not self-righteous. It's not trying to impose the will of the kingdom on others. It is wanting to bring back a time where it can cause as much like dread and pain as possible. And I think from an in-universe perspective, mixing and matching completely makes sense because CAIN and Temerity and Seer don't fully understand sins. From an out-of-game perspective, from a Doylean perspective, I think you have an incentive to not do that, because otherwise, why can the players trust anything? If I'm fighting a toad and it has like a shuddering thing through a dark hall, and also catching of the doe, and also enlightenment to the saccharine taste of flesh from the ogre and the hound and the butcher, and then the severe attack is the spider's strangle. As a player, I went into this knowing, okay, we're fighting a toad. This has like no toad abilities. Like maybe it has toad spawn. Maybe it has a horde and toad spawn. But aside from that, none of the domains line up. The severe attack doesn't line up. And then suddenly you run into the issue of, as a player, you are operating off of assumptions that the game is expecting you to have, and the admin is not. And that's where you get into an issue. The centipede has a gun now. Oh my gosh. Annihilation of the Wicked. I do not find this bad time compelling enough. Yeah, that's fair. I think it's meant to be you, the player, having exactly as much fun as the characters. That is to say, not all that much. That's what I say. You can borrow like one domain from another sin. And Maddie on Discord ran an ogre, or I think was in a game where an ogre was run, that they had the slumbering I saw a shape in the door from the idol, because that perfectly fits an ogre. The idol can enter the minds of the exorcist when they let their guard down. They can force them to rest. They can make them daydream. They can influence their dreams. What is an ogre if not a representation of lethargy, which involves resting? What is bed rotting if not sleeping? Like wanting to just curl up in a ball and like be in a pit in the ground? That makes a lot of sense. It leans in with it. I forget who said it on Blue Sky, but there's the standard distribution of quality meme where I liked it on left and right and 1,500 words on the peak in the middle. Yeah, so like that's why a lot of this, I just went by it. I'm like, I like it. It's fine. Because there's a good portion of this where I enjoyed it. There's a good portion of this where I think it should have been tweaked a bit. And then there's a couple things where I'm not a huge fan of. Like the butcher, I'm not a huge fan of. But the spider, I love. Actually, I really enjoy the spider, and I would love to run one. I'd probably slightly tweak it, but goodness gracious. We have gone through probably like 80% of the Harpocrates dossier, and we've gone through none of the questions. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up the Q&A section. I'm going to blitz through it. And then after the Q&A, I'm going to wrap up. Because I'm kind of tired. And my throat's kind of gone. Okay, so let me grab the questions in another chat. We can go through the rest of the book when 2.0 is released exactly. And I can go through and like double check all of the points I brought up. All of the ones that like I know Enigmata has some changes to it going on, so I can look into that, and I can just go through all the stuff that is changed. So, don't get distracted again. Do the next thing. No, I'm wrapping up. I'm wrapping up. I'm gonna answer the questions, the Q&A section, because we actually don't have too many. So if you have any questions for me, whether about CAIN, Harpocrates, or DMing, TTRPG advice, me as a VTuber, me as a content creator, me off stream, like anything you want to ask me, go free and ask it. Did I hydrate? I hydrated a little. This is where you top out to. Bye-bye. Enjoy. I did not drink enough water. Heads up. Fair warning. No Lancer video tomorrow. I would need to record it, and I'm not recording today. My voice has been going out for the last 2 hours, and because I have been yapping for like 6 to 8 hours at a time for the past year, I can manage this. I can be fine, but I am approaching hour 8, and I want to rest my voice. I don't think it would be healthy to push it further. So no Lancer video tomorrow. I didn't get a chance to record it because the vote was not done yet, which if I go and check real quick, we currently have a tie over on Patreon. We have a tie over on Patreon. So if you want to vote on the next Lancer frame, it will be shifted. Do you have any, so feel free, if you have any questions, ask it in the questions pop down. Ask it in the questions pop down. That's a separate little chat that we have, and I can get to it in the list. Fictional detective political compass meme. Who would win / survive the king in yellow on y-axis? Who would understand it on an x-axis? I did not watch the reading streams or know what the king in yellow is. I don't know enough fictional detectives, I'm not gonna lie, but with the King in Yellow, the thing about it is that it is an anthology of, I think it's 10 stories? It might be 8. Where the first 4 are about the King in Yellow, which is this magical, mystical play, which is super amazing, super wonderful. But if you read Act 2, you'll lose your mind to madness. And then the rest of them are literally just rom-coms. So it's not really something that you could have a detective search through is the thing. Might have made it a 3-way tie. Don't worry about that. If it's a tie, I just choose which one I want. But yeah, so I don't know enough fictional detectives, but it's not as much of a mystery as you would think. It's actually just a rom-com. So it's a fun fact if you didn't know. Which, speaking of reading streams, over on Friday, in 2 days, I'm going to be starting Faust by Goethe. It is for whatever reason, it is a closet play. And a closet play is apparently written like a play, but you're meant to read it. Which I don't understand why they didn't just write it in prose, but that's what it is. So I'm going to read Faust. What is my ideal Sunday? Bro, like, world peace. Like, we cure cancer. Like, I understand that's not like a real answer, but at the same time, that'd be pretty nice to hear on a Sunday. I'm not gonna lie. But if you're talking like just in my week to week, what do I do on a Sunday, and like what would be my ideal? I recently Sunday has been my chore day. with my roommate, and generally we have not been doing as many chores as we have been. We've been going shopping, been buying stuff, but it is a matter of just like getting stuff done around the house. I think would be really nice if we didn't have to worry about that. And I could just focus on editing. Or if I get my editing done and I'm ahead of that, I can play some Persona 5. Right? Because I played Persona 5 for the first time in like a month last night. I finally managed to beat the first palace because I got to the point where I could deliver the calling card. And then I paused it, and I paused for a month. And then I finally got to like go back in, defeat the leader of the palace. And now I've been able to play through a bit more of it. And I've been enjoying myself. It's been so fun. I enjoy it. But yeah, I'm my ideal Sunday is just like not be busy, but be able to do some editing and then like play a game, right? Honestly, play a board game. I haven't played a board game in a while. My roommate and I have been wanting to do that for a while because we have Tabletop Sim, which allows you to play board games. That'd be fun to do, but at least for right now, like if you ask me right now, I absolutely want to not have to go to the store, but have everything that I need from the store, not have chores to do, and just like be able to like do some editing on a project and then play Persona. Yeah, board games are real fun. I'm going to propose something that's actually usable here, but what about anti-sins, like an ogre that cannot stand resting? What makes it an ogre then? That's my question. So if you're an ogre and it hates resting and it hates the cold and it is super active, is that not just like the makings of a hound? Like, I get that it's not fueled by vengeance, but if you are in a pit of despair, what if there was a series of anti-sins? Ooh. Sorry. I yawn. What would they look like? Because the emotion is so tied into their identity. So what if you're like a sin, a bolded ogre, an ogre that is anti-rest, anti-cold, anti-active, or all of that stuff. Anti like inclement weather, anti-darkness. They're all about bright lights, but there's still a manifestation of despair. So like, oh no, you have someone that got kicked out of their church group, and they effectively form an idol ogre where they are feeling sorry for themselves. They feel like they should have been the light to everyone's life. They should have been this like warm presence. So they manifest an ogre because they blame themselves. They are beating themselves up. They feel like they were the problem. So they're not manifesting an idol, but it has all the trappings of an idol. They manifest an ogre that is flashy and glitzy and bright light. It encourages them to be active, but insofar as it separates them from their community. I'm so useless, I need to work myself to death, and even then I won't be worth anything. I was also thinking that, like the machine agenda, Ray of Sunshine Ogre, hiding despair with like, that's another really good one. Someone who is very much like, they hide it with a smile. And they're super happy, they're super upbeat, they're super outward, but on the inside, they're just like completely depressed. They hate themselves. They think that they're the worst person, and like they probably struggle with things like maybe alcohol abuse, drug abuse, self-harm. But they hide that from everyone. And as a result, their ogre is super upbeat and a shining star with a big bright smile. It looks like an idol. Maybe a hound who is quiet. It is the hound of like a business C-suite executive that got screwed over. So a hound that instead of going out and killing people, it pursues its grudge targets financially and socially. It is bipedal, it is intelligent, it is soft-spoken, it will use subterfuge in order to take out its grudge target, but it's still a hound based off of vengeance. Same thing with like an idol that wants attention but is ugly. Very much an I can fix her situation, or like a no, stop complimenting me, keep going, like where they present themselves as like pitiable. So people are just drawn to them. They're obsessed with them. They're like, oh no, like I can be the one that sees you for the beauty that you are when no one else can. And they're like disgusting. They're horrid. They're withdrawn, but they're still an idol. Making more ways to manifest trauma to keep up with the modern world. Yeah. That's kind of where my exo was going. Oh no. If you as a person were offered any one Lancer frame, what frame would I choose? I assume this is in the setting of Lancer. And I'm assuming that in this setting of Lancer, it's like, if I got 3 LLs right off the bat, what would I choose? I like me the Pegasus, and I also like the Barbarossa. Those are probably my 2 favorite frames. I like artillery. I think artillery is cool. I've talked about this before. I think it would be really fun to play a Barbarossa where I take the talents like Ace and I put points in speed and I get like a flight unit where I go all about like, I just become a low orbit shuttle, that I have my Apocalypse rail, but I'm also flying and I have bombs. The Barbarossa has inbuilt flak cannons, which are great for ship to ship combat. Like just building myself to be a flyer as a Barbarossa. I think that would be really fun. In real life, I don't think I'd do that. I think, honestly, Barbarossa's up there in real, like if I was actually to pilot something in Lancer, the Barbarossa would be up there. I like having like a gun line. I like having artillery. I would probably go something weird and wacky like Pegasus. But at the same time, just being a giant tank with big guns that can slowly but surely walk forward like a 40k Titan, not the worst position to be in. I didn't say that. In setting or not, I'm assuming it's in setting. But if you mean so you're the one that asked questions, Zap. It like out of the setting. Like if in like modern 21st century, I feel like it would have to be like a size 1 maximum, right? Probably even a size 1/2. Like, what if I just go like Black Witch, right? Magnetism, anti-hacking ability, also thighs. No one would fight me. Everyone would be like I would have an entire community of people who are into robots to defend me. If there's time after Path of Pain on Saturday, will you do Zote the Mighty's Eternal Ordeal? I don't know what that means. Respectfully, I am unfamiliar with what that means. My goal, Caliban, and then just drop yourself in the middle of a war zone. On Saturday, I'm really nervous about this, and I would have to double check. I might be doing like a subathon style, where I'm like, okay, I'm going to Path of Pain for 1 hour. Every single sub gives you an extra like 5 minutes, and every single bit, like every 100 bits gives you another 1 minute. So it's like, I might do something like that because I'm not trying to beat the Path of Pain. I'm not trying to do that. We all know my platforming is not up to par, up to snuff. Goblin become posting. Just a little bot. Caliban could be fun. I mean, like, the Sherman is not a bad call because it's so stable. The Everest is also not a bad call. I was like, one of my first thoughts was Everest, I will say, because it like replaceable parts. Everest, it's so accessible. Nelson with a bit of Blackbeard sounds freeing. Nelson with a bit of Blackbeard does sound freeing, I will say. Or alternatively, I could just be the Impakai where I just have the hand of a god of death. Eternal Ordeal is a secret room in Pantheon. Post a video on Discord. I don't even know what Pantheon is. I'm not gonna lie. What I'm gonna do on Saturday, I'm going to say, hey, my plan is Path of Pain. I'm gonna do a soft like subathon deal, where I'm not gonna do anything crazy. In setting Drake, out of setting Duskwing. Everyone loves the Duskwing. I don't see it. Path of Pain. My idea is that like I've beaten the game. I don't care about spoilers, or I guess I do care about spoilers, but like backseating. If someone's like, hey, I want you to go fight Grim, I'll be like, okay, and I'll fight Grim's up. If someone's like, hey, I want you to go to the Pantheon, I'll be like, okay, how do I do that? And then you tell me how to get to Pantheon. They don't know. They don't know the best thing in Hollow Knight. I don't know. I've beaten Hollow Knight. However, I don't know the best thing in Hollow Knight. Oh, Fictional Detective, Political Compass. I already did that one. Has the Harpocrates dossier any overlap, incidental or otherwise, with the Hippocratic Oath? I don't believe so. I think those are two different names. Have I remembered to hail hydrate? Could I have a situation where in this court unhails your hydrate? Let me hail hydrate. I'm going to need to rest my throat, so again, expect no Lancer video tomorrow, but I have a stream clip on deck. If you liked my video talking about elves in my setting, I'm going to talk about orcs. We'll talk about orcs tomorrow. I talked about this on stream the other week, but I like stream clips. They're nice ways to like demonstrate what we talk about on stream. Are the bones of an exo called an exoskeleton, even if they're still in the body? They're called an endo-exoskeleton at that point. I thought that was obvious. Not really a question, but the Secret Santa got pushed back, and I learned from the coworker that she likes to read, so I bought her a physical copy of The King in Yellow. Yo! I remember this! So EJ was asking like, hey, do you have any advice on a Secret Santa gift for a woman, or for a gift for a woman? And then I'm like, have you tried talking to her? And then they're like, I don't know her. It's a Secret Santa. And I'm like, have you tried talking to the people that are mutuals? And they're like, yeah, they have no idea. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. And we didn't really have an answer. So glad that went well. Have I made an LL6 pilot for Lancer on CompCon? I have never used CompCon. Because the one time I got to run Lancer, I was showing brand new people and I didn't know how to use CompCon. So I just had them make it by hand. Like literally we bust out the paper with the pencils and they made sheets on pen and paper. Yeah, oh, use CompCon with us. Yeah, I don't have a Lancer group. I'm sorry. I'm already currently barely setting up a CAIN game. Who won the battle? I don't know. The Battle of Frenchtown. We don't talk about the Battle of Frenchtown. We remember it. We honor it. We do. Sorry. We don't talk about how it ended. What's my opinion on the 3 separate ways to advance your character? Cat, advancement, script. I kind of love that, actually. I am not a fan of different... I'm not a fan of different currencies in like gacha games. I'm not a fan of when you have like gold and gems and like, I don't know, artifacts. Where gold you get via playing the game, gems you can buy either with real money or with gold, and artifacts are exclusively you have to buy them with real money. I'm not a fan of this because generally what this does is this incentivizes a structure where all of the coolest stuff are artifacts. You have a couple cool items which are gems, and it's only the worst stuff that no one cares about is gold. So that even if you get a lot of gold, you will not be able to buy any of the cool things ever. With advancement, though, I like the fact that XP grants advancements, which lets you just select. So really, advancement is like a subcategory of XP. So it's really that you have 2 to keep track of. And then Script is a great way to let you advance in other ways where there's a very clear distinction between like, why, if I develop a psychic power, would you be able to upgrade your weaponry? Why, if I add a new sin mark, would you change your dorm room? Right? So I like the fact that advancement is not the same as script. They're separate. However, I made a whole video talking about this. I think that there should be cosmetic script in addition to mechanical script. Because as much as I love the fact that you have to buy a comfortable pair of shoes, the fact that I have to give up mechanical bonuses in order to do that is something I struggle with personally. And I think a lot of players struggle with that, because I think a lot of players look at that and say, oh, well, I want to win, therefore I want to only choose stuff that is mechanically based. So I'm not going to choose anything even though it sucks for my character. And I went against that in my recent character that I played yesterday, where on a one shot, or it's now become a two shot, I made a character where I had 20 script because I'm Cat 4. I started a game, Cat 4, and I had 20 script. I spent 8 of that script on cosmetics because I thought it fit the character. And I think I legitimately kind of screwed myself a little bit on the hunt because I reduced my options. That is 8 script of items I could have done. That is +1 max stress that I'm missing out on. That is more kit points I'm missing out on. But at the same time, I don't think it's the biggest deal. I think it's, you just need more script. I need to have enough script I can feel comfortable, quote unquote, wasting it on something like a black coat, on something like a suit, on something like a dress, on makeup, whatever it ends up being. I feel like you need more to play around with. Because otherwise, even though thematically it makes so much sense, the first thing my character would do is they would go to meal plan B. It's very important for them to do that. Or that's not a good example because that actually has mechanics behind it. It's very important that the first thing my character would do was get a uniform that fits them. If mechanically that's not based on anything, well, that's probably not going to happen immediately. To be fair, you can spend advance to get script. Yeah. And then what does that mean? That means that you don't get blasphemies. That means that you don't get agenda items. That means, like, if you spend XP to get advancement, you spend advancement to get script, and then you spend script to get cosmetics, that feels even more of a waste. Because now your XP, which should have been spent on cool abilities, or blasphemies, or sin marks, now you're just using that for cosmetics. And that feels even worse, at least to me. We just got doubled script reward, now half. I mean, that's what I said. Yeah. And I like the idea of you get double the script, but half of it can only be used on cosmetics. Because it still limits your options. It still makes it so you can't just buy all the cosmetics you want. You're still limited. But you now have a reason to actually buy cosmetics without feeling bad about it. I know all about the Battle of Frenchtown. What about the Englandville insurrection? Okay, well, we can talk about that all we want. However, it's a bit late. I'm talking for 8 hours. You know, we can just scoot past that. Favorite GM snack? My favorite, like, go-to snack is pretzels. I actually don't snack when I'm jamming because I also don't snack when I'm streaming because I found that, like, the 0.001% of a centimeter wide crumb, every time I need to talk, will lodge itself directly into my windpipe, and I will be unable to speak for no less than 10 minutes at a time every time I eat, like, pretzels or nuts, crackers. Like, I like crunchy foods. I like salty foods. I also like candy. I like sour candy in particular. Ooh. So even if I chew it finely, I will not be fine. I will struggle. So I generally don't snack when I'm jamming. But I just love pretzels. Pretzels are my favorite snack. That's kind of the point, Ludo, narratively. Maybe like a 50% script increase, lessen the bad feel. know. I like the divide between cosmetic and non-cosmetic. I heard you can give Tom Bloom $5 to get 7 XP. Is that true? Should I at him on twitter.com? Or probably Blue Sky, because that's where he's more active. First words to fortitude: to not embarrass myself and preferably not get crushed. I respect your work and strength. Because it's true. I'm lead and honest. I'm being straight up. Fortitude, I respect your work and strength. If you then proceed to crush my windpipe because you hate humans, hey, my apologies. That one's on me. I should have just turned and ran. However, that's also just like, I'm not lying and I'm not blowing smoke. I'm not like simping. I'm not being weird about it. I'm just like, hey, I respect your work and strength. In the same way that if I approach Faith, I would approach like, you are adorable. If I approached Hope, I would be like, you are very cool. If I approached Prudence, I would say, like, I respect your ability to make a deal, right? Let me get you a hot dog. There's gotta be a fan fiction somewhere of someone who like makes an odd comment about giving Fortitude a hot dog, and then Fortitude is confused when they start taking off their pants. Harpocrates as a name is a misnomer of son of Horus, which was an image of Horus sucking his thumb, the symbol meaning child. So the book is an analogy of killing innocents to defend the secrets of CAIN. Nice. You are not succeeding against the dehydrated allegations. Sour candy is good. Listen, I'm not gonna offer Fortitude a hot dog if I don't have a hot dog on hand. The Greeks confused the sucking thumb symbol for the hush symbol. Oh. Interesting. What should one do if they realize that they're a bitter person? I do not expect you to have an answer, but I've been wondering about that a lot lately. My answer to I realize I'm a bitter person, what now? Why do you like people? Genuinely. If you are the sort of person who you're like, I'm bitter, I hate the world, I struggle, I have my issues, I'm depressed, I have GAD, agoraphobia, anything. What do you like about people? What, like, why would you enjoy them? And then, do you let this flourish? And if not, why not? So like if you are like, hey, I really like people and I really appreciate people who are intelligent, that can hold a sophisticated conversation. I love it when folks talk about their interests in a way that lets me learn things, but you never engage with people communicatively. You're not letting that flourish. You are holding people back from doing stuff that you like. Why? Why not? And this is where I'm a big fan of, if you ever want to, like, if you're rationally aware of something, or you have someone that is like not a good person, like if you're trying to talk about this without morals, because obviously if you're a bitter person, the heart answer is just, well, no, see the beauty in the world, like you have stuff that you enjoy, you should just connect with that more. But like, if you want to talk about this like brass tacks, like how do you actually do it? Think selfishly. If you're a bitter person because you're jaded, and maybe you're selfish, and maybe you're not the best person, and maybe you're an imposter, then think selfishly. You like these people. Why are you not acting in accordance to make them do the thing that you like them? If people being excited about their passions makes you happy, why are you shutting that down because you're so bitter and jaded? You are not being selfish here. You are actively screwing yourself over in your own interests by not letting them do the thing that you like about them. Same thing with if you really respect people who are strong and you don't go to the gym, but you would see more strong people. You would have more of an aura of exercising. Like, and it's sort of thing where it's really easy to like see something in someone else, and it's a bit harder, but still pretty easy to see something in yourself. And then you don't know where to go from there. That's where the heart of it is. If you need to, it's okay to think about it selfishly to get to a point where you are not being selfish anymore. Because being a bitter person ultimately is a matter of you making it about you. It is a matter of, I'm a bitter person because I've been so hurt by the people in my life. Like all these people who left me, all these people who didn't care about me, the people who turned their back on me when I needed them. Like, I'm hurt by the world. No, you're not. You encountered obstacles by the world. Yes, you are hurt, but the world was not hurting you. You were hurt by the world. You were hurt incidentally in the turning of the world. The people in your life probably didn't mean any malice by it. If you were bullied, that's different. If you were abused, that's different. But broadly speaking, most people haven't been actively sought out with malice. And a lot of people who are bitter are struggling with the fact that they have this negative experience, these retributive actions taken against them, this feeling that the world is against them without malice. The response from my life was choose hope, choose happiness. I was literally at a circus with my family and realized how silly I was for not letting myself laugh at the clown. Bitterness and apathy are often a response of apathy and lack of agency, so actions that increase your agency and include more things. And that's basically what I'm getting at, right? If you like when people around you are happy, even though I'm not happy because I'm so bitter and I'm blah, 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 then do things with people that make them happy. Whoa. Suddenly you're going to be happy by proxy. There's no community of that kind of people in my area. I'm not saying to do that. I'm not saying it's an area thing. I'm not saying it's a community thing. I'm saying it's just people in your life. If it's something as simple as you think it's cool when you see someone, like, I don't know, watch something that you like. React channels can have people online who you don't know react to something that you like. And then you realize that the thing that you like, other people like. There's more joy to the world than there is just sadness, than there's boringness, than there is bitterness. Like, I think Samaj hit it where bitterness is a result of apathy. And apathy is a result of hopelessness or powerlessness. So I can't tell you to just stop. Hopelessness. I can't tell you just stop worrying about things out of your control. And I can't tell you to find a community where there is none. But what I can tell you to do is I can tell you to focus on things that you can affect. You can focus on the people in your life and what they do that you enjoy. Whether it is people physically with you, whether it is people in an online community space like the Arrow Cord, whether it is, I mean, this is parasociality, but like a content creator. Like if you're in someone's chat and you're typing, congrats, you've made my day better. Because whenever I see someone type, that is a recognition and a reaffirmation that what I'm doing here is not pointless. That means a lot to me. And I say this occasionally, oh my gosh, my hair, guys, I'm not in it. And I say that not in a sense of like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy, I love you so much, blah, 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 blah. I say that as like, I recognize that no matter how bitter I might feel, or how apathetic I might feel, or however powerless I might feel, particularly in something as fickle as content creation, it is very grounding to me to look at the people in my chat, in the community, in the people who interact in the comments or whatever, that say whatever it ends up being, whether it's engaging with it or talking to me or whatever. That simple fact combats my apathy, even when I'm really going through it, by simple factor of, I like these people. I like my community. I think you're neat. You've done cool things, and I'm proud of you. So I'm happy when you're happy. And if you say that I make you happy, if you're engaging with my content, and even if you're not saying any nice things, you're just engaging with it normally, I understand that you care enough to be happy with it. And that is a combat for apathy. That is not, I found a community nearby. That is not, I just pulled myself up by my bootstraps and started shifting my perspective. That is, I focused on things in my control, my community, people commenting on my videos, what videos I make, and I made sure that is what gave me purpose. That is what fulfilled me. Now, obviously, there are other ways to do this. This is just, I was trying to go for the way that is less obvious, because the most obvious answer when someone asks like, hey, what do I do if I realize I'm bitter? I'm like, find people, like go to therapy, find people who you can rely on, and like spend time with friends, make sure to smile when you don't feel like it, because then that trains your brain with happy chemicals. Like, yeah, that's all obvious answers, but presumably this didn't work for you. Otherwise you wouldn't be asking a random person on the internet. Brick by brick, you know? Exactly. That's what I like of you. We have so much streamer that we only want to grow and get to the high leagues, and Chad's just a stepping stool. Oh, so you're saying there are so many streamers who just want to get to a big point. And that's the thing is, I do want to grow. I won't pretend it won't. And there's growth necessitates a shrinking of the relationship between streamer and chat. Because there's a point where I have 500 viewers, and unfortunately, you are not able to communicate with me in the same way that you can right now. And that's a sad reality. And that means my success is damaging to the relationship of the community that we have right here. But at the same time, it's all the same community. It's the heap paradox. It is the ship of Theseus. It is the same community with maybe different members over time, but growing over time. And it's the same vibe. I am someone who I try my very best to, when you enter chat, I say hello to you. When I leave, I say goodbye to you. If you have any questions, I make it so that I can answer them in a separate little thing. It's very important for me to respect your time, because you are more than respecting mine by simply being here. Whether you're in chat right now, or you're lurking, or you're watching a VOD, which I appreciate you. Surprisingly accurate on what didn't work. Speaking on personal experience, yeah, 100%. I absolutely had the exact same issue where for most of my teenage years, I had an extreme apathy. And if I'm going to be completely honest, what I'm talking about right now with like shifting your frame of mind, that didn't work for me. However, the thing that did work for me was going through I guess it kind of did work for me. I very much have an internal locus of control. I used to have an external locus of control. If you don't know what that is, a locus of control is basically where you put responsibility for your actions and for what happens to you. When I was younger, I used to have in my brain that like things were happening to me, and now I very much feel that I am doing things to the world, and I'm in a much happier place now than I was before. But I'm not going to pretend like it was not, bar none, the worst period in my life. Shifting from an external to an internal locus of control. HRT really sorted your brain out. Nice. I've always wondered about this very concept ever since I associated with the BPL and its daughter community, the AUX. Sometimes it's just a different community because people change. Huh. But like, yeah, I struggled in my teenage years with an extreme apathy. I would consider myself like a misanthrope back when, like, I literally like would consider myself a misanthrope back then. Not to be edgy, but because like if I had grace, I would have manifested a centipede kind of deal. I was struggling. And also I would have manifested like an ogre because I was depressed. But I'm doing much better now. And there was an inflection point where like my apathy was basically like this, and it just went like that, and unclear how much time this was, and then it just kind of like went to a normal level. And this period of my life, bar none, was the worst period of my life. Multiple things were happening, which I'm not going to get into, but it was just like I went through a complete character shift and like metamorphosis as a person. This is like back in uni, and a lot of things happened. I was struggling a whole bunch. There's things going on in the world, And I am now the same person that I was from before. I did not change who I am, but I'm more confident now. I'm more accepting of myself. I'm more tolerant of myself. I am more vocal. I am more comedic. I am less shackled by shame and guilt that I was before. And yes, I still have apathy and I am depressed. I have cyclical depression that I have to deal with. But fundamentally, I shifted from feeling like things were happening to me to understanding that I was doing what I could in a world that does stuff to everyone. And by focusing on what I can control and focusing on who I was and focusing on there are certain things I can't control and that's okay. There are certain things that it'll happen and it's going to suck. I'm going to lose this friend. This person in my life is going to like leave my life at some point. That'll suck. But that's life. And I can enjoy, that doesn't mean I shouldn't enjoy my time with them. That doesn't mean that I should treat them poorly. Even if we are two people who I know I'm not going to talk to this person in more than a year from now. I have multiple people in my life who, for years now, I've been assuming that they're going to be gone 6 months later. I've known people for like 5 years at a time who I've just always assumed it was 6 months off. I have other content creator friends who I met like a year and a half ago who I assumed I wouldn't be talking to in 6 months. You're not always right. So why do you assume you're always right when it comes to pessimism? If you could pick a new direction/theme for a sin, what would you pick? Back when I only knew about the first 6, I liked the idea of like a mania. And then I think it was the heron? Was it the hummingbird? The brain also literally gets habituated to being depressed and apathetic, and it takes a significant life change or constant effort. BRB, maybe BRB at work, time to get dirty. Oh no. Yeah, it was probably the single most difficult thing that I've done in my life. To change my frame of mind and to forgive myself and forgive others while still holding myself and others accountable. And I still struggle with all of that. I still have times where I really struggle with that. And like I've mentioned, I had a very rough period in October. And I am someone who very much so, I don't like the idea. I'm a private person. I'm a private person. And I'm someone who I like to just deal with my issues privately. But I also feel as though it's like worth an explanation most of the time. So what I usually do is anytime this sort of thing has happened, like back when I was homeless for a while, earlier this year, because I was moving across the country, I just didn't mention it until it was over. And I'm trying to get better about not making things that don't concern my audience your problem, but still being forward with you, such as the schedule post that I made earlier this week. I said, there's a video I've been working on. It's been stressing me out. I'm going to kick it. And I in plain English said, this has been much more stressful than I thought. I'm really struggling with it. And I would appreciate if anyone has any suggestions on what to do with it. But in the meantime, I'm not going to work on it. I'm going to kick it. And I'm sorry for this. And overwhelmingly, folks are like, no, you do you. If you could make a sin, it would be inaction. I feel like that's just an ogre, though. Heron's all about jealousy? Hummingbird, that's what it was. I'm intrigued by a sin that does the manic surreal parade vibes from Paprika. Hummingbird is like a drug addiction, climbing to get that new high. Fairy's about trying to escape the world through madness dreams. I'm surprised. I actually don't know if anyone's done this. One where it's creatives. where the sin manifests basically like a story that the person wants to tell, whether they're a author or they're a TTRPG dev or they're a video game creator. And it's this idea where, much like a lord's kingdom, they alter the world around them, but it's not based off of a hierarchy of like the king at the top, the lord being the regent, and based on a missing past. It is more about there is a story that wants to be told, and it's based off of whatever role that the host sees themselves in. So if the host sees themselves as a villain, the entire story world will conform to make them villainous. And if they see you as comic relief side characters, the entire story will contort to make you not taken seriously. And most hosts are going to see themselves as the heroes, but some of them won't. And I like the idea of these, like the story roles that it has. And effectively, like, it pushes you and conforms reality to alter how the world is treating you. A sin that is born of the fear of not realizing one's potential. That's kind of idle, isn't it? People being archetypes. And then another, like, probably another group of hosts would be people that want to lose themselves in fiction, not people that want to be saved from reality by, not people that want to be saved from reality by like a disaster, like a centipede, but people that like they love romance novels and they want to be swept away by like their vampire boyfriend or whatever. And so in the story, like, everyone in the world is slowly shifting into members of the story they want to tell. So they might be the damsel and one of the XOs might be the charming vampire bad boy, right? And now the XO is compelled to sweep them off their feet and go off. Also, I'm surprised there isn't one for like romance. Obviously there's the idol, which is desire, but there's none for like love. And the idol is about cults. I'm imagining that the romance, or maybe infatuation. It dreams of a narrative, and the pressure is literally the story arc. No, that's the thing. That's what I'm thinking. Is that with the story one, it makes a narrative, and there would probably be something different every pressure. Where for the first two pressure, it's like, it probably would follow like a hero's journey just for the sake of simplicity. Like the first two is like the first threshold. And then the third is like getting the elixir. The fourth and the fifth is belly of the whale. And then the sixth is the climactic final fight kind of deal. And it would progress as the pressure increases. Sins are about disturbed mental state. Love is way too healthy. But like infatuation, obsession. Yandere sin. Exactly, Alpha. And what it would do is instead of a cult, it would be like choosing basically like a grudge list from the Hound. It would have a list or one particular person that it is obsessed with, and it will do anything for, up to and including kidnapping them, tying them down, keeping them safe from all of the other threats. And when that person dies, well, the infatuation doesn't go away. It just shifts to someone else. And inevitably, the infatuated one will kill whoever it is captured. And it will inevitably put its eyes on someone else. And it will inevitably capture them and then coddle them and cuddle them and hold them close until eventually it accidentally breaks its toy and then goes on to the next one. One of the things about my XOs, who's probably going to be a Mago, is like fight for freedom is a big part of her. Kind of a shame that the only sin that can move his hound is Palace is a hound. What about rebellion? Let's get real Persona 5 up in here. The idea of rejecting all authority. The idea of it's not just, oh, I don't want to be held, like I want my freedom. I don't want to be held down unjustly. It is also like anyone who tells you what to do is overstepping their bounds, and you have the authority and you have the right to kill them. Right? It is the idea, it is it's the libertarian dream. A sin called mother. There's already a blasphemy called mother. It's a desire from a single target to affection, a toad but for your eyes. What are you, a toad because you stole my heart? Oh hey, you seem to be an idol because I'm absolutely infatuated with you. Oh, are you an ogre? Because you ugly. Like the Great Revolution. So there is a sin called that Alphanum, all about obsession, and they do almost exactly what you said. Nice. And that's the thing with the homebrew is there's a whole master doc that I've seen that has a bunch of homebrew. I know that one is like a Kraken that's about like terror, like fear of the dark kind of deal. That one seemed cool. The heron makes more herons. That's its whole deal. So there's a couple. Have I blushed at all through the important moves in Girlframe yet? I haven't opened Girlframe yet. And I think I'm going to record my reaction. I'm not going to record the book because I would get in trouble, but I think it would be funny if I record my reaction to Girlframe. So I can include in the video me being like, as a tension move, or like as a move, you can punish your pilot. What's punishment do? Oh! And it'll be silly. XOs are not exposed enough to the rest of humanity and their flirting skills will suffer because of it. I like the name Revolt for your rebellion sin. Give me a white whale sin and I would be so happy. Or what about the opposite of rebellion? Control. But specifically, institutional control. The idea that a sin, not a cult, it doesn't make a cult, but it has followers, mundane human followers that adhere to it via a series of rules or scriptures. And this isn't about wanting to be in control. This is about wanting there to be order. So almost overwhelmingly, the host will it will form this schema that will create a psychic distortion that imposes an order on the world. And almost always, the host is in the middle. It's not that they want to be better than everyone. It's not that they think that they're worse than everyone. It's that they want calm in a storm. They want comfort in complacency. They want everything to slow down. And then you could have a very real parallel to this with CAIN. Is Girlfriend the TTRPGs that's like 3 steps away from being exploitation? Oh no, it's not 3 steps away. It is that. It is literally a not safe for work exploitation TTRPG that involves directly lewd interactions. The spider returns. Hey girl, you meal plan B? Because I want to eat you. Hello, some dude. Romance tactics for fortitude. Have a stash of hot dogs, kill CAIN leadership. Like fortitude is not. If I was to run fortitude and someone was to be like, I want to romance fortitude, I would say that's not happening. They're arrow ace. And then if they're like, okay, but what if I want to court them into a QPR, a queer platonic relationship? I would say, okay, that's more manageable. Now, what you would need to do, XO voice. Handler? Hardly even know her. What you would have to do, have hot dogs on lock. Be able to physically overcome them in a fight. Push away literally everyone else in your life. With fortitude, it's not a matter of romancing a person. How can you make your meat how can you make your sad fleshy meat bag as appealing as possible to a weapon? That's what you need to ask yourself. Just checking in before bed, is this the same stream from earlier? You got more social stamina than me, my friend. I wouldn't even say it's social stamina. It's mostly voice stamina. And this has been something I've been practicing for over a year, where I've been streaming for like a year and a half now. I tend to go 6-8 hours. We're currently at 8.5, and I have questions to get through. Steel tempered pelvis. Oh my gosh. Okay, but like, you would think, I'm gonna save this and then I'm gonna move on. Okay, you're not allowed to focus on this. All right, we can agree. We're gonna move on after I say this. You'd think fortitude would be a top, but I feel as though hardcore submissive bottom once you actually get to that point. And now we're gonna move on to which virtue or virtues. Polycule is a viable option. Would I date following the virtue dating rules? I mean, I already like made a smasher pass about them as a joke. We're not talking about it, okay? We're not talking about what I just said. So what is ongoing right now? Is this still the dating section? We are currently going through questions that people dropped in the questions tab. At the top of chat, there's a little drop down where you can add questions. And I'm going through them and then I'm going to wrap up because it's been 8.5 hours. So I did a smash pass for all the virtues. Over on pass was justice. On smash, on pass was faith. On pass was charity. Smash was fortitude. Smash was hope. Smash was prudence. And faith is someone who is very much so like they're too friend shaped. I would feel weird about smashing, right? So I don't think I think I would go on dates with faith because faith is friend. You can go on friend dates. You can go on completely platonic dates. I think it's really hard to platonically smash someone, but hey, I never tried. So hope, unironically, super cutie. Would absolutely love to chat with them. Prudence. They're romantic. Screw you, Justice. Charity terrifies me. I do not think I could handle both of them at once. And they're just a red flag of a person. I'm sorry, I said it. Fortitude. Sorry, I was just watching my life flash before my eyes. They're a red flag. I'm not a simp. I understand the difference between a good decision and a fun decision. You have traveled back in time to back when you left stream a few hours earlier. You shall meet you all in a few hours. Well, enjoy. You can fix fortitude. No, you can't fix fortitude. I know, but muscular women. Like, muscular androgyny. Like, we don't know if they're woman. We don't know if they're man. They have a mask on, and the mask stays on. The helmet stays on, yeah. With cool helmet. Just bring 40 hot, only 40. Who would you do a CompCon theory crafting stream? No, because I haven't used CompCon. What could be fun is a stream where we build Lancer and I use CompCon, right? Where I use CompCon to do a theory crafting stream, and this is where like I could build the flying Barbarossa. We could build like a melee Pegasus. Like we could build silly builds. My concern is I don't know much outside of the core book, outside of like the stuff on the wiki that I've researched for videos. And I don't know CompCon well enough to like just hop in there and do it. So I don't know talents well enough. So I don't feel like I'm qualified to do that. Also, I'm just someone that never really does build crafting. I used to. Back when I was much younger and not only had more time, but also had less experience playing the game, I would like make characters that were like fun and exciting or whatever. I really don't do that now. Like generally I'm more excited about the story of it than the actual mechanics. And I'll find something that excites me. For instance, my character Teddy that I'm playing in CAIN, who is a sorcerer, cantrip, precog, explosives expert, which is a whole bunch of words. Rewind in the stream if you want context on that. I should do CompCon instead of the wiki. It's got a compendium. But the wiki gives me lore. The wiki gives me lore for stuff like the Zang. Or unless CompCon also has that. Think I can make a quadruple with my faith? Oh, I forgot about Absolution. I would absolutely go on a date with Absolution. So like I would go on a date with Hope, with Faith, Absolution. I mean, Chastity didn't seem that bad. Oh, I didn't go through the virtues. I didn't read through the virtues. I can do that next time. I can do that next week. Yeah, I can go on platonic dates. I've build crafted for D&D when I was first starting out. It was a good way to try and learn the system, even though I never used most. Yeah, I didn't use most of them. So if I'm like, oh man, I'm really excited to play this College of Whispers bard who is a half elf raised by gnomes. And the reason that I'm a College of Whispers is because I had to whisper. Like, okay. I don't care about this character anymore. Like the fun bit was making them and then running with the momentum. If I make a character and they're in my back pocket, I don't play them for 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, a year, then I don't have excitement for them and I have other ideas that I want to play. So I'm going to use them. Helmet stays on during sin dissemination. What? CompCon also has the lore? Oh, I might actually need to do that then. Pangolins are featherless and bipedal. Does that mean that they are a man? No, because a featherless biped was proven to not be a man. It also has with broad nails. Very important point. Diogenes poked a hole right through Plato's description. However, Plato fired back. What is the velocity of an unladen swallow? African or European? Jokes aside, what RPG that you've never played do you think is the most interesting, be it for mechanical, lore, aesthetic, or other reasons? The one that I really want to play now is Perfect Draw. It is... A video recently made the rounds a couple days ago where someone was talking about it, and I've known about this for like over a year at this point. It is a card game TTRPG where you like play the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, right? So the whole point of the game is that like you literally have a stat called baggage, where the more emotionally invested you are in a fight, in a duel, the more benefits you get because the more you have riding on it, but also the more penalties you have when you deal with baggage outside of game. So if I'm fighting someone, like if my whole deal is that like, I look up to my big Onesan and she's the best duelist in all of nationals, and then she got beaten by this cheater, and now I, using my sister's deck, I'm gonna fight this cheater, and then I have like a big climactic duel with my cheater where we're just playing cards. Like, I get mechanical bonuses for the fact that this dude is like related to my backstory, right? And also you get to make cards, which is super fun. I think it's a little rules light for what I'd like, but that also is kind of required when you have so much flexibility with the cards. I got to look over it a little bit. I don't have the system. I wanted to buy a paperback. I wanted to buy a physical copy for the holiday season, and I don't think they're in stock anymore. So that was sad, but that's a game I really want to play. In terms of like, because like Yu-Gi-Oh is like a comfort show for me. I grew up watching Yu-Gi-Oh, and I recently, like 3 years ago, watched through all of Duel Monsters. And by watched through all of Duel Monsters, I mean I watched all of it up until the final season, and then I stopped. And then a year later, I finished that final season, and then I watched Yu-Gi-Oh GX. So I watched a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh in the past couple of years, and I just love it. It's so stupid. It's so camp. I love it. I really want to continue with GX, but and on top of that, I really want to play Mage, the Ascension, because this is one where I've only ever played Vampire the Masquerade V5, in addition to Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Mage of the Ascension does not have a V20 or does not have a V5 rule set yet, so I haven't played it. I have run Werewolf. I have played and run Vampire. Hunter is a bit... I don't think Hunter is very well designed from what I've seen, but that's another one that I really want to play. Looked interesting, didn't look too interested. It didn't look too into it, but the I'm rich so I solve the problem will never not be funny. No, it's screw the rules, I have money, because it's a reference to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge series. Neat, I'll have to look into it. OG Yu-Gi-Oh! Was my jam as a kid, even though I had no idea what the heck was happening. No, like I played, like when I was much younger, I played in like local gaming store like tourneys, and I wasn't good. I was like really young. I just had cool cards in my deck. I had a series of cool cards that I recognized. One game that I had growing up was... No one knows this game, and it makes me sad. But I literally like have this on the GameCube. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Falsebound Kingdom, which was a 3v3... Where's gameplay? It was a 3v3 turn-based turn-based RTS. This was one of my favorite games growing up, and like this is like one of the things that got me into Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And I've played this as recently as like 4 or 5 years ago. I replayed all of this like maybe 5-6 years ago. I want to play in a werewolf or hunter or mage game at some point. Not vampire though, not gonna lie, vampire's the least interesting part. I think vampire feels less interesting because it's more grounded and because there's more material about it. I think it as it's a game of personal horror is less interesting to me than the politics and the commentary about what systems of power, like feudal systems of power, would look like if the king in the region and the lords never died. Yeah, Burger Creek videos, 100%. If you're familiar with TTS from back in the day, yeah, they have Hunter the Reckoning, or Hunter the Parenting. I have never watched Hunter the Parenting. I've heard really good things about it. And every single time I think about Hunter the Parenting, I think, what was the A to B of TTS for 40k to Hunter the Reckoning of all systems? Not even Vampire the Masquerade. Like, if there are TTRPG nerds on the side, based, but also like Hunter of all systems as the hard pivot from TTS. I've heard nothing but amazing things about it. Okay, so I'm going to end the Q&A because that is all of the questions. If anyone has any additional questions, let me know. We're approaching 9 hours. And as much as I would love to go over 9 hours, I do need to go. So if you don't have any other questions, I will be hopping off. But if you have any more, feel free to let me know. Hunter the Pecketing? No. By the way, your videos were what pushed me, your video where you talked about downtime and CAIN was the final push for me to check it out after my admin has been trying to convince me for months. So I'm low-key hyper-fixated. Thank you. Hey, always happy to help. From what I remember, the first season or so of Duel Monsters was fast and loose with the rules, because the first season of Duel Monsters literally did not have rules. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters was based off of the manga, which started with Season 0, which was very quickly overwritten. And then the manga continued with Duelist Kingdom, and in Duel Monsters, Duelist Kingdom, the first season, they had no rules. They made the rules, I believe, when they made Battle City, or maybe like right after Battle City. So this, like, Season 2 of Duel Monsters is the first one to have actual rules. So in Season 1, I put I have my giant soldier of stone attack the moon, which dries up the ocean. And now I can attack all of your sea monsters. I put my creature on catapult turtle, which attacks your castle of eternal darkness. And because of that, it falls and crushes the rest of your monsters. Well, no, it's not over 9 hours. It's only been 9 hours. I'll have to write my Fortitude dating survival guide. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and ask anyone to write Fortitude fanfiction. However, if anyone knows any Fortitude fanfiction, Arrow, it's time to sleep. I mean, it's 8 p.m. for me. Hunter the Parenting taught me there was more to World of Darkness than Vampire the Masquerade. Awesome. World of Darkness has a policy regarding fan works that even allows you to monetize them. Yes. Holy smokes, Arrow, I went to work and came back and the stream is still going. That's what we do here. Too Long Didn't Read. GW were being jerks to the fan works and they had to jump ship to a new show. The World of Darkness folks recognized the talent and gave them blessing for a new show that... Well, so I understood... I know that GW was being jerks and shut down TTS because GW hates making money. We all know this. But what I'm mostly surprised isn't World of Darkness specifically. It's that they went Hunter of all systems. It's 1 a.m. Probably should eat. Night. Good night. Okay. It's that time of day again. It's that time of night. It's that time of the evening. I'm gonna hop off. If you want me to say goodbye to you, say goodbye in chat. Otherwise, on Friday, there's going to be a live stream where we read Faust. There's going to be members only chat. And then once the stream is over, I'm going to release it to the public. So if you want to swing by over on Friday for a reading stream, feel free to drop a membership. On Saturday, on Twitch, I'm going to be doing Path of Pain, maybe kind of like a subathon, donathon. Basically, I'm not doing the entire Path of Pain. I'm not doing it until I beat it. I'm just going to do it for like a day. And if we do something where it's like a donathon, I'll extend the timer. Tomorrow, I'm not going to be doing a Lancer Frame video. I'm going to be kicking that later for the week because my throat is dead now. Expect a video about orcs in my setting tomorrow. And I'll figure out the rest of the schedule, the remaining days. Next week is Christmas Eve. That's when this stream is going to be. So I imagine we're going to talk more CAIN. I hope to release a TTRPG on Christmas. Here's hoping. Oh, it's probably easy to translate the TTS cast to Hunter. That's fair. Not gonna lie, from watching Speaker D's video on World of Darkness lore, it makes me... I think he feels the same way as you. Also, Hunter necessarily has to interact with more. That's fair. I don't do Twitch, but wish you the... I don't know if it's gonna be Donathon. I might not. And if you don't do Twitch, I have a VOD channel where all of my Twitch VODs are uploaded to. So if you want to have it on in background, by all means. Otherwise, enjoy yourself. You should have a little chibi on the side for the Xmas. That would be cutie. That would be cutie. Anyway, enjoy. Good night. Bye-bye, Alpha and Skeleton and EJ and Samaj and Fuego and EJ again. Sorry. Sweaty, B and Jet and Zazzy